CCL is back once again for week number 2. So excited to welcome you all to another phenomenal weekend. Again, if you love what you see today, we'll be back tomorrow with even more matches. But I have new friends joining me on broadcast. I'm the only North American working today, which means my longtime friend and duo is going to be crossing the pond today. Two Doors, hello.
Hello. So great to be here for the first time. Canadian Contenders League, and I'm personally just really excited to actually jump right into the action. It is going to be a very awesome weekend. Myself and Chief are going to be working all of tonight's broadcast, so hopefully you guys don't get too tired of our voices thus far, because we are in for the long haul. We have got two different matchups that are going to be taking place this evening, and two very exciting ones at that as well. Naturally, we have Valors going up against Niagara Falls Esports to start off the evening, and once that particular best of two is concluded, we're going to be shifting gears and taking a look at NFH against Ember. So we got some pretty stacked matches this evening, and it is just nothing but excitement that is building up in my body, just awaiting to get ourselves in game.
Well, Two Doors, we're going to have to tone down that energy
Sadly,
a bit. We're going to go to the we're going to go to the standings.
Yes.
We're actually going to be seeing what transpired during week number 1 and how our teams actually got to these points. Now, one thing I want to mention, Valors, they would go 1-1 in their best of 2 for one simple reason. Their Chalet game, they played 4v5, and they played incredibly. It was only a 7-4. I say only because they won 4 rounds on defense. They just couldn't overcome the lack of utility on Chalet pushing with a 4v5, but that was an incredible showing. They also had a substitute, Flinties, who played his heart out. I mean, his kills that he got as a secondary entry substitute was beyond incredible, but right now Orglis is one of our top teams due to round differential.
Indeed they are, and obviously by the looks of it, Orglis, they are currently, as you can see, on pole position, tied with Shinigami, but they naturally got that +4 differential, meaning that they can essentially just leapfrog Shinigami ever so slightly. But judging by the looks of things and the particular matchup that we've got on our hands to kick off the evening, with Valors being on the 4th position, keep in mind that if you're in the top 4, you are safe for playoffs, and it's still relatively early days within the season. They do effectively have the opportunity to, well, leapfrog Tide Pods for the time being right here. They have the opportunity to grab 6 full points and just propel themselves even further into that top 4, given the fact that they are going to be starting off against Niagara Falls Esports, which, unfortunately enough for them, they are currently at the bottom of the barrel. It's a great opportunity for Valors to essentially just scramble together more points, but at the exact same time, it is an even better opportunity for Niagara Falls to show us this evening what they are truly made of and not go down quietly into the night just yet.
And to make what Orglis did in week number 1 that much more impressive, 24 hours before they went live on that Saturday, they had a departure from their roster. IMAD left for a different team, so they are forced to scramble for a substitute. To be now sitting in the first place seed is incredible after finding somebody. I can't remember who they ended up picking up, but they called up their coach or their substitute. But I mean, clearly whoever they brought to fill in the big shoes of IMAD did exactly what was needed. But we're not here to talk about history and give history lessons on what happened in week number 1. We do have a best of 2 series on our hands, Two Doors. So we're going to dive back into our roster and actually talk about Valors and Niagara Falls. As we mentioned, Valors had that, 1-1 placements in that best of 2 because of an unfortunate scenario being, down a player early on, some connection problems. I think it was Badger that his PC decided just to melt itself before the game. Things happen, It
happens.
Niagara Falls, as you mentioned, they suffered during week number 1.
Indeed they do. Indeed they did, I should say, actually, but that naturally doesn't mean that they have to suffer this time around. They can definitely bolster themselves and muster all the strength that is necessary for them to essentially gather their first little bit of points in this here evening right here. Naturally, on your screens, you can go ahead and take a look, read through the rosters itself, but naturally, we'll have to do the exact same thing. So on the side of Niagara Falls Esports, we've got Scrim, Zoldak, Heiko, Sled, and to round things off, we've got Coda. Now, on the opposite side of the arena, we've got Badger, Hixer, Flinties, Storms, and Shu. Those are going to be the 10 gladiators that are going to be battling it out in the arena, or I should say 2 arenas, this evening for a total of 6 points.
Imagine being a gladiator, you fight to the death, you just, killed a bunch of Rams and angry Jaguars. And you have to do it again. That's exactly what CCL is like here. And honestly, I'm excited to see what Valor is actually going to be capable of doing with their full roster intact. Again, if you're at all familiar with, amateur Rainbow Six Siege, the entire team of Valors should be very familiar with you, particularly, Badger coming from Visionary, Hixer, Flinties, all, SCS players who had very good stints over there. Now, Niagara Falls, one of the things that we noticed in the previous week was they were just a little lackluster with some of the executes they had. Some of their droning was just, they would have a good initial drone, they'd clear out the first parts of the map, and then suddenly they would just start to, fall and make silly mistakes. But Two Doors, we also have something a little bit more unique today. We're going to have an interview at the start of our series. So we're going to send it over to Lucifer and Scrim and kind of pick their brain as we show our lovely YouTube video.
All right, I am joined now by Lucifer and Scrim from Niagara Falls Esports. How are you guys doing today?
How are you doing?
Not bad.
I'm doing pretty good, thank you. So, can you guys tell me a bit about yourselves? How did Niagara Falls Esports form?
Basically the both of us. We just wanted to play competitive Siege, play at a higher level. We went on some websites, figured some guys out, even for just solo queuing, duo queuing, and ranked in that. We found a couple guys that we thought were at our skill level or a little bit above. Didn't matter. Guys that just wanted to play the game and wanted to play the game like we did, had the same mentality. And we just found those 3 other guys that were able to have the same mentality, same strengths that we did, and balance out the team so we can play competitively.
That perfect balance that is Niagara Falls at the end of the day, so I can understand the name as well. But is that just the region, or where does that name really come from?
It just comes from our city, really. Couldn't think of anything else. And our city, esports isn't really known to older people and people throughout communities. So why not start it somewhere, right?
Really glad to see that we are going to have more esports coming to that area. So any closing remarks you guys like to say, or I think that should be just about it.
No, just more on what he said, that you could be like we are. We're gold stuck, and we duo queue all the time. And our 5 just got together, so the queuing's been a little rough. But even if you're you're gold 1, you're not close to plat yet, you can still work your heart out, and you can still be in that comp scene. Grab a 5 together that can work together, and you can beat big teams. It doesn't matter, any day.
So thank you very much to Lucifer as well as Scrim from Niagara Falls Esports, and keep watching for more CCL.
I love hearing stories, Two Doors, about bands of brothers just coming together, playing Siege for fun. It doesn't matter what rank they are, what elo they're playing in. They said if they just come together, if they enjoy the game, they play the game, they're capable of topping anybody. And hopefully that actually stands up today, because as we were alluding to earlier, the team that they're playing against, Valor's GG, those are some big names, and it's going to have to be quite an accomplishment to knock them on down. But it seems like the friendship of Niagara Falls might be something that's just too strong for Valor's.
It definitely might be, and I'm not exactly sure if they managed to actually figure out a way how to play Rainbow Six Siege in split screen, but if you and a buddy have ever played Rainbow Six Siege in split screen, then that is a bond that is everlasting. You can take that straight to the bank, because you're going to demolish teams if you have split screen experience. But hey, usually that's safe for arena shooters. Regardless though, this particular matchup, I have a tingling sensation that is going to be a very, very close affair. Naturally, Niagara Falls, they're coming in as the underdogs, but I do think that they have quite a lot to offer and a lot of potential that is yet to actually be entirely fulfilled. Naturally, we did slowly actually touch on a lot of the mistakes that they made previously in their matchups last week, and they naturally had 7 days worth of time to recover and to essentially do homework and better themselves. I do really hope that Niagara Falls Esports are able to put up a really, really close matchup, a really, really exciting and entertaining one at that, against the likes of Valor's.
We're talking about what could happen. Let's actually bring up what will happen. Again, this is a best of 2 series, so as we show our map band, keep in mind the bands are going to look a little bit more different if you're used to a best of 3 or a best of 1. How it's going to work is you band until there's 2 maps left, and then those are going to be our battlegrounds for the day. Wow, very normal maps off the board instantly. Cafe, Club, and Oregon instantaneously removed, followed by Chalet and Villa as the actual maps are playing. Honestly, I'm excited to see what's going to take place today, Tudors, because Chalet was the map that Valor's lost, not because they were the lesser team, but because they just had a 4v5.
Yeah, it is obviously a very, very precarious situation that you find yourself in. It kind of actually reminds me of one of the matches that was played not too long ago for qualifiers for UKIN 1 over in EU as well. There was another team that at the time was known, well, they were formerly known as, now they're currently known as 10 Star, but previously they had played a matchup on Chalet for a couple of rounds where they were also left in a 4v5, and they unfortunately just couldn't necessarily slice it up and take the dub home, but naturally they had a second chance. It's kind of reminiscent of that particular matchup if you're a fan of EU Siege in general, but overall, side tangent aside, I'm very, very interested about the fact that Niagara Falls have actually opted out to pick Villa instead of Consulate. Naturally, Consulate is entirely disregarded because that was the 7th and last map that was left over in the veto, and the fact that they're choosing to go on Villa, it strikes me as just a bit surprising. It is a very, very played out map in this current day and age. It has been essentially in the game for 3 years thus far, and it has started to become heavily attacker sided in a lot of the bomb sites, to the point that Aviator in games is no longer as viable as it once was. So I'm really, really hoping that Niagara Falls are going to be able to come into Villa when we do eventually get there in about an hour's time, relatively fresh faced with some interesting things to show us. But Chalet, that's a whole different beast.
I'm just glad Borgen didn't make it on 3. And it was funny, production lied to us and said we were playing on Coastline at Consulate. And I'm like, no, not Coastline, which you're talking about Villa becoming stale and, you know, a map that needs a rework. Coastline needs to be yeeted out of the map pool, bring back Theme Park. Really?
Disagree.
Oh, I'd love to hear your opinion. I mean, you're European. Europe hates Coastline. It is the lowest pick map other than Theme Park. And Theme Park was mixed reception. Some teams in Europe loved it. Some teams hated it. But still, Theme Park needs to enter back the map. Well, Coastline just needs to be...
I would probably say from all the maps that actually do need to go, it would have to be either Consulate or Clubhouse, and then just actually throw Theme Park back in. The main reason why I love Coastline personally is because it provides such a unique gameplay experience that you actually don't find in a lot of other maps. The fact that you can play Coastline relatively easily with the entire absence of a hard breacher is a gameplay experience that you can't find on any other map, which is why I personally think it should remain in the map pool. But that is essentially my entire sort of love story about Coastline off to the side, because we're not going to be focusing on what maps should and should not be in the map pool. We should focus on the ones that currently are. Chalet is a very, very interesting pick that is being brought out by Valors. And naturally, it's still kind of going through that bit of an experimental phase. And if you've been keeping up with NAL and specifically also with EUL in the last couple of weeks, you will start to see that Chalet by nature has actually started to sort of dip in overall attacker win percentages, which is relatively interesting. Back when it first launched, we were seeing rather easy 5-to-1 splits in the first half on the side of the attackers, and that has soon sort of equalized itself to 4-2s. Even a couple of 3-3 splits have been popping up here and there. So I'm personally really, really interested to see how this opening map of Chalet is going to go between the two squads.
What I see from Chalet is at one point at the start, it was just reinforce all the long angles the attackers could use against you. But we started to see it go more towards holding, you know, bar upstairs on Cafe. And, you know, bar back storage. If you reinforce all that wall, I mean, the attackers instantly get control of Piano, and they can apply direct pressure into Pixel. But if you are, example, holding, you know, bar on Chalet, at the start, 4 reinforcements were sent up into the office, master office assigned, and the attackers are forced to create their own angles. Now rosters are either making murder footholds there, head holes, and if the attackers want to open up that angle, they have to do it not with hard breach, but with coveted soft breach. Why that's important is because that range explosive device is going to be used on another deployable shield. A Goyo shield, a Frost shield, a Smoke shield. Couple that with a Rooney Gates, ADSs and with my pancakes, that ranged explosive device becomes so important. You really have to think about what do I open up, because I don't have the luxury of everything, because Sledge is getting banned constantly, and if he is allowed through, it's a very difficult sledgehammer to hit because a large amount of your body is exposed. So if you go for it, you have to now have somebody covering Sledge so he just doesn't instantly get smoked. It's the same concept of burning ADSs, destroying shields, and that's why Flores is so powerful, and another reason why he's being banned so much.
Personally, I haven't actually seen all that much hands-on experience on Chalet, particularly where Sledge is one of the 4 banned operators. It's not something that I personally have come across, so in the event that we actually do get a Sledge ban to kick off Chalet, it's going to actually just form a very, very interesting Chalet matchup that I'm going to be able to witness and experience for the first time ever. But naturally, Flores is a very, very sensible ban in this current day and age. This is something that we spoke about the last time that the two of us actually casted a couple of weeks back for RSA, and this is something that we're going to bring up right now as well. Flores has sort of begun to actually take up the reins of Ashe. Now, naturally, ever since Ashe had lost one of her breaching rounds, she went from 3 back down to her default, the way that she launched with Vanilla Siege back in 2015, of 2 breaching rounds altogether. They are some of the easiest to use and most versatile gadgets that you can find anywhere in the entire game. It is just as basic as Sledge, but the main reason why she has actually begun to fall off is just because of the fact that Flores got introduced into the comp meta. He's got 4 Rotero drones compared to the 2 breaching rounds, and sure, it might not be as easy to use. It does actually require a minimal time investment of sitting on your Rotero drone for about 10 seconds to get it in the proper place, but at the end of the day, if you are a cohesive, meticulous attacking squad, then you're going to be able to fully realize the potential of those Rotero drones, and not just one of them, but 4 of them, which pales in comparison to what Ashe could do previously, or the other way around. Ashe now pales in comparison to what Flores is able to accomplish. So I would most likely suspect a Flores ban if we were to start hypothesizing about what we would see on Chalet in terms of bans.
Tudor, we're talking about this earlier. I want to bring up some of those, critical points, some of those coaching lessons that Niagara Falls could, better themselves with, because as we enter into Chalet, some of those mistakes that they're making during, previous play week number 1 are going to become quite extreme here on Chalet. So one of those big points was kind of lackluster basics. What that means is a lot of the players are kind of getting stuck in the weeds of the maps. So what they were doing is they were doing a great initial drum. They would take map control, and then what do you do after map control? You need to call those drones in once again. You need to work their way on forward, clearing buffer room by buffer room. And that's where Niagara Falls offense started to get a little bit weak, because they were great at the basic, dry run, where they say, all right, if I'm on Villa, for example, I'm going to, push in for the master sign. A lot of teams are extremely good at clearing master bedroom, into Astro, into Deer, up until 90. But Tudors, after that, what do you do? The IGL has to take the reins and make a decision. Does he move the troops underneath to use some explosive device to soften up U-Bar, to soften up Gun Vault, maybe to destroy some util from underneath in maps? Do you rotate, 3 of your attackers on over to study to apply a crossfire? Do you do that to the zombie window? Do you do that to the 90 window? There are so many different things that IGL needs to do. And honestly, Niagara Falls, whoever is that primary shot caller, needs to have the reins the entire time. And a lot of players, in the community say, oh, I don't like controlling IGLs. I don't like micromanaging IGLs. And, if you're a T1 IGL, you don't need to micromanage, because everybody has the basic fundamentals. They know what's going to go on. When you say rotate to study, they already know what that means. But, when you enter into amateur Rainbow Six Siege, you sometimes have to, say the basics, right? That means, all right, so you're going to go destroy the deployable shield. But that means, Flores, you have to cover for her. Oh, also, Nomad, I need you to quickly get off flank watch for 1 second to burn that ADS, which means, Ace, now please cover the flanks, whether or not that's through cameras or by being gunned up. That IGL needs to say everything that's going on. And if Niagara Falls puts those pieces together, Valor should start to shake.
Honestly, yeah. There's not much else that I can actually say. You practically just took the words right out of my mouth in that particular sense. But naturally, if the boys over on the side of Niagara Falls have definitely been able to, shoot up their overall communications, and obviously being able to pick the right person to do the primary shot calling, then naturally how would I word this delicately? I wouldn't necessarily say that the boys on Valor should be shaking in the event that Niagara Falls' communication has just suddenly skyrocketed, because this is something that the boys over on Valor's can also almost immediately replicate, and it's not just between these two squads. It's something that each and every single squad should be able to excel in relatively easily, and naturally that does still come with time and overall chemistry that needs to be built up as the weeks do eventually progress through. We're still in the very, very early stages of CCL. Some of these teams, they've just been formed, and they're still taking quite a couple of days, if not a couple of weeks and play days, to mesh together fully. This all comes with due time, and we do have time for them as well.
You know, since you're IRL friends, since you're all buddy-buddy, you know, Niagara Falls is going to have some, you know, built-in communication structures that no roster is going to have, because you just can't overlook being actual, you know, IRL real-life friends with somebody, right? Like, that's going to change your interpersonal relationship. Now, one thing that you probably should realize, that you should never really, like, make your friends teammates. You should always make your teammates friends. What that means is, you know, sometimes if somebody's, like, underperforming and you're, you know, best friends with them, it's very difficult to say, hey, bud, you're getting booted off the roster. But also, communication is very key. So it's a double-edged sword. And, you know, if you're here just to play CCL for fun, it really doesn't matter what your performance metrics are. As long as you're enjoying yourself, it is a video game after all. Like, have fun, dude. Like, you do you.
Having fun in Rainbow Six Siege. Get a load of this guy right here.
My bad.
We're not here to have fun. We're here to win. We're here to kick some butt. And we're here for a grand cash prize. That's what every team wants. Both of these two squads, relatively like-minded. An argument can be made for that, but they are still as ruthless, as cutthroat as the next. You think we're here for fun? I think we are here to show off what exactly some of these teams are entirely capable of. Putting on a great show, rounding up kills, and getting the job done. Getting all the dirty work done is just what you love to see.
Flores was banned. One of the operators that we're alluding to could be removed from play. Now,
True.
Sledge will make his way on forward. Again, we're talking about how instrumental Sledge bans can be, and with him in play, frag grenades are going to be abundant, and look at all the explosive devices that Niagara Falls is currently bringing out. 2 sets of frag grenades for a total of 4, as well as Zofia. Now, the one thing that I'm just a little bit concerned for Two Doors is their ability to burn ADSs. You have 3 flashbangs and 2 Zofia stun grenades. That isn't going to be all that much. You're going to have to make sure you coordinate everything perfectly, because if we start to count, there are 3 ADSs, there are 4 My Pancakes, plus the Aruni shields. If you just incorporate the ADSs and the My Pancakes, you already don't have enough util to burn the ADSs. Once you start to couple in the gates, I mean, you just blatantly do not have enough. And this is probably the time to go back on the OG strategy where you're bringing, you know, 3 sets of flashbangs for 9 total.
You know, it is a very, very interesting thing that you brought up, because naturally, just simply looking at it without necessarily diving a bit too deep into it, it definitely does make sense that Niagara Falls don't exactly have enough utility to compensate for all of the util burn that the boys on Valor's GG are actually bringing to the table. But then naturally, as an IGL on the side of the attack, you have to be able to realize which eggs you have to toss, or which basket you have to toss all of your eggs into, because naturally you're not going to be able to burn out and force all of those ADSs off of cooldown, burn out all of those with My Pancakes, and then disable all of the Aruna gates in one fell swoop. It's seemingly impossible. So that's why you have to be able to divide and conquer pretty well, or at the very least just commit to one particular avenue, which by the looks of it is something that Niagara Falls are doing right now. They are currently lined up outside of Solarium, and they've already droned out Storms. I can already start to assume that he might not be long for this world, as Gemini Replicator is being sent on up, and Zoldag may even think about cooking a frag grenade and tossing it up momentarily. This could be a free VB if Niagara Falls are able to coordinate it properly.
You actually have the option of not necessarily doing a full push into the mastery side of the map, but instead going to the highway window. You can destroy some of the ADS and Y Pancakes without actually ever getting into a real engagement with the players sitting behind the deployable shield. Niagara Falls has seen the writing on the wall. They've realized that all the util from above is going to be just too much of a time waste. They saw in the window repel for just over 60 seconds. Shu on a flank from behind. He gets grabbed by one of those yeet devices from Nomad, giving away his position, and a follow-up air jab now ensued. So Shu no longer able to push up that north stair while Niagara Falls, they're still in the weeds of this map. There's a lot of things that they need to start to accomplish, but they are on the threshold of the bomb site. As Sledge opens up that dining room wall, a new avenue has been created, and Niagara Falls is going to have to start to execute. They're going to have to start to burn the ADSs, start to remove the players behind the deployable shields, or they might actually, in theory, be able to just kind of push the bomb site and rush on forward.
Whatever the case may be, they have to make a decision quickly. If not, it's going to be made for them. Hawks is able to pick up the first frag onto Zoldak. We're taking the Sledge out of commission, and now on the side of Niagara Falls, well, they're quite distinctly maintaining that man disadvantage that is oh so detrimental. They have yet to actually work their way in towards the library to even actually exert some kind of vertical pressure. It's going to be a Hail Mary strategy as they try to brute force their way into the bomb site, and Hawks, well, he's certainly not having it for the time being. Scrim is going to take a mess load of damage as well as we have 20 seconds left to go. That's a lovely shot on the side of Yukio, and that does leave us now on an even playing field. 4v4 as we hit mission critical. The clock is going to start flashing red, and that means that Niagara Falls, they need an entry onto the bomb site, but it's simply being denied. 2 players fall, and just like that is all down to Coda in a 1v4, and sadly for him, well, the diffuser not even in possession, and as we hit 0-0, that is the round. Now, going in the favor of Valor's GG, they were able to waste time, and it simply boils down to the fact that there was some mismanagement on the side of Niagara Falls, and they stumbled into a brick wall.
Niagara Falls, going into that 15-second execute that you called, they had 3 frag grenades and 3 flashbangs. They didn't commit to a util burn once. I mean, and look at the position that Valor has had going into the dying seconds of the round. Hoax was still upstairs playing by fire with his deployable shield. His Goyo shield is still intact. He takes a gunfight. He attempts a second one. A great kill by Zofia ends up getting that refrag, but he'd already done his job. Not only did he waste time by just sitting behind that shield for well over 2 minutes and 30 seconds, that gunfight really started to put Niagara Falls in a dangerous, mission critical, as you called it, position. What we need from Niagara Falls at the start of a round is committing to a strategy. Again, Chalet is a very difficult map. I've never played it in a comp setting, but what I think teams need to start to do is pull lessons from other maps. There's a reason why I was bringing up the analogy of Villa, not just because it's our second map of the day, but because Villa plays almost identically to Chalet. Again, I brought up how you execute into Master Bedroom of Villa is identical to how you execute into Upstairs Library here on Chalet. It's the same accomplishment. You drone out Master Bedroom. It happens to be the same exact call out on Villa. You clear every nook and cranny. Once you start to get to the deployable shields and stuff, how is it any different than destroying a deployable shield in maps, into lamps, into classical book hallway? It's the exact same strategy. Niagara Falls, they got to that threshold and they're like, uh-oh, I don't know what to do. And they decide to make a rotation. The rotation call was too late. If they called the rotation in the first 20 seconds of the round and went for a direct execute, that would have been the right play. Niagara Falls, they have all the pieces, all the material for success. They have decent basics, decent fundamentals. They just need to connect the puzzle pieces. That's the hardest thing here in Siege.
Yeah. Just as you said, everything's already laid out for them. All that needs to be done is for them to assemble it. The one thing that I actually did want to touch on before we quickly actually start chewing on this particular round is Shu. In the last round, he was also playing on the Goyo, and he was, well, essentially the man with the mission on the flank. And he was actually down below over by West Main, triggering a couple of air jabs. He naturally won't be fulfilling the exact same role of creating a sort of phantom presence in this particular round, but I just love the fact that he naturally, indirectly gave Niagara Falls an extra headache to worry about. And that is something that Niagara Falls are going to have to learn to struggle with far less from now on. Keeping their eyes on the prize and not necessarily letting themselves get distracted by other players. Naturally, they've already dealt with 2 of those headaches for the time being, as Shu has already been left in the DBNO state, and Hawks has just left us a couple of minutes ago. This frag is soon to be cleaned up by Scrim, and this is already a much grander start on the side of Niagara Falls. Scrim, unfortunately, he vaults into his own death. That does mean that she was available for a pickup back to 20 HP, so we could potentially be sitting back at an even playing field in a couple seconds.
Drones need to fall out and figure out what's going on the bathroom side. No drones needed for Zoldak as he now gets 2 kills, 1 confirmed in a live player and 1 DBNO. Great control for Niagara Falls. All upstairs is their brand new home. What they need to do next is start to remove the ceiling away and trying to find Badger, who is currently still in sight. Where are the flank drones for Niagara Falls? You have to get Hixer caught unaware. Zoldak now falls, and Hixer, his lurk upstairs, has done its job, forcing Niagara Falls to start to scramble. They need to deal with the vertical pressure. Badger is going to sit very pretty on side. He might be pressed, but he's going to be patient, cool as a cucumber.
Unfortunate. He was sat right underneath the hatch, and Yukio was able to capitalize on that particular kill rather swiftly. Now it's all down to Hixer, and he is at this certain point practically getting cyberbullied at each and every single turn. That diffuser is going to be recovered by Coda, and the plant has already begun. C4, it connects, but it doesn't deal enough lethal damage. As Hixer is twisting and turning in the wind, he'll be spot on out, and just like that, we have the first win on the side of Niagara Falls, and it was on arguably one of the tertiary bomb sites. A bit of an oddity for Valor's GG to have actually visited dining and kitchen, but it was understandable if that is their overall preference and choice. That started off relatively shakily on the side of Valor's GG, and sure, they were almost close, very, very close to threading the needle by the end if Badger wasn't necessarily sat directly underneath that hatch, but that was quite the tug-of-war between these two squads, and it's good that Niagara Falls have been able to already just recuperate themselves from their mistakes that they exhibited in the first round. It shows a lot of promise. It shows a lot of, well, overall ability to think on your feet and adapt to your own mistakes and learn from them.
The patience that Niagara Falls had in round number 1, it pays off in round 2. They sat on highway windows, and Valor's just played so aggressive. Niagara Falls took those 2 opening duels practically flawlessly. I mean, easy for them upstairs. And as soon as the attacking roster has control of upstairs, I mean, you can see what it does to Badger. The reason he's below that hatch was because the ceiling above him was just removed. He had nowhere else to play. If he played underneath the, rafters, he would have died. If he plays underneath the hatch, he dies. Like, there's just nowhere for him to sit. He needed Hixer to maybe, find another flank kill, but, I mean, Niagara Falls should have been prepared for that contingency to happen. All around, very impressed with Niagara Falls, did in that round. We talked about once they coordinate their basics, they're a roster that is to be feared, and so far, they're showing that. And honestly, Valor's, they're looking good, even without Flinties in the lobby. Now, Flinties was a substitute. I was looking forward to seeing him once again. Coda's gonna fall, sprinting straight to the window. Coda drops the wow in chat. I've only died to that position once, 2 doors, and I always drone it no matter what now, because it's just terrible to die to.
You can imagine that Coda's probably going to be kicking themselves from that particular spawn kill. It is unfortunate because those are 2 frag grenades that have just been flushed down the drain. And Zoldak, well, he's soon to follow as well as Storms, just leaps his way out of the Ivy window and is able to pick up 1 freebie. And just like that, we have Valor's GG already maintaining and actually kickstarting off a very commanding lead. But it might not be long for this world as Yuklo is able to strike back. 1 frag will be found onto Hawks. And that does leave us in a 4v3 scenario with Storms just looking over towards Peppa window. He's got his eyes over towards Scrim, but he doesn't know that something was indeed on the opposite end. But Storms will now be spot on out, and he's hungry for kills. Jowls are salivating, and just like that, he goes crunch, and Yuklo is the next player to fall on the side of Niagara. 2v4 scenario, and guess what? We haven't even surpassed the halfway mark of the round. Niagara Falls have been caught off guard, and it seems almost unsalvageable at this point.
Did you hear that one shot for Yuklo? And just 1 M762 bullet through a wall got him his kills. Storm's looking for his 4th kill this series. Force code the SMG-12 pushing on forward into the library corridor.
Oh.
He spots 1 prone. A great kill for him. Now he has the primary hard breacher to find. Scrim's on so little HP, 35 left to his name, and he's petrified where this gunfight could take place from. He's out on the Ego balcony being swung from so many positions. Looks the wrong direction, and Storm confirming his ace. It was monkey play after monkey play, spawn peeks and runouts. Nobody on Niagara Falls could even lock that man down. Great play from him.
Absolutely astounding play. And I'm telling you, Chief, Storms with that SMG-12 basically just gave me a stroke of PTSD from way back in Operation White Noise. The way he was able to handle that secondary SMG was just absolutely outstanding. Picks up 2 frags, and that was not only the nail on the coffin for the entire roundabout, but the fact that that just contributed to his overall ace. Chef's kiss, cherry on top. It was absolutely gorgeous. Single-handedly winning out the entire round for Valor's GG. And sure, there may have been a couple of monkey/rat plays here and there, but hey, if you don't mind playing dirty to get the job done, then go for it. I'm all for it, and that's what Storms has just been able to accomplish. Sure, it may be stat padding. I personally don't think so. That was a much-needed win on the side of Valor's GG, because if they were to have lost out on a second revisit of Dining and Kitchen, they could have potentially been down in the dumps really, really early on in this first half. So it was good of Storms to step up to the plate and just secure the dub for Valor, so that now they have the opportunity to move elsewhere. Bar is not yet unlocked, so up top to Master Bedroom and Office we go. One of the most played bomb sites and one of the most overall picked bomb sites on Chalet thus far. This is a really, really interesting scenario, because Niagara Falls, they're bouncing back off of a pretty detrimental loss. They need to be able to, well, essentially muster enough strength to get the basics done in this particular round, because we are talking about one of the most standard bomb sites present.
We're going to have to see if Niagara Falls is going to be able to address the issues that they had, right? They got stuck on the north side of the map, and they were just a little bit slow. Oh, it's actually, wait, it's not Bar again. It's upstairs. There's the first time Master.
Yeah.
I just assumed since round 4 and locked round 1, I just brain deaded for a second. 2 doors, like, my 3 brain cells just got, like, locked into, like, the groove, and just like, all right, over to Par we go. Koda's gonna be another casualty, just like he was back in round 3. DBNO, she's gonna attempt another kill. A Nitrocell goes out. Badger gets killed in a process. Nitrocell shot in midair.
Oh my.
It's just a swing and a miss. Shu's so aggressive right now. Everybody's lining up for him. He's gonna confirm his DBNO, but he still wants more action. An incredible shot from him. Maybe the third presents itself. Well, it will be a percent, but not actually finding that kill. He's going to be more or less dead here. A frag grenade pin has been pulled, and they're now confirmed. But what a series of endeavors from Shu. Miraculous kills, but Valor's, they're going to be the loser of that in the end, as they now only have 2 of their troops left. We're not even at the halfway mark yet, 2 doors, and over 50% of the lobby's dead.
It's nothing but chaos has ensued for the last 90 seconds thus far, and the main culprit of it was, as you said, Valor's. They were the aggressors. They were always taking the first step, and Niagara was always there to meet them head on and lock horns with them instantaneously. But unfortunately enough for Valor's, as you said, it backfired. They're currently sat at the man disadvantage in a 3v2 scenario, and as Niagara Falls are setting up for this execution, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done. It's great of them that they have already set up their post-plant positions in the event that the plant goes down momentarily. As you can see, Euclid was already on the Master Repeller. I believe that is actually Heiko, excuse me. But they still need some kind of entry. They need to barge their way into the office, and they don't have any intel on Storms whatsoever. He is actually keeping Niagara Falls on their toes. He's keeping them guessing as he works his way up the Fluke balcony. He's just hungry for even more kills, but Hawks is the first to fall. This leaves Storms in a clutch or kiss 1v3 scenario, and it's nothing but smooches from him. Niagara Falls, they're able to keep Valor's in check as they tie up the scoreline 2-2.
Another round where we're going to see Valor just be a little bit too aggressive with the gunfights they take. I mean, 2 of their members get smoked off the rip. Why is Echo in a gunfight in the first 20 seconds of that round? Badger should be nowhere near any attackers until the dying seconds around. Him on Echo is just too darn important. He's an information gatherer. He's a plant denier. He's so critical to the overall theory of the round for Valor. There's just no way for him to be an aggressor. It's just a liability at that point. Same thing with Hixer. he's going to be a nitrocell wielder. He's going to be a plant denier from underneath. He's going to get information relayed from all the echo cameras, and it was just mistake after mistake. I mean, she was the only reason that Valor's was in round 4 at all, and it was because he was playing so aggressive on the trophy side. Niagara Falls was just stuck in those engagements. They just couldn't bypass it because they wanted to res their team back on up. And still, that was just a high-risk, high-reward scenario all around for Valor's. Toning things down is going to be the key aspect for Valor's moving into their true bar proper defense. And again, bar was their best showing because they just wasted over 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Niagara Falls was stuck in their ways. They're stuck on the north side of the map. Now they're going to have to actually burn ADSs. They're going to have to burn Will My Pancakes. So actually, currently isn't being shown. This is quite a different strategy from Valor. Well, My Pancakes are off the board. Rooney Gates are off the board. What is going to be the big-time waste, though, is Clash. And honestly, Two Doors, I'm not a big fan of the strategy that Valor is currently showing.
You don't have to be a fan of it if it gets the job done. This is something that Niagara Falls may not be expecting at all whatsoever. The fact that Valor's GG are technically revisiting the exact same bomb site but bringing in an entirely different strategy that Niagara Falls may not be privy to, I think it is a recipe for success at this point. Valor's, they are, as I said, and I know I'm starting to sound like an old broken record when I say this, but they're keeping their opposition on their toes, and they're always keeping them guessing. There is just such an unknown aura that is currently surrounding Valor's to the point that Niagara Falls are going to have to be second-guessing almost each and every single decision that they make. Storms is able to shut down one of those drones and get away scot-free, but unfortunately enough for Valor's, they've already lost out on their Frost Hixer. We've already kissed him goodbye not too long ago, and that is already a great start and a great showing on the side of Niagara Falls. But once again, I feel as if they are just beginning to scratch the surface of this multi-layered defense. Is they actually able to shut down Badger? One of the core anchors on the side of Valor's has just fallen, and that doesn't necessarily spell success for them as I thought. It's a 4v3 scenario with Hawks actually turtling up, and he has to start getting his own hands dirty to do some work. As the trade comes on out, it still works in the favor of Niagara Falls. Hawks is able to shut down one player, Coda left in the DBNO, but now he's all left by himself. Shuts down Yuklo as well, but he's got a player directly at the top of the library staircase, and unfortunately enough, he can't react quick enough, and just like that, we have Niagara Falls getting some very, very early picks to start off the round, and it just snowballed out of control.
My puppy got very excited at the end of that round. Why? I think they're a fan of Falls because they are starting to evolve into quite a powerhouse here today, Two Doors. I mean, look at the gunfights they're taking. I said at the start of the season that Valor's GG was probably one of the best teams here and a team that could win the championship behind Orgless. And right now, Falls taking down that juggernaut. I mean, 3 rounds against Valor's is incredible. And again, Valor's was a team in week number 1 that won 4 rounds on defense, 4v5 here on Chalet. They're not going to be able to replicate that stat line. At best, Valor's is going to end up tying 3-3 at the half. And that is a difficult pill to swallow. Maybe it's a combination, you know, of a different team lineup for Valor's, because again, in week number 1, Valor's had Flinty. Valor's and Flinty went absolutely nuclear. It was, Flinty had a rating of 1.4. He was +3 on the day. He had one of the highest costs, the second highest cost, because Hixer had actually had 100% cost on the day. The one thing that was bad about Flinty's was his low survival rating, but I mean, it makes up for it for his 1.5 KD, because he just took so many gunfights. He won gunfights. Very similar to how Storms is playing. I mean, after all, Storms does have an ace to his name so far in this series, and he is one of the reasons why we see Valor's with a win in their column.
That is entirely true. And at the end of the day, even if you are, as a player, for example, Storms, he's currently sat with 6 kills and 4 deaths. Those deaths, they're nothing to snuff at, because he's still able to relay so much information post-mortem towards his teammates so they can actually secure a successful trade, which is something that, well, Valor's have been relatively on top of thus far. The only time that I would actually be a proponent to my own statement is in that very last round, number 5, that we just witnessed a couple of minutes ago, in which Niagara Falls, they completely stomped Valor's and they weren't able to secure any kind of refrags whatsoever. But now, I think we're probably going to tone things down. We're going to be shifting gears, and Valor's going to be playing this just a bit more conservatively than that previous round, and not getting all too hectic and not necessarily getting far too hungry unnecessarily, I should say. Top floor presence has already been established, but yet to be dismantled on the side of Niagara Falls, as we have already consumed up 60 seconds of the timer. They have to deal with Hixer, as I believe Library has been completely vacated by Valors. There is only one current hurdle that they have to get through. As I said, that is Hixer. He may or may not have been droned out just yet, but the util dump, it has to start relatively soon because they need to start exerting some vertical pressure as soon as humanly possible. He's going to be forced off of his position, but ooh, we actually have Hawks picking up the first kill onto Zoldak because he has actually retaken top floor control, and that doesn't bode all too well for Niagara whatsoever.
Storms, what are you doing, man? Aggressive swing from office balcony. Not quite actually doing much of anything, but it's going to absorb about 5 seconds of time and train the gun barrels of falls.
No.
Oh no! Train your eyes on down. Look for the frost mat. The opportunity of frost vaults being shown perfectly there. If you want to take the gunfight before you're able to do so, you have to look down at your feet, shoot that frost mat away. To be fair, Hixer would have got that kill no matter what, because if, you know, the player ended up shooting that frost mat, Hixer would have got the kill. If he shoots Hixer, he dies to the frost mat. It's just a pickle to be in a bad scenario all around. Valor is deeply in control here of round 6. They still have top floor, they still have ADSs, and they still have Hixer popping off. A run out onto the hologram. There's the kill that Hixer needed. It's a 1v5. Uklo outside, over by the west. 5 targets to find. It's practically impossible for him. It's going to be a consolation prize if he even gets a kill. He'll be unable to do so. A flawless round. Valor's 10 their half.
That was arguably, I think, the best round that we have actually seen brought out on the side of Valors. I think it definitely even trumps their first round, their first showing on Bar and Gaming. We basically come full circle. We started off there, and we ended off the first half in Bar and Gaming, and the performances, if you were to compare and contrast them on the side of Valors, they simply got better. And I'm not just saying that because of the fact that they won out that round flawlessly. Sure, it does speak volumes as to Valor's overall potency, but the main reason why I was actually so starstruck by what Valors were actually able to offer us is because of the fact that they had a very, very good indication and overall sensation of what needed to be done in the event that the kitchen was getting too hot and somebody would have to jump out. As an example, let's go ahead and take a look at what they did right. We had Hawks, or actually no, we had the Frost. I can't exactly remember who it must have been. It was Hixer. He was playing at the top of Fireplace, and he got forced off of his position relatively quickly. By the time that Niagara Falls knew there was somebody up there to deal with, they had begun tossing out util, frag grenades, the whole 9 yards is what Hixer had to deal with, and he was forced off of his position. But then in came Hawks and in came Storms. They reclaimed that lost territory when Niagara Falls actually thought it was clear, and just like that, Niagara Falls, whether they knew it or not, they were forced back into square one, forced to re-clear that top floor, which is what I loved on the side of Valor so much. They basically completely undid everything that Niagara Falls strived to accomplish in that round and made them work for it twice over.
One thing I don't think we really touched enough on was Niagara Falls' use of Nomad when executing into Master Bedroom. What they did is the rotation between the two sites and the rotation in from the piano corridor. They actually air jabbed it off, and it put Valors in a very dangerous position. Why I now bring it up 3 rounds later is the fact that I would like to see Badger do that exact style play. Hixer on the hunt, pushing his way up from West Main. Plenty of information being stemmed from the drone. He just needs to find the target, though. Dodging around all of the debris on the table, that player of Uklo is actually in a pretty comfortable position, and he can call in from some reinforcements. Storms floods on forward, and there's the reinforcements from the trophy stairs. Solo stairs has now been addressed, but he's DBNO, currently being jackal pinged. He has to run up the stairs as fast as he can, but it's a frag grenade, Kobeing off the backboard, bouncing up the stairwell. Now both rosters refrag perfectly. Yuko's down but not out. There's no hopes of this player being picked back up, so it's going to be Valor's in control of round 7.
Unfortunately enough, on the side of Yuklo, he wasn't able to take anybody along to the grave with him, and he only wasted about 70 seconds worth of time, but Valor's able to compensate for that in other areas. Just moments ago, we saw, if I'm not mistaken, Coda pick up a frag, and that shut down Hawks as well. There is so much action taking place everywhere over Chalet, and when Valors think that they are maintaining the upper hand, it is quickly stripped away from them. But now that we have only 80 seconds left to go, Valors, they're looking to establish control of Solarium, and they have a couple of hurdles to get past. They've already breached open a rotation inside of Closet, so they have a way to get onto the bomb site itself as well as provide coverage, but information still needs to be gathered. They are not yet exactly aware to all of the live locations of these 3 defenders. The smoke grenades are beginning to be tossed on out. They're hoping to block LOS and actually work their way onto the bomb site. They need a kill. They need some kind of entry, and it's been denied as Coda is able to shut down Shu. The refrag, it comes in almost instantaneously, and just like that, we're in 2v2 scenario. Storms, he's hungry for more. 40 seconds left to play with, and Valors, they're once again beginning to toss out some smoke grenades to give themselves live coverage, but just like that, Badger, he actually spots out Zoldak. They have the opportunity to get the diffuser down, and Scrim, you've got the best weapon in the game in your arms. He's got the Kector, but he can't shut down the plant just yet. 2 heads is all he needs to click on, and he can't even find the first. Badger's able to shut him down, and Valors, they have gotten off the second half to an amazing start. Even though it came down to the wire, they were able to thread the needle.
Solar takes are very difficult to control, very difficult to execute for an attacking team, but once you actually have the control of Solar Stairs, once you enter into that post plan, it's like paying on Consulate. You know, it's like planting the bomb downstairs in the basement or in depressed lobby. Good luck being a defender ever retaking that bomb site, because it's going to turn into Windows Simulator. Solar windows, big window, highway windows. I mean, it's just impossible for a defending roster to ever retake that. Valor's did a lot of things very well in that round. It starts off by the primary entry of Hixer pushing his way in through Dining. Now, Falls did a lot of things well themselves. Every time one of their roster mates died, it was maybe half a second later, there was an instantaneous refrag.
Yeah.
If Niagara Falls is capable of continuing with that forward momentum, continuing able to make sure that their fallen comrade is avenged in a fast manner, that's an asset that can't be overlooked, and Valor's has to be very careful of that when they go for a primary entry, because Hixer has to always be watching not just where his gun barrel's looking, but his peripheral vision. Maybe there's somebody from Falls who's going to, jack in a box on the other side of a door frame and just randomly peek them. So we're going to have to see, Valor's push on forward as a tandem. It has to be, multiple drones clearing the map in a fast manner, but making sure flanks are also being monitored. I mean, currently being shown that there's going to be some pressure from underneath downstairs in the basement. If that isn't addressed early, that's going to be quite a thorn.
Naturally, this was something that Valors, they actually were able to address a lot of the roaming presence quite swiftly in the previous round, but this is going to be an entirely different beast, because Niagara Falls, they're taking their initial roam presence that they employed in the previous round and just cranking that up all the way to 11. Heiko, you should not be getting away with those kinds of frags. Quite literally putting Hixer down in the dirt within the first 30 seconds. My oh my, that was a ridiculous frag, a ridiculous flick even with the pepperoni, and that has already bagged Niagara Falls the opening frag and the man advantage thus far. But Shu, he's not going to let that slide. He's already on the prowl and hungry for this refrag right here, but is just simply being denied as Badger shuts down Yuklo. Heiko is there once again to get the instantaneous trade. A C4 tossed out, and it actually doesn't connect because that was the Gemini replicator. And now, well, he's a man on a mission. He's stuck inside a dining. This is a hill that he is sadly going to die on as he is cleaned up by Shu. Things are starting to calm down once again as silence falls ever so silently on Chalet. We're back in a 3v3 scenario after a lot of chaos had ensued.
Another round where it just trades back and forth between the two teams. Full control of the bottom part of the map now for Valors, but they need to actually take some control of the Solar Stairs. Zoldak is going to expend a Nitrocell dropping on the Solar Stairs. Shu was somewhere in that proximity, but able to shoot it mid-air. That's going to give now access to that north stairwell. A frag grenade, a soft cooked, but Zoldak doesn't react to it. Now being removed by that shrapnel device. It is Valor's in control this round once again. X-Cairo pellets detonate on that north wall. Unfortunately for them, though, it's going to leave a metal bar. The only hope now for Valor's is to expend another set of X-Cairos. Hawks doesn't have any more of that, so you're going to have to crawl on your belly like a snake if you want to go for it. An atypical plant behind the bend. Seems like Falls is not quite prepared for that as we dive into the post plant.
Clock has been reset to 40 seconds right here. Scrim and Coda, they have 3 different players to power through, but once again, not even a single opening is being provided. Hawks, he's able to actually flick right onto Scrim's melon and takes him out of commission, and he was also half flashed, but here's Coda. He comes in for the refrag, he finds the first. Now he has 2 more players to locate, and he needs to do that rapidly because the moment we have 7 seconds left on the clock, we basically hit the point of no return whatsoever. Coda, he is on very, very low HP, spots Shu over towards Solarium, and he takes him out, but in comes the repel from Storms. We'd already reached 7 seconds, the point of no return whatsoever, but Valor's, they already knew they had the round in the bag. A second attacking win for them on the second half has now extended the gap to 2 in terms of round count, and my oh my, that was a very, very well had post of
waste of those nitros. Those nitros have been so critical entering into that post plant. Why? Because Hixer didn't plant on the X-Cairo rotation. One of the reasons behind that was the fact that the X-Cairos just brutally failed and didn't land close enough to each other to actually make a head height hole. So they had to find something different. That difference was planting behind the bed, which is actually even better for Valor's because Niagara Falls had no idea what was taking place, and even if they did, you start to send out one of your nitro cells that lands in the primary plant spot, doesn't get that kill, now you have to start to go fishing. You have to figure, hey, what else can I do? Well, you know, that's a possibility. Let's try to go for that. And the reason why the bed just is an unlikely plant spawn was because Niagara Falls had 2 players still over in offices, and in theory, they could be looking at that angle, looking through that rotation, looking through that north doorway in the master bedroom where we just saw Mozzie walk in through. It's a difficult place to go, even with smoke grenades.
Hawks takes a mess of damage from that initial C4, and he's gonna get away scot-free for the time being, just keeping his life until ever so slightly, but he is a couple of rounds away from death, and the same thing can now be said for Heiko as he is dancing with the devil. He's gonna have to scamper away and head for the hills, but Zoldak, he chooses to overstay his welcome, and he will be rewarded promptly for it. He picks up a kill onto Shu, as Box is able to confirm the refrag as well. Hawks, not Box, excuse me, but Zoldak is gonna be sent into Forever Box after he was picked up by Hawks. I didn't expect this to turn into a Dr. Seuss segment, but I guess it has. Regardless, though, 70 seconds have now been expended, and Hawks, he's still got his eyes keen on picking up Heiko, but Heiko's going to keep himself tucked in that corner just for a tad bit longer. But no, he actually lets him get away. No, that is a freebie that just slipped through his fingers.
Yeah, you got to be gum up at all times. You mentioned how the Devil wasn't in the lobby. Yeah, Lucifer is currently unable to play for Falls today. Nice refrags between the 2 teams. With Hixer rolling that final kill in his favor, that's now Valor's able to take the entire north side of the maps. The whole strategy right now for Niagara Falls was to hold Master as long as possible. They relegated 3 of their troops to that exact same position. And, well, It hasn't worked out at all. Storms is currently in the bomb site. He's trying to fish for more kills. We just need Hawks to rotate on over and go for a plan. Why hasn't Valor's made this identification? Because Yuklo's still roaming, and the same thing for our Mozzie of Hyklo upstairs. Why isn't the bomb attempting to go down? Why aren't we seeing more Jackal tracks? You still have 2 of them. And see, you have the map control. Use it. Stop making dumb faults.
Oh no, this has gone very, very south very, very quickly, and it might actually start to spiral even heavily out of control. Oh, Hickser, he finds a freebie over towards Snowmobile Stairs. Lovely, lovely situational awareness, and it might have just been a random guess that Yuklo must have been somewhere down inside the basement, but hey, it's one that certainly did pay off, and you know what is paying off? The Valor's raw, unbridled aggression and being able to shut down Niagara Falls at each and every single twist and turn thus far. They now sit on match point for our opening map. And this is starting to look really, really sketchy on the side of Niagara Falls if they can't get themselves even a single defense win. And I know a lot of people are going to make the argument that by nature Chalet is an attacker-sided map, but Niagara should be doing a tad bit better.
I have to be critical of Valor's. They misplayed the last 60 seconds of that round. Sure, they ended up winning, but I cannot, in good conscience, miss the fact that they had full map control and they do nothing with it. You have access to the bomb site. Why don't you put a flank drone on the basement stairs to make sure you don't get flanked and have somebody push in through, firebox and end up going for the plant? You have that coverage. You still have drones. Why on earth is Hawks just YOLOing it in through the library window and getting smoked? Why isn't he rejoining his team? Why aren't you using the Jackal trap? Sure, you can make the argument, if you check with Jackal, you give away your position. Absolutely correct. I have preached that a million times. The thing is, it's a 3v2, you have bomb site, and you have the ability to gather information. If you say, I don't want information, I'm just going to make a dumb vault, that's a stupid play, in my humble opinion. And Valor, sure, they ended up winning that round, but to go 2v2, sub 60 seconds without the diffuser is not a comfortable position to be in.
No.
And again, you can't be making mistakes like that because Niagara Falls has looked very good on their ability to hold map control and their ability to refrag. If you gift them a kill, there's a high likelihood they follow it up. Unfortunately, though, the Grim Reaper's already knocking as Valor finds 2 opening tools.
Just like that, the Death's Door has already been opened in Scrim and Yuklo. They're the first 2 to enter, and Valor's, well, they're showing absolutely no signs of stomping. It's nothing but another stompage in this particular round thus far, as they have already caught the scent of Coda. They've already begun to open up that office wall, and they're going to be doing that hand in hand with the dining wall itself. They already just have 2 less players to deal with, and we've only seen roughly 65 to 70 seconds worth of action. Valor's are just... they've completely changed. This is an entirely different beast that we are catching at the 11th hour in round number 10. Coda is going to take a little bit of damage, but he continues to linger on towards the top floor as Heiko has been spotted out. Coda is actually going to fall, and now it's all down to Zoldak and Heiko. They're able to find just one as Storms is able to actually get the instantaneous cleanup. Shoo, what a lovely shot onto Heiko, as it's all now down to Zoldak to keep his dream alive, to potentially hang on by a thread, but no. Niagara Falls are not going to get the opportunity to see any points this evening, at least not yet. We still have a second map right up after this, but that was such a great showing on the side of Valor's just absolutely ruthless performance on Chalet. It has already bagged them 3 points, and guess what? They can still bag themselves 3 more when we do eventually move on to our next map.
I mean, Valor's has been showing now 2 play weeks in a row that their best map is going to be Chalet. So, if you're an IGL support staff and you're playing Valor's in the previous week, maybe you ban this map. Maybe you trying to take away one of their best maps because, we talk about the refrag game from Valor's. I mean, that was just the saving grace for them in so many rounds. I mean,
Yeah.
look at the entry frag from Hixer. I mean, Hixer would just be a bulldozer into a buffer and bulldozer into site. He would have information as well. We can't just say, oh, Hixer is the best entry fragger to ever touch this game, because it's the entire roster of Valor's doing their job, right?
Everyone's contributing.
Hixer's gunfights are based on information. I mean, not to take away from what Hixer is doing, because Hixer is incredible, but also it's the information he has, right? Hixer can, knee-jerk reaction into a headshot. I mean, we saw Heiko doing it a couple of times.
We did.
But when Hixer is, like, information, and he can just zoom in on that one defender, good luck dying, or good luck surviving. I mean, we saw it so many times from Valor's. It's going to be a strength for them.
Yeah.
And one of the concerns I have, map number 2, Villa, there's so many simulators. We talked about it the entire cast. It's going to be a painful position for Falls to go on forward, because I think a lot of the strengths that Valor's has, it's going to, be perfect for map 2.
Indeed it is. If Valor's are going to be able to maintain this exact same level of performance, then this is going to be a very easy 6 points and a very easy, Saturday afternoon for them as well, right here at CCL. And as you said, Villa, lots and lots of similarities with Chalet, and if Niagara Falls aren't able to pick up their slack on their defense, then they're going to be in for a very, very rude awakening by the time that our second map has concluded. But until we do get to map number 2, which is going to be Villa, we are going to cut to a short break to let the teams get themselves prepped and ready, and so are we for map number 2. So go somewhere, go ahead and grab yourself a beverage and a snack. Ideally, go somewhere being your kitchen, and grab yourself whatever you may need, because we will see you guys back here in just a couple of minutes for map number 2, Villa, in just a couple minutes.
All right, I am joined now by Lucifer and Scrim from Niagara Falls Esports. How are you guys doing today?
How are you doing?
Not bad.
I'm doing pretty good, thank you. So, can you guys tell me a bit about yourselves? How did Niagara Falls Esports form?
Basically the both of us. We just wanted to play competitive Siege, play at a higher level. We went on some websites, figured some guys out, even for just solo queuing, duo queuing, and ranked in that. We found a couple guys that we thought were at our skill level or a little bit above. Didn't matter. Guys that just wanted to play the game and wanted to play the game like we did, had the same mentality. And we just found those 3 other guys that were able to have the same mentality, same strengths that we did, and balance out the team so we can play competitively.
That perfect balance that is Niagara Falls at the end of the day, so I can understand the name as well. But is that just the region, or where does that name really come from?
It just comes from our city, really. Couldn't think of anything else, and our city, esports isn't really known to older people and people throughout communities, so why not start it somewhere, right?
Really glad to see that we are going to have more esports coming to that area. So any closing remarks you guys like to say, or I think that should be just about it.
No, just more on what he said, that you could be like we're gold stuck, and we duo queue all the time, and our 5 just got together, so the queuing's been a little rough. But even if you're you're gold 1, you're not close to plat yet, you can still work your heart out, and you can still be in that comp scene. Grab a 5 together that can work together, and you can beat big teams. It doesn't matter, any day.
So thank you very much to Lucifer as well as Scrim from Niagara Falls Esports, and keep watching for more CCL.
CCL's back once again. We're still underway here in week number 2 for our first match of the week. So far, we saw Valors take a very commanding lead on Chalet, a 7-3 victory against Niagara Falls.
Yes.
What does that mean moving forward as we enter our second match of the day into Villa? Once again, I'm joined by my longtime friend, Tudors. My name is Chief Cass, my friend. Hello again.
Hola. I hope you're doing well, Brian. We have got a really exciting matchup that is ahead of us as well. Specifically, now that we have already concluded and closed the page and actually closed the entire book on Chalet, we are going to be moving on to Villa. And naturally, we already did start to talk about a lot of things that were right for both of these two squads, but also a lot of things that happened to unfortunately be wrong. More specifically, we placed a lot of emphasis on what exactly Niagara Falls were doing wrong in a lot of their overall defenses, because naturally on Chalet, they ended off the first half quite evenly. It was a 3-3 split, but the moment that the second half came around and Niagara Falls were forced onto the defense, they didn't, or as I should say, they actually weren't able to pick up a single defensive win. And we were talking quite heavily and stressing about the fact that Villa and Chalet, they're very similar maps in terms of how they play out. A lot of the rounds and the architecture by nature, it's very similar to that of Chalet. And if Niagara continue to exhibit the exact same bad habits as they did on Chalet, then I'm pretty sure that this is going to be 6 points in total that Valors can grab themselves in just roughly 45 minutes time.
Do you think it's the same architect that designed Chalet in the French Alps, and then also on the the Italian vineyards? The same person just made it.
I think it would be. I
Do you think it's the same building owner? Do you think, some really rich guy is like, I'm going to commission 2 different builds, one in Italy, one in France, I can get wine in the morning, then I can go, on a skiing trip, and then all of a sudden, Team
100%.
Rainbow's knocking on his door trying to, invade it and use
exactly.
it as a
What is up with that?
Why haven't rude? How dare they use?
No. But seriously, why haven't
residence?
Ubisoft actually started exploring this part of the lore? This is actually the kind of stuff that I want to know. I really don't want to know how the heck Finka managed to get a scar on her face. Obviously, it wasn't a training mission when Capcan just slashed her and gave her that scar. But that stuff's not important. We want to know who is the owner of that glorious mansion that you see in France, Chalet, and the exact same thing can be said for the villa in the rolling hills of Tuscany. I want to know who is the owner, and I want to know how they managed to make so much money in, well, essentially a video game environment and just converted that into pixels on a screen. It's the kind of lore that I want to sink my teeth into.
Can I get my master's degree from Bartlett University?
Ooh, that is good. That is a good one. I personally know a guy who's actually currently studying at that university, except he's currently doing a bachelor's, if I'm not mistaken, in elder law.
Chemical engineering could work too, because Smoke obviously got his gadgetry from that position.
Article 51, anyone? Article 51?
I thought that's Article 7.
Is it Article 7? I don't remember.
I think it's Article 7, dude.
Let's Google.
Let's be real. Has anybody actually completed situations and actually played like?
We are both wrong. It is Article 5.
Like, unless like you're a vanilla Siege player, because that was like the only way to get renowned.
True.
Like, nobody's actually playing Article whatever it's called, because let's be real, you just want to play ranked and lose all your MMR.
No, I'm all about that PvE content, bro. I will literally live for situations. That's all I do.
Hey, Outbreak's coming out, or Quarantine is.
It's fun. It's fun. No, personally, I spend a lot of my time, actually waste a lot of my time trying to set up world record speed runs for situations.
Really? I actually never knew that about you, Tudors. That's actually interesting. What's your world record time?
No, I don't. I think the very first situation where you're on the old Hereford base and you're playing as a recruit with an L85 iron sights, it's like 17 seconds.
Jeez. It's probably done by like some gunner. It's like Asian who just hops into the server and just one-taps everything because he's just built different.
Indeed.
Yeah.
No, not even built different at that point. We tend to say that someone is constructed alternatively. We have to
Wait,
take
actually, hold on. My metaphor is bad because he only uses red dot and not iron sight, so I guess that's just a miss for me.
Sag. Big Sag.
You know, we were supposed to be casting Siege at some point today.
At some point, yeah. We, unfortunately enough, neither myself nor Chief actually have been able to muster the strength to press that glorious little red button on our desk that says Caster starts a game.
Yeah,
no,
sorry. Sorry, yeah, nobody sent me the caster start the game button, so we're actually never entering in a game.
No,
Take
we
that
just
out.
threw up the cinematics so we can actually get Twitch chat's hopes all riled up. That's about
And then
it.
we're going back to caster's games because
Yeah.
we're actually not entering into the game.
Aww.
I lied to you. We're going to the game, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back here to map number 2. It's Villa, and of course, it's Thatcher Big Bad, because it wouldn't be competitive Rainbow Six Siege without him falling off early on. Again, it's a tale as old as time. You know exactly why he's not in play. Now, the secondary ban is going to be a lot more unique. We've
Yep.
seen Nomads being banned. We've seen Hard Breachers being banned. We've also seen Sledges banned. And we're also going to see a Jackal ban. Normally, I hate Jackal bans. However, Valor's used Jackal very well.
Yeah.
So it's something that if you are just petrified of and on the roam, I can justify it.
And to touch on that as well, Valor's, they actually did bring out Jackal, if I'm not mistaken, at the very least 2 or 3 times
Correct.
during their attacks on Chalet as well. And it was a very, very precarious scenario because naturally Jackal didn't actually have the impact that you would expect Jackal to actually bring to the table, because more often than not, whoever was actually playing Jackal on Chalet on the side of Valor's would usually be able to get themselves a very easy opening frag and then almost instantly get traded out. Sometimes we would actually have the Jackal, specifically on those top floor defenses on Chalet, actually live long enough to use the Inox scanner at least once and then also toss out a couple of smoke grenades. So I personally don't think that this is a warranted ban just because of the fact that Jackal didn't actually cause all too many headaches on Chalet. It seems a bit out of place. I do think there could have been a different ban. Somebody, let's say along the lines of, I don't even know, Flores or Ash would have definitely been much more impactful, but I guess Niagara Falls, they felt just a tad bit differently about it.
Yeah, honestly, even banning a Hard Breacher, I don't know if it have the impact as desired, because Valor's ran all Hard Breachers except for Maverick, but Maverick never really had an opportunity to flex his muscles on Chalet. So I'm actually, I'm probably leaning more towards the, Hard Breacher ban. Flores would have been nice to see, as you mentioned, Zofia as well. I'm just honestly never a fan of Jackal bans. Like, even in ranked, man, like, it just doesn't sit well with me. It's a difficult pill to swallow. Even if you're going for, like, some gnarly roam, it doesn't make sense to me, because Jackal actually provides a defense with a certain amount of information. For example, if you're a 4-ping from a Jackal, that means he grabbed your red feet and he's literally on the other side of the wall, and you're gonna have to do something about it. If you get a single Jackal ping, use your forehead, use your cranium and your brain, and actually think about where your feet were. Jackal isn't the end-all be-all. You have to actually be somewhat cunning to get around it. So, think about that moving forward. Like, actually, Jackal helps the defense to a certain amount because he provides you exact location. Again, you have to do some mental math and triangulate your location, but if you're capable of doing that, Jackal isn't quite as scary as some teams make him out to be. Now, we're going to see Mira make her way on through. If you've been seeing any of North American Pro League as well as amateur, you can see that Mira has become a staple player. No longer a primary ban for so many rosters, and she's had quite an impact. Sure, she can shut down the entire B bomb site, but it's actually created a new style of play for so many offensive teams, where they're now really putting a ton of emphasis downstairs in library and dealing with the mirror windows that way. When a mirror window is just an oppressive wall where the attackers can't deal with it, she's an insta-ban. But here on Villa, the entire floor is soft, which means you just shoot the mirror from underneath.
Interestingly, though, Hixer has only placed down one of those mirror windows. He's still got a second one in pocket. And I suspect that he's ideally going to be placing it down even later as the round continues to progress, depending on how exactly Niagara Falls they make their first move, right? So if, for example, the mirror that is currently sat over by the U-bar, peering into that B-bomb site, is taken out of commission, then Hixer can easily set down a second one so they still have some kind of plan B. Or they might just be waiting to see exactly where Niagara Falls are going to be pushing in from. It could potentially be from the northern portion, but for now it seems to be directly from Study, and then place that mirror window down accordingly. Storms, though, he's going to start things off by taking Sled out of commission with the C4. Entry frag already in the back pocket of Valor's as Heiko. Well, he's not on his Gemini replicator. He is actually in person right now, and he's already taken up the reins over by Zombie outside of Vault. But little does he know that Storms is directly below him. C4 has already been expended, and he may begin his ascent up the red staircase. In the event that he does, he might have a freebie, but no. Heiko's already going to get taken out of commission. A Shu will get that particular frag. Scrim, he's able to actually clap back with one of his own. So now we're sat in a 3v4 situation. Niagara Falls, they have control of Study as Yuklo is able to shut down Storms. Lucifer is going to double down by taking Shu. His life, and just like that, it's a 3v2 with 45 seconds left to burn. Chief, where did it all go wrong for Valor's?
It was the fact that they just started to lose some of those gunfights. Secondary Mira now goes up on the soft wall, providing information into the Study side. Not a lot of time is left for the two remaining players of Valor's. They're going to have to hold the fort down as long as possible. Badger, close quarters, Mossberg shotgun in hand, sending out his final round of toxic gas. That's going to leave 15 seconds of no gas coverage. Niagara Falls should be able to push on forward. Hickser, an incredible shot for him, using that soft place mirror window as an asset in this round. Diffuser now surrendered. And Niagara Falls is going to have to go to damage control mode. Both of them starting to flood on through towards map sign. Hickser has full information. A Nitro Cell should be able to find its target. So it's Lucifer on the board, and the Planter subsequently falling as well. You mentioned that, well, Valor slipped part of that round away, but the two final souls will save the day and keep Valor in map 1, or round 1.
That was really, really well played on the side of Hickser. Not necessarily just because of the fact that he got rewarded with 2 frags to close off the round successfully for Valor's, but this is something that I started to allude to and something that I started to discuss as the round actually progressed. The fact that Hickser intentionally kept one of his black mirrors inside of his back pocket, it served a purpose as the round started to progress and as we started to actually approach the dying moments of that particular round. He placed it directly to the left of the one that was already placed on a reinforcement, and he put it at crouch level as well, and he was able to essentially, you know, milk all of the potential and potency out of those mirror windows, being able to shut down one player that was initially over by not the vault door, the study door leading into the B bomb site, dropping the diffuser and forcing Niagara Falls to recover it. We went from a 3v2 situation down to a 2v2, and then Niagara Falls, they tried to scurry their way in towards Vault to successfully get down the plant, but unfortunately enough, all hope was lost because Hickser, my man's built different. That was so well played, and even more so, it was rather surprising. This is personally the first time that I've actually seen a defense win on AVG in months, and it was done really, really well on the side of Valor's. I'm thoroughly impressed.
Change up in the bottom side and also change up in the meta. Well, this is an old strategy that hasn't been seen in North America in quite a long time. This is the coat check extension. Now, most rosters are electing to reinforce the northmost panel of coat, the southmost panel, and then having a middle be the rotation. That is, well, the best way of holding it because it provides ample coverage from the windows, which means those reinforced walls are going to make sure the attackers can't shoot the defenders. And if you put a deployable shield not only in the coat as well as in the master bathroom, another member of the defense can swing off it and make sure that Ella is going to be as safe and sound for as long as possible. No ADSs, no my pancakes to keep Ella alive. Instead, Valor's going to rely on the aggressive nature of Storm. Yuklo's down, Sledge is down as well. The push-in through Study starting to be dismantled. Ton of HP has been lost, and Valor, sure, they haven't actually got the kill yet. It doesn't really matter. They're just wasting a plethora of time, and now Sled is now down and out. Hickser can find another kill, but this is just quite an impressive round.
Oh, this is actually quite disheartening to watch. Each and every single member on the side of Niagara Falls, all 5 of them, they just tried to brute force their way into Study. And guess who was waiting at the opposite end? It was Valor's. They basically had each and every single nook and cranny entirely covered. They even had a mirror window set up to anticipate this level of aggression from Niagara Falls, and it has backfired tremendously to the point that it's down to Lucifer in a 1v5. Okay, now it's just a 1v none. A flawless round on the side of Valor's, and guess what? Niagara Falls, they only set foot inside one single room that entire round. They didn't even make it past Study. That is how worrisome this is going to be. Because if Valors are going to continue this level of performance and just outright deny Niagara Falls a single inch to work with, then I feel like we're going to be in stock for a quick 7-0 tonight, Chief.
Whew, that was a terrifying round to say the least. Where were the drones from Niagara Falls? You know, at the start of the series, we talked about some of the weaknesses of Niagara Falls, and one of those being that they sometimes get stuck in the weeds and they forget basics. That was shown there in round 2. They just simply did not drone out study. They did not drone out the adjoining buffer rooms. You're right. They did drone study. Let me phrase that. They drone study.
Yeah.
They gathered information, and then they took the information, they wrote it down, and ripped it up. They did nothing with that information.
Agreed.
And that's what I meant by, like, they really didn't drone. Because it's one thing to gather information. It's another thing to do something with that information.
True.
One of the most basic steps in Siege, and something that even high-level players that if you play ranked against, or if you even see an amateur, like high-level champs forget all the time, or just simply don't know, is it's meaningless to drone a room if nobody's there to capitalize on the information. And Niagara Falls simply had nobody there really to do anything.
Yeah, it's also not only that. One thing that I actually will say is that Niagara Falls, they actually kind of fell prey to the greediness on the side of Valors. For example, Storms, who was at the top of the main staircase, right? He was droned out. He shot out the drone, and he chose to overstay his welcome, knowing that he had an entire squad to go up against. He intentionally chose to sit on the main staircase and just frag out. That was the hill he chose to die on, and thing is, he didn't even actually die. I personally don't think that Niagara Falls were actually expecting or even anticipating that level of aggression and overall greediness on the side of Valors. Sure, they had information, but they were just caught quite literally with their pants around their ankles because they droned out a specific location. They expected it to also be entirely free just a couple seconds later. It was just very mismanaged on the side of Niagara Falls. But now that we've gone down to dining and kitchen, this is going to be a really, really tough round. This is something that we always love to dub as the call center from hell, as we have 4 different C4s on the playing field that all equate to 4 potential kills, and then there's Hixer who's rocking the Cav.
I was going to avoid talking about the 6-pick into Cav. Oh! Oh no! Where did that come from? Oh, the pre-made burger holes on the floor. That's a jump scare in Rainbow Six Siege. I just see that Nigel cell flying through. Lucifer, it's going to land at his feet, but miraculously he survives. Deep you know, now res back up. Shoes in a dangerous position. Not droned out. The swing and the drop off the couch. Not the couch. That wooden thing that he was standing on. I guess that's a table.
I guess
Tables
it's a
are hard.
sink counter?
A sink? I don't know what it is, but he's going nuclear nonetheless. It doesn't matter what furniture he's standing on. Absolutely great plays from him. Breaking all physics whatsoever. Niagara Falls suffering as a result. The caster's inability to identify furniture, though, that's not going to stop him any bit. What will, though, and what's going to stop Niagara Falls is the fact that the diffuser has been lost. It's going to be an explosive device finding one as a claymore goes off, but a 1v2 with a pulse lurking below is going to be a difficult task to have. At least there's no nitro cells to be seen.
At the very least. So now Heiko can just technically get this round done and dusted with the good old traditional way, with his bare knuckle brawls and his gun, but he has to worry about 2 different shotguns. The moment that he turns the corner and walks into kind of any claustrophobic portion of the map, you know for sure that he is quite literally going to go down almost instantaneously. And Hawks, he's still putting that heartbeat scanner to good use. He knows exactly where Heiko is at all times, but no, can't capitalize on the frag. No, Heiko! What have you just done? He finds not 1 but 2. The flick was bang on the money when Niagara Falls didn't stand a chance in hell at winning that round. Heiko pulls off that? Are you kidding me?
Valors has just tossed the round away. They saw the trash can. They slammed dunk what should have been a free round for them in round 3. I mean, look at everything that they did. Great positioning by Shu. Incredible kills upstairs. Lots of damage being dealt. Good nitrocell placement. Niagara Falls just simply said, I don't care what setup you have. We're going to win this round at all costs. Incredible by the flank watch of Niagara Falls to bring that round on back. And in round 2, Tudors, you mentioned the fact that Valors are starting to show a little bit of ego peaking, a little bit over-aggressive. It could hurt them in the long run. Boy, did that pan out. Valors, we saw them make mistakes on defense and Shalai doing almost the exact same thing. They have the man advantage, they have the positional advantage, and they have removed the diffuser from the attackers. And they still lose the round because players just simply want to pad stats. I mean, that's what it looks like for me from, you know, the observation desk up here, right?
Yeah.
Valors had the entire control of that round, and they just make silly mistakes.
The first peak that actually came out from Hawks, that was a silly mistake. He was on the pulse and he immediately went for the wide swing to try to pick up a very easy frag and just conclude the round prematurely. That was a mistake, but the fact that Badger also lost his life to an insane flick that Heiko was able to pull off, there's not much that you can do against that. That is not a mistake that you as a defender intentionally made or unintentionally made. That is just Heiko being an absolute machine and an absolute unit, knowing to click on heads like I've actually never seen before in my life. It was a small little mistake, but that spiraled out of control very uncontrollably. It was ridiculous. But Shu is already going to get things off to a great start on the side of Valors. He's going to take that ADS along with him and head for the hills after taking Yuklo out of commission. So entry frag already bagged for Valors, and just like that, well, Niagara Falls are going to have to start second guessing everything that they check over by this northern portion of the map. And there is still some lingering presence that has yet to be droned out. Storms, he could potentially walk away with a free kill, and indeed he does get the injure onto Heiko. Not necessarily the cleanup, but getting an operator down to 20 HP after revival is still plenty of technical damage done, but he's hungry for more, walking his way through those gridlock spikes. He's not willing to go down without a fight just yet, even though he should scamper away.
Still an aggressive play. Hickster from underneath. His Nitro Cell missed its target, but it made a nice murder hole for him, confirming that DB had no. It's now Lucifer and Scrim against the 5 members of Valor. This round has just disappeared instantaneously by a snap of the fingers. Valor in full control. Storms wants to continue to play aggressive. It's ill-advised, though, but it was a 5-man up, so it really doesn't matter. Hickster being quite a nuisance right now. Just stalking in from below.
Oh my.
Scrim was on low HP. The heartbeat Sensu turns into a wall hack. A wall bang for him, and now it's just Lucer. Still plenty of targets to find. He can eat up in this round, but we have about 65 seconds left, and no control, and not anywhere near the bomb site.
And now he's going to take a mess load of damage from each and every single direction known to man. That was a kind of painful round to watch overall, but on the exact same thing, on the exact same page, it was really well played on the side of Valor, to the point that the actual anchors had no impact whatsoever. They just let their overall roam game do all of the talking, and that is a conversation that Niagara Falls unfortunately cannot entertain whatsoever. They went down on each and every single turn, as I stated. And one more interesting thing that I actually did want to pick up, pretty sure Twitch chat also caught this in the all chat. Storms, or no, I think it was actually somebody, it was Heiko who typed in all chat, and I quote, "Astro Stairs is clear," unquote. And Storms was on Astro Staircase. This is something that we both touched on a tad bit earlier, Brian, that Niagara Falls are technically supposed to be doing their droning, but by the looks of it, they're not. They're letting a lot of operators who are, by the way, sat in default positions get away and just remain not even a well-kept secret, but they just remain an unknown factor because there is mismanagement on the droning portion for Niagara Falls. These are small little basic mistakes that are essentially cutting them up. One thing that one of my co-casters, Whippet, always love to say is that in Siege you die from a million paper cuts.
Yep.
That's what happened on the side of Niagara Falls. Small little mistakes are very costly, and Storms was able to punish Niagara Falls very heavily for the fact that they did not drone him out.
I have to say, Niagara Falls made an interesting decision that round. I've seen other IGLs make it before at the Pro League level and the amateur level, is bringing out both Gridlock and Nomad. That, to me, says a team is scared about being shot from behind, right? We saw the Track Stingers go out towards the Blue Star Stairs. We saw air jabs there. Basically, Niagara Falls did not want to get shot from that position. And where did they get shot from, Two Doors? From that exact same position. it was unfortunate because they just didn't take map control. And Storm said it very well in all chat. He said, why you guys lost that round is your primary entry was not behind that drone. He was too far away, which means the relay system of information is not there.
Oh, no.
Storms, please, no! Bad Storms, don't do that. Well, Storms finds an opening kill, an absolute miss drones by Niagara Falls. Same problem as Storms just identified. We are talking about what Storms saw from Niagara Falls in round 4. He exploits it again in round 5. A simple misplay. And again, we're talking about how Niagara Falls, they need to work on their basics. And that truly means the primary IGL has to hold those droners' hands. And it is a hard thing to do when you're an inexperienced IGL. It's just one of those things. If your team does not understand the basics of droning, you tell them everything to do. Every single millimeter that you want droned, you tell them to do it instead of having them just, you know, rely on reaction. Oh, not another run out shoe. Oh, he dies as a result. I'm good for that one.
Okay, that's fine. To be fair, the one thing that I actually do want to say about Storms' position is in the near 2 years that I've been casting and in the 3.5 years that I've been watching Pro League since Villa's release in Parabellum, I've not once ever seen a roamer in that particular position just sat right next to a bloody wine barrel. Nobody would have expected for Storms to have been sat there, and at the end of the day, he was still rewarded with frag. But what's even more important is, despite all the chaos that Valors have been able to cause, they are actually sat at the man disadvantage, at least until Hawks was able to pick up a kill onto Lucifer. But a lovely swing comes on out from Sled, cleaned up with the FN57, and just like that, it's utter chaos that's starting to ensue, and Niagara Falls, for the first time in quite a while, they're actually thriving in that chaos of the points, that they only have Hawks left to power through, but he swaps targets perfectly onto Yuklo and shuts him down. It's all down to Sled, who already has the live intel, and he manages to shut down the Hawks and shut him down before he even gets the self-revive off. Niagara Falls, they got a bit too close to the sun in that particular round, but it simply doesn't matter. They were able to hit the nail right on the head when it came down to it, and just like that, they are able to keep Valors in check, at least for another round. As we have one round left to play in this first half, we could potentially be looking at an even 3-3 split in just about 4 minutes.
Valors is just turning their brain off and taking gunfights. You can tell that Valors is the better team mechanically, and they're trying to flex their muscles and trying to take gunfights. Unfortunately, though, Two Doors, they're just taking particularly stupid gunfights. Again, we saw this happen in Chalet. One of the reasons why Valors was leaving a lot to be desired on Chalet defense was because they just took stupid gunfights. They ran out stupid windows, and, you know, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, and the stupid prize is a death. Again, Shu was misdroned. He decides to say, you know what, I'm just going to vault out the window, but what does he expect to happen there? He has a thunder punch. It takes a while to put his hand behind his side and bring up, you know, his pepperoni. And during that process, he gets smoked.
Yep.
Again, Niagara Falls, sure, you know, Valorous identify that they maybe not are as, you know, in depth, you know, mechanically as them, but they're not bad either. You know, they're clearly winning their ones and clearly capable of capitalizing mistakes of Valor. So if you're a Valor's fan, you tell your roster to tone down their aggression, because also round differential is very important to Valor's. They lost week 1, number 1, due to a 4v5 on Chalet. You cannot give away stupid rounds because, you know, sure, it's only week 2, but you should have honestly won all 6 points on week 1. You didn't because of Badger's PC dying. That's unfortunate. Life happens, but you can't also throw it away into week 2 by just wanting to hit clips.
The cold hard truth sometimes, but it's something that they're gonna have to live with and learn as well. For now, though, the final round of the first half, and I have a sneaking suspicion that Storms has yet to be droned out as well, and it is interesting that he's actually sat in the pantry. I'm just really worried about what kind of very, very rancid things he is cooking up in the cauldron, because it's probably going to be quite disgusting in case he manages to find the entry. But until that happens, It may not. It may happen. Niagara Falls, they are currently getting to work and hammering away at the setup. And there goes Storms from out of nowhere. He sends Heiko downtown as he finds the opening frag. This has been happening time and time again. Niagara Falls, they simply get caught with their pants around their ankles. There is a lack of disposable information at their fingertips. And it is very costly. Something that we have been seeing at the start of almost each and every single round thus far on Villa.
I can honestly see the frustration for the IGL Niagara Falls. I can kind of sympathize in what they're going through. Oh no, Hickster, the swing from his mirror window. Oh, he's actually from underneath by Jukebox. What a unique angle. Again, something that is underutilized, honestly, by so many rosters. Somebody sitting outside the window, not quite able to deal with that pressure yet. A Nitro Cell sent down range by another member of Valor is not finding its target. Niagara Falls still outside towards the east. They need to make an insertion, and there's a swing on forward. Badger able to welcome. Arms open wide like Creed with his Alda.
Ooh, and he's hungry for more. He's basically rendered that closet position entirely unplayable, but Sleddy actually managed to slip his way on through, and he's taken a much more aggressive stance. He's actually going for the wide swing. He's looking to try to dome Badger, but no. The Maestro was already 2 steps ahead of him, and he read that rotate almost perfectly, and just like that, well, it is now a 1v4 scenario with Yuklo in a clutch situation to try to bag Niagara Falls their 3rd round, so they can at least have a somewhat even stance moving into the second half. But at this certain point, it looks as if all hope is lost for the time being. There's only 20 seconds left for him to work with. Diffuser isn't even in his possession. No, it's in that of Hickser's, as he has just creeped his way back inside the building. This is, unfortunately, for Niagara Falls, this is going to be Valor's 4th round, because Yuklo, he's not long for this world. Even if he manages to pick up a kill, the time it expires. Hickser, what are you doing, my mind? At this certain point, it's just cyberbullying. It gets rough out here, Chief.
It may be rough, but Valor should be leading by more than 4 rounds. I mean, it should be 5-1. Actually, it probably should be 6-0, given the way they've played some of these defending rounds. But Valor's tossed their elo, and it's going to be a thing that they're going to have to rectify. Moving over to attack simply. Again, Valor's is leading this series. They've played well. They, on paper, are the better team. Like I mentioned earlier, Valor's is probably going to be the roster entering the grand finals because they are just simply that good. But they also have to, keep their ego peaking in check, because if they ego peak against, rosters who can shoot back, which Niagara Falls has proven multiple times, at least 2 times here on Villa, Valor's have to maintain a good round differential at the end of the day. Like, sure, they're here to have fun, they're here to meme, they're here to hit clips. I can't fault them for that, but also you kind of want to win, and you want to win, as quickly as possible, right? Because
that's true.
It's 12:30, you want to eat some lunch, you want to grub, you want to hang out with your friends, you want to touch some grass, you want to do things in your life, as you mentioned. I think you said go somewhere earlier. You want to go somewhere.
Just go
after
somewhere.
the series.
Just go somewhere. Whatever floats your boat. Just
Where
go
would you
somewhere.
go?
Where did I go? I actually didn't go anywhere. I just remained in my office. That's where I went.
Did you pet the guinea pigs?
No, I fed them before the match started.
Oh, you should give them a nice little boot snoot. Pat them on the head and tell them they're adorable and stuff. That's always important to do with your pets.
they don't necessarily like pats. They prefer scratches. Like tiny little caress / scratches right on their forehead. They adore that.
Adorable. So far, traditional attack rolling on forward for Valor's. It's everything you'd expect out of a roster. Now, Scrims, very aggressive positioning, and it gets wall-banged as a result. One of the reasons why you don't lurk over by the master sign. An attacker can just swing on forward and wall-bang you if they have good spatial awareness and a good understanding of the map. Valor is going to demonstrate that once again, and Niagara Falls forced to hold their keep with a man at disadvantage.
That was a bit rough. Usually when it comes to these kinds of overextensions on a Villa, the actual sort of what you're meant to be doing in one of these kinds of overextensions as a defender is to dip your toes in the water, take out a couple of drones, and then return to the bomb site. Unfortunately enough for Scrim, he basically went waist deep into the water, and then suddenly he just got pulled down and drowned. It was rough. He had the opportunity to go down back to the bomb site and help reinforce his squad, but that opportunity was just yanked away from him as he was taken out. And now, Niagara Falls on an AVG defense, they are left in a 5v3 scenario. That C4 was very, very close to hitting its mark. It was in the rough zip code of some of those attackers, but unfortunately it didn't connect. And guess what? We're just about to surpass this halfway mark, and Valors, they've already gotten Vault open, but they have now also lost Hawks, and Hixer is soon to follow as well, courtesy of Sled picking up a double kill. This is now an even playing field, or so I thought. She was able to get that trade onto Sled. The diffuser, it can be recovered as we sit in a 3v2 scenario. Niagara Falls, they are holding on for dear life.
No heart breach to be seen, so you can't open up U-Bar, but that's not going to matter to Badger as he has gun vault control. Starting the plant at Niagara Falls, nowhere to be seen. They have no idea that their bomb site's compromised. Badger, the planter, has now been felled. A 2v2, but we enter in guaranteed 40 seconds left in this round, and we're gonna have to see the defense evolve into attackers. They have to start to win their run. Storms with an incredible kill. Oh, the mist is coming forward. Storms by the hair of his teeth is gonna survive. Mozzie runs out of ammunition, forced to cycle the pistol, and it's a crash from Valors as a result. A misplay in the end from Niagara Falls. The 2 opening kills for them almost worked out, but what on earth transpired there, Two Doors?
I think that at the very least, that very, very last kill, it must have been a trade, because I'm pretty sure that Heiko on the Mozzie, he was able to get a kill with his sidearm, and he just kind of traded his life out with that of Flores. It was messy, to say the very, very least, but still, that was fundamentally not a really, really great round from Niagara Falls. And sure, Sled, he did actually step up to the plate when it was very, very necessary and pick up 2 kills to bring us back to an even Steven state. That was really, really great on him, but the issue was naturally their overall roam presence that they had on the opposing side of the map. Scrim lost his life down far too early before he even actually had some kind of impact altogether in the round. If Niagara Falls were able to actually keep the roamers intact for just a tad bit longer, then it would have meant that the likes of Sled, being the anchors, could really actually shine bright and ensure that the man advantage would remain with Niagara Falls, but they're not getting that opportunity because they're playing just a tad bit too reckless, and it is something that comes to bite them much earlier on. They don't necessarily see it in the early stages, but it comes back to bite them. And Valors, they're always ready to be the judge, the jury, and the executioner. They are always there to deliver punishments when Niagara Falls falter.
How does the Rooney Gates actually work? It's stored in her forearm, but they just kind of like magically appear when she shoots them. It doesn't actually make sense. I'm not a mechanical engineering student, but I don't think 3 objects can occupy the exact same space at the same time. They just kind of like just like set up in her arms. Uh-oh, there's a blitz currently in play, Two Doors, and he's already up red stairs, taking some damage, and Niagara Falls now fully prepared. Badger can go for a smoke to apply some coverage, and that's going to smoke away Lamp. Badger heads in another direction, pushing in through AVG sign, while the rest of Valor starts to crash off the actual bomb site. Hawks is going to be the primary entry, a good kill from him. Now full sight coverage, you're going to have to go for the diffuser plan. As soon as he gets that free kill, it's gifted to him. Now on 26 HP, the plan is not going to be initiated yet. Still waiting for more coverage. That coverage has came on forward. Hicks run an incredible kill. Now it's on his scrim. And that post plant, it's just gone insane. And there's Scrim off the board. An atypical round for Valors. They wanted to flex their muscles, and boy, did they ever, Two Doors.
To answer your earlier question about those Aruni gates, I'm pretty sure that Aruni herself had a talk with Peter Parker, because if Peter Parker is able to create Spider-Man's web shooters, then I'm pretty sure that technology is applicable to the Syria gates.
Alright, I'll accept that.
Good. Good. There's not really much that I actually want to talk about from that particular round. I'd rather we kind of just like leave it in the rear view mirror, because if we were trying to dissect it from top to bottom, we would drive ourselves crazy.
I mean, that is very true. I don't know if I could ever like see that round again and be a normal human being.
I want to erase that from my memory. I need the memory forgetter thingy that they use in Men in Black, so I can erase the last 45 to 70 seconds from my brain, because that was quite something to sugarcoat it.
I want to see more Blitz plays. Oh, Two Doors, we're gonna get something very similar to that.
It's not the full-on yellow meta with the lion also being brought out by Shu, but you know what? It's close enough. I'll accept this.
I mean, alright, where's Amaru flying in from? Our options are 90 Hatch, or Zombie.
Hang on a minute. I think it's probably going to be either Zombie or 90 Hatch. Not the window, but the actual Hatch itself. It's going to be one of the two. That's what I'm putting my money on.
Dude, if you want some free ranked elo strats, it works in every elo. Just go in through washroom, Amaru through the hatch instead, and have somebody like mag dump like one of the windows somewhere else, like the study window, and it's a free kill. 90, it's a full send on forward. Storms is in, but nobody yet to find. There's actually barbed wire there, and Storms is going to be temporarily slowed down. Jaeger wrapping on around. Storms doesn't even identify that. Oh. But a flick over there. They were looking in the other direction. Badger finds another kill as well. The bomb site's starting to crawl for Niagara Falls. What are they going to need to do? A rotation from Scrims over from the lamp side. It's going to temporarily rectify this, and SMG 11 finds a kill as well. But Hawks on the defuse, starting to put the diffuser down. It's looking very bad for Niagara Falls as we enter into the post plan. Both rosters now tied themselves up, and Niagara Falls could, in theory, win.
They indeed could. Mira, or control of that mirror window, now sits with Valors, but both of the players on the side of Niagara Falls are not actually pushing in from that direction. They're coming in from Classical Hall, an area which Hawks should have on lockdown, but he misses the initial duel. Toxic Babes now tossed on out to force Valor out of their positions as Hawks has drawn himself ever closer towards Heiko. But no! Badger from underneath the pool table, he finds the first, and Scrim is there to clean up the trade. He just needs one player to power through, but no! Badger sat behind that shield, had the unknown factor, had the advantage, and just like a gopher, pops up, and instead of being domed, no, he is the man that indeed domes. And that is a rather climactic conclusion to what has been quite the stompage of a series on the side of Valor's. 2 dubs now picked up, 7-3 on Chalet, and right here 7-2 on Villa. And if my math is correct, now they have gained a full +9 round differential in total. Exactly what we were talking about just a bit earlier. They are the team that may make it to playoffs. They probably will make it to playoffs in the grand finals instead, and they need round differential, which they have secured here, as well as 6 whole points.
What did I just watch, Two Doors? What happened that round?
You watched the epitome of Rainbow Six Siege, but with every ounce of traditionalism and strategy thrown out the window. It was glorious.
Oh, that was such a fun game to cast. I mean, I was looking at the overhead screen.
Yeah.
I watch Amaru look towards a zombie, and somebody comes in through Boar. I'm watching the overhead, right? She's looking this direction. The person is that direction, and the kill feed's in favor of Amaru. How do you 180 somebody?
I have no earthly idea.
I've
I don't
preached
know.
a million times, right? I'm like, oh yeah, you know, Siege, when you set up a 180-degree crossfire, there's just no hope to win that gunfight. Why?
None.
You're just not going to have enough mouse pad. You know, the player's going to actually shoot back. I guess the attack did shoot back, because that was incredible, to say the least, Two Doors. I will say, though, we've seen moments of brilliance from Niagara Falls, right? It comes down to the basics. Their basics are washy. They're making mistakes. Again, they're a newer team. They said that they're, you know, lower elo players that are just trying to enjoy competitive. You know, they're friends first, comp players second. And, you know, you and I were a little bit critical of them, because we kind of have to look at it from, you know, at least I look at it from like a coaching perspective, where, you know, whatever I say is trying to, you know, put in the back of their mind, hey, these are things that you can improve on and, you know, work
It's
forward.
supposed
you
to
know,
have a
as a goal to
nurturing
set.
effect. I agree.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, again, we saw brilliance from Niagara Falls. They have the ability to work on it. And I think once they start to piece things together, get more experience playing competitive, that they'll be able to achieve greatness. Because taking multiple rounds away from Valor, sure, even if Valor's were, you know, memeing at the time, Valor's an incredibly competent roster. So
They are.
Niagara Falls should have their heads held high to be able to at least take rounds off such a strong team. I mean, Badger,
True.
Hickser have a plethora of experience, and just to play against somebody like them, that's just a learning thing. And,
It
you have
is.
to look at things from, a glass half full type perspective.
There are certainly a lot of really, really positive takeaways for Niagara Falls. The fact now that we have just concluded this particular series, like we both said and stated, there have been lots of really, really great strokes of brilliance on the side of Niagara Falls, but also tons and tons of mistakes. And I think probably the main point, and this could certainly be their homework for the next couple of weeks, and it is something they just have to build up through playing the game as much as and as often as you can. It is just essentially getting more and more tangible information at your fingertips through droning, because there have been far too many instances that I could count on all my fingers and toes about them accidentally letting storms slip past, and more often than not, that usually tended to be their downfall. And in the rounds where they were able to spot out storms and shut him down instantly, or just outright ignore him and avoid him for as long as possible, those were the rounds in which Niagara Falls were actually able to put up a really, really good fight. We saw that specifically on Chalet, for example, when Valors would usually start meeting Niagara Falls head on with raw, unbridled aggression, somehow, more often than not, Niagara Falls, they would actually come out of those gunfights relatively unscathed, maintaining the man advantage and just punishing Valors for their unnecessary aggression. Those are the strengths that I saw in Niagara Falls, and sure, there have been weaknesses, but what I actually saw from Niagara Falls, the positive points of them being able to put up a proper and competent fight, they kind of looked like a scary roster at times, where you simply just didn't want to instantly lock horns with them.
I mean, go back to the Chalet trades that Niagara Falls had. I mean, those trades were impeccable. I mean,
They were.
It would be multiple refrags going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Even pro league caliber teams suffer with a refrag potential like that. I mean, you would be hard pressed to find, scenarios where rosters are going to refrag better than that. Again, I want to make sure Niagara Falls leaves today, with something that they can work on moving forward. And I think you and I, Two Doors, have identified a lot of those. Now, unfortunately, my friend, I think you are done for the day, right? I think it's Cairo who's next,
true.
which is going to be really interesting because he's my Valorant duo. We've never actually casted a game of Siege before. We've only casted Valorant. So that should be entertaining. But Two Doors, my friend, it's been an absolute pleasure casting you, as it always is.
As
but
always.
make sure, audience, you keep this tab open. We'll be back with you in about 15 minutes to queue us up for another Best of 2. Until next time, my friends, stay safe and well.
Go for it. Show us it.
Sure. After a brief break, CCL is back once again. Another lovely series ready to go underway. My name is Chief Cass. Trading out two doors today is my Valorant duo for our first time here in Siege. Cairo, hello, my friend, and welcome.
Oh, finally, Chief, we actually get to cast some Rainbow Six, where we actually know how to cast and don't just pretend. But I'm so excited. We're finally getting into, CCL, this is a place where we've seen lots of teams kind of battle out in qualifiers, and again, in the second play day, I'm excited to see how these teams match up.
You know, another funny thing that's happening once again, I'm the only North American on broadcast, as it just seems to be an invasion of the Europeans. I guess some of you technically are no longer in the EU, but that's a conversation for a different day. And of course, our main conversation is going to be about our rosters that are playing. But just to remind you what's happened so far, we're actually going to bring up our standings before we actually directly talk about our teams, because a lot of interesting things have been taking place. Again, Orglis was the roster that found themselves in the driving seat of week number 1. Valor is the roster that we wanted to hype up for good reason. At week number 1 match, they ended up losing Chalet to an unfortunate 4v5 as Badger was unable to play due to a PC being nuked. What a great series for Valor is coming up forward, able to secure all the points on today's match against Niagara Falls. They're still a team that we need to look for. What I find concerning, though, Cairo, is the fact that Valor is earning all their points today, still can't usurp Orglis' control, and, well, Valor's played.
Yeah, I know, definitely. We'll definitely need to see what happens later in this league, but, we can talk about all the other teams as much as we want, Chief, but we need to talk about the two teams that are playing here today. It's Not From Here and Ember Rose. Look towards the standings. One's in 5th and one's in 7th. One actually has points, and in that case, Chief, we could easily see them start to leapfrog other teams with points on the board.
It seems like the scoreboard has now just been updated for Valor, so they only won one of their maps according to standings. Now exactly where they should be. But again, technically leading, but, Orglis and the other third-place teams have yet to play. So that's something that we need to monitor moving forward. But again, Ember Rose was in a similar scenario to Niagara Falls Esports, who just played earlier today, where, Ember Rose, they found themselves more or less in the same mistakes. They're making a lot of the same mistakes. It's, again, stemming from basics, misdroning, bad executes, not actually applying pressure to the bomb site. So those fatal flaws are going to be exacerbated when you go against a team like Valor's. However, Not From Here doesn't quite have the, the prestige, some of those upper echelon T3 players. So I'm expecting our second series of the day, Cairo, just to be a little bit closer.
Yeah, hopefully. Chief, Seas Casters, all we want is a bloodbath. We want to see some action. We want to be able to dig our nails into some proper analysis of what these two teams are going to be able to do. Obviously, you're talking about, they've not got the higher echelon players, but they can still put pressure onto those high teams and ask them, do you guys have the bottle to continue your run at the top of the league? Your Valors, I think if I remember correctly, you get 3 points for one map win, and if you get two map wins here, you could easily catch up to Valors, and that puts pressure onto the rest of the team. So, with that being said, Chief, this matchup has a lot of influence over how the league could be run as a whole.
Well, speaking of pressure, let's actually bring up our roster to see what our 10 players are, who they are, what they look like, and what's going to be moving forward. Now, in week number 1, I said Tones was the former member of Synthetic. However, that's a completely different Tones. Tones from Synthetic, or ex-Synthetic, I should say, is spelled with a Z, and this Tones is spelled with an S. I will say Raptors in week number 1 was flawless. He had an amazing performance, and the same thing could be said for Big Papa.
Yeah, definitely. Well, these two players will have to bring their A game, have to be flawless, as you said, in this matchup. And Chief, when you're kind of coming, I wouldn't say it's a bottom of the table clash, considering the fact that it is so early in the kind of regular season. But when these games count, when you've got a chance to kind of take those 3 points against, someone who arguably could be of similar standards, you need to get all the points you can get. Every little helps, as they say.
Yeah, you have to climb that big hill, and it's always going to be a hill, no matter what play week you're in and what series that you're running on forward. Now, to prepare for this week, hopefully these rosters have, set themselves up for success. We saw earlier today, Valor's brought out their best map once again, Chalet. and maybe these two rosters kind of learn what happened in the previous play week when they were playing against completely different teams. Maybe we're going to see a, mix-up in the map bans. Now, hypothetically, Kyra, what can we see from the map bans? What do you expect could happen?
Well, Chief, I always think when you go into your map ban phase, there's 4 maps that everybody wants to see. You want to see Cafe, you want to see Club, you want to see Oregon, and maybe Villa as well, depending on how confident your team is. That's your 4 kind of mainstays in this. If you go to a Chalet, a Consulate, I'm trying to think what the other one is. There's the 3
Coast.
C's. Coast, that's it. Those really ask a lot of a team. That's when you start to see how experienced the team is, how good it is in terms of fragging, or even the depth of strategy that these teams have. So again, I don't necessarily see. I would like to see one of the 3 C's, one of the 3 Chaos C's, but I don't think we will. I think it'll be something of regulars. But do you want to know what, Chief? Let's find out what maps we're actually going to.
Yeah, North America has been seeing a lot of Clubhouse, and I kind of want to see more in Castmore Clubhouse because it's become like this attacker paradise. At least some of those, upper level teams and, amateur, looking at like the team Mystics, for example, and the former Depth before they disbanded, the way that they would execute on Clubhouse, everyone used to think this map was defender sided. All of a sudden, these teams just converted into attacker sided. The way they took map control, it was aggression, it was great gunfights, and it was just enjoyable to cast. There was a time a few months ago where Clubhouse was probably one of the worst maps to cast. Behind Borgen, which was beyond more stale. But it's nice that Clubhouse is starting to get a little bit of extra like curries sprinkled on it. Now another map that's starting to become stale is Cafe, because it's the same things over again, and the attacking rosters absolutely refuse to change things up. Ironically, the team that has been changing things up the most is Team Mystic, that we just referenced on their Clubhouse attacks, but that's in a completely different league and a completely different time.
Well, this meta that we're in just now, if you want to call it a meta, is just so backwards. Everything that we know is now completely gone. When we used to say, right, 4-2 split, that's amazing. And then you see people go 4-2 split, you think, oh, these guys can really go and win it. Then next thing you know, they just get swamped when they go on attack, or they do the swamping, depends on what happens. I genuinely don't know how to call maps anymore. I used to think that, if they're a very good defending team, they can go 5-1 up and then just sneak 2 wins on a tertiary site. That doesn't happen anymore. We don't see that happening at all. And when you think about it, the most defender-sided map that I've seen during my casting time is actually Chalet now since the new updates. And that being said, I don't think I've ever thought I would ever say that.
Yeah, it's a good point to mention, right, Kyra? Because we all used to have really clever names. It's a 20-second execute meta, or as I called utility consumption simulator. Before that was information denial simulator. So, we've had all these clever names for these, metas, and this meta just seems to be kind of the hybrid of both of the metas that we just listed. It's partly information now, partly utility consumption, but not quite as oppressive as they were in, their glory days, which is a good thing to be. But I will raise this question. I don't think Rainbow Six Siege should ever be anywhere close to a 50-50 win rate, and I don't think we should ever feel like the attackers are close to the defenders. And here's why. In theory, the best meta that we've ever had is the Ying, Glaz, and Lion. Why? Because it's the only meta that we've ever had a true 50% win rate. So by that logic alone, we don't ever want to enter into another meta where it's a 50% win rate. I've said this before, and people get pissed at me for whatever reason. Again, if we look at it at face value, pure statistics speaking, Ying, Glaz, Lion was the best meta because it's the most balanced. And if you played it, it's far from balanced. Again, stats don't mean everything. So keep that in mind as we enter into this meta and the future metas. We have to, it's a knife's edge, right? If we go over one side, like utility consumption simulator, too defending side, it gets boring. If it's too neutral, it's the monster of the yellow meta where Lion would just, absolutely slaughter you. So
that's it. This is the thing, though, when you think about it, Chief. I think this is the best meta that Siege has ever had. You think
I agree.
You can do whatever you want. You can bring whatever operator you want. while there is some operators that you could say, right, they're a bit oppressive, they can maybe use some tweaking, but you could essentially bring whoever you want. Like the LATAM teams were bringing Lion back. We haven't seen Lion since that yellow meta that you were referring to with the Lions, Jafinkas, etc. And with that being the case, I mean, what can you, how can you argue against it? I mean, we saw the Buck and Lion combo on Cafe that the LATAM teams were doing. That was something new that we haven't seen for a while. We are making people uncomfortable when they move. You've got the information on them. But we move to the bar and cocktail for our first side. We haven't really talked about the bands either. I mean, really, Habana and Maestro are the only ones that I could essentially pick out from there.
Well, this is an interesting lineup right now. What a play from not from here. That Buck was 6-picked away from in favor of Habana Nomad. I think based off the utility that was being showed. I mean, at face value, if I saw this lineup looks like a kitchen defense. Mirror window looking towards Big Bakery. We're going to have the castle barricades over by Small Bakery, as well as on the door frame in the window. That way you have your extension on forward. It's going to basically be the exact same elements of that, but mirror windows placed over here on the wood side, looking long angle into bar back storage, and then into piano, as well as one probably into washrooms. This is quite an impressive meta to go against to, and very rarely do we see Mira slip her way into a cafe match. Sure, in North America, she's played a ton now on Villa. We saw it played out by Valorous multiple times, but that's because you can deal with the Miras from underneath. Only one of the two Miras can now be dealt with from underneath, and the best operator to do so, Buck, was 6-picked away from in favor of a flank one.
It really is interesting. I think Mira is an operator that people just don't like to deal with. That's the only reason she's banned. You think about it, when do you look at a matchup and think, oh yeah, let's play against a Mira, let's let her through the ban phase? You don't. I mean, that's just... I think
only on Villa. Only on Villa.
But like, the thing is though, the comfort bans, like, maybe these two teams have been stratting pretty hard and think to themselves, right, we'll let the Mira through and we'll actually play against her. And I don't see no reason why not to let her through. But anyway, Chief, we'll need to see what these teams are going to do. They're gonna have to get cigar control, and they're going to have to leverage that pretty well. Remember, there is a Mira window on from bathroom, and that will surely make sure that cigar control is maintained by the defenders, because it's such an awkward thing to deal with, and especially with no Habana.
No red wall yet opened up by one of the Selma charges. There are mute jammers in that vicinity, and it could be stopping that type of play dead in its tracks, but that would be a nice avenue for Ember Rose to have, so that way you can address this mirror window over by washrooms from multiple angles, not only from CS or Cigar Shop, but you can have the cross coverage, the flashbang dump, and the explosive dump to deal with it. So far, not currently mounting for Ember Rose, and their offense just a tad bit slow right now, opening up a soft wall, but there is a Rooney Gates on the other side. Again, that's the whole idea for util burn. You have to drop a flashbang there, followed up by a nade to remove that one player. 2 minutes have been burned, and there's a nitrocell from underneath. Hopefully Ember Rose has some type of drone coverage, because if they don't, this round is going to have an explosive twist.
Well, the explosives are still to come. We're still waiting for the bang. The fuse is slowly ticking away, and I'm sure getting close to this 20-second meta. The C4 is going up, but it's not netting any sort of damage. All the damage is actually being taken by the defenders here, Chief. You look towards the mirror, look towards the castle. They're close to that 50 HP or even below it. There's a lot of, looks like, roamers below. Raptor getting one onto Superior. There goes your Ash, but Savage is answered back, getting rid of Encrypts. That goes to Rooney. Now if we look, there's still a player in towards Bathroom, and Raptor continuing his reign of terror in towards Cigar Lounge. Nobody is able to get in, and that's an essential part of the map.
Big Papa from the Skylight finds one. VT has no idea where he got shot from, but that kill from Skylight's going to allow the diffuser to go down. A nitrocell from Tone's going to stop that play dead in its tracks. Tone leaves his coverage. It's now under Raptor. He's going to have to save the day for his team. Big Papa attempts the plan, but the 2v1 is just too powerful. And Ember Rose will fall at round number 1. Cairo, that was a lackluster performance to start things off for Ember Rose. I never really saw them identify any of the strategies that From Here was bringing out. They never addressed the mirror windows. They never addressed the utility. They just sat in Piano, Cigar Shop, and Red, allowed the clock to tick down, and ended up, well, sacrificing the round. Valiant effort to get the diffuser down. They had more map control in the end than they probably should have due to unique circumstances, but I mean, they should have never got to that point in the first place.
It's crazy because when you look towards the bans, right, Habana's banned out, so you can't get rid of that Mira window unless you get a well-placed Selma. They didn't really use the nades to displace the Jaeger that was in towards Bathroom. They opened up the softball. Yeah, cool, that's one thing you need to do. But, I mean, you need to get rid of this Jaeger, and it just wasn't done. They almost gave you the battle with that wall. You don't need to bounce nades, you don't need to do any trick shots. You just need to fling in those explosives and get rid of the player in there. And that was the biggest part of the round. I mean, 2 players dropped from there, and then it was like a rush plant. You can't really rush plants anymore. I mean, not since we have the experience of the 20-second meta. It still lingers. So, I mean, the denial kind of comes out and when it comes down to those C4s that we saw in the end. And then the guns just became a flurry. When that happens, Chief, you start to worry for the executions coming from Ember Rose.
More interesting 6 picks once again by Ember Rose. We saw Jackal being shown now in favor of an IQ. We've seen Latin America start to bring out this operator a lot more because they're not big fans of banning Valkyrie because, well, Latin America, if you're not at all familiar with Rainbow Six Siege, is Latin America likes to take gunfights, and lots of gunfights. Valkyrie is going to be just, an extension of information that's going to allow you to swing on forward. But in Europe, North America, and even in APAC for the most part, we just don't see IQ because she brings practically no utility. A Claymore and breaching charges really don't have a place right now all that often in Siege. I mean, you're going to be using those flat place breaching charges from Zofia, and honestly, IQ should have them right now too, just in the event the Sledgehammer dies early on. But again, what do you gain by gathering information on the other side of the wall? Not all that much, because you're still going to usually have to burn it. You don't always have the luxury of lining up shots with the IQ scanner, and if you do, you could have accomplished the exact same thing with the Sledgehammer and face-checked it with your eyeball. So again, it's just the opportunity cost of utility, and to expedite a roam clear, which currently Ember Rose is trying to do, that Jackal would be a much better tool.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, at the end of the day, though, Chief, maybe it's just comfortability. Sometimes we can talk about strategy all we want, but if you're just comfortable in the gunfight with a G8, oh no, it's a 5.52. Well, I mean, sometimes that just might be your main, and if you're comfortable with that, I mean, that's not a bad thing at all. That's something that we need to see, but I mean, C4s are already being extended. That could be a huge amount of utility waiting for this late game push.
Floor slowly starting to be removed right now for Ember Rose. A lot of that ceiling panel will be taken care of. Raptor prone at an angle right now, being shot. No idea where that's taking place from. That's from that vertical angle. Trying to play hyper-aggressive in one scenario is going to catch him out. Again, what his goal there was to force a vault from Ember Rose from that window. That's going to take place in the next, 40 seconds or so? I have no idea why it'd be here. You'd be better up to be, shotgun or SMG-11 sky high trying to dish out some damage. But both these rosters still have the exact same roster count. The thing is, you're going to have to start to move faster. You're going to have to start to deal with the buffer room pressure. VIP as well as from Whiskey. The hold from Not From Here looking particularly well, and Ember Rose already starting to lose some of their teammates.
Well, you know what, that was so well played. It looks like, Not From Here have went and opted for a horizontal roam. You look towards where the players are, they're in coat check, they're in that Christmas tree area, and they're working in tandem. And look, the clock's going red. It's going to have to be a flurry of kills as Pig Papa. He's getting dropped as Zofia White swings and actually gets the kill on his Pavlon. And now the one player in towards Whiskey, he dies as well. And now they're going to have to rush onto site. It's a 2 versus 2 with 2 seconds left. Not From Here, they finish out the round, and when that starts to go red, that clock, it can slowly achieve. I mean, it puts you in such a bad place, it puts you into a panic situation, and they just let the clock run down slowly and slowly. The time management from Ember Rose just wasn't there.
As you mentioned, time management once again is going to be the costing factor for Ember Rose. The IQ did not accomplish anything in that round for Ember Rose. You'd be better off bringing a soft destructor or just a Jackal to expedite your roam clears. Now, Jackal won't be as critical going into a tertiary bomb site, reading and feeding or mining and dining. It really doesn't actually matter which one. You're still going to have to take that bar of control, and you know the defense is going to be positioned more or less on the cocktail side of the map. So Jacko won't expedite the clear in theory compared to somebody like an Iana, a Zofia, an additional set of frag grenades, or even an Ashe at this point. And it seems like Ember Rose is going to take that advice. They're going to bring an extra set of explosive utilities. It's going to come back from the 2 sets of frag grenades as well as Zofia. Now, something that could be a little bit concerning is how we're going to address as well as those mirror windows, because that was a critical factor for Ember Rose that they just never put together.
So, Chief, on this tertiary side, this is where things should look better for Ember Rose. We think about it, we think about statistics, we want to throw it back to the old meta. If you're an attacker, you see a tertiary site, you should start rubbing your hands together and licking your lips. Something like that Ronaldinho gif that we see go so commonly in towards Twitter or wherever your social media hemisphere is. But this mirror window can cause so much bother. Yes, they have brought the second... they've brought the ace that needs to get rid of that mirror window, but the double set of nades needs to displace anything behind it, any sort of utility. So... in that case, well, we'll need to see.
Ionic clones starting to go on out, starting to grab that information for our roster of Ember Rose. But with temporary control, now comes the difficult part of the round, the actual utility consumption part, and how you address it. Oh, change up for Ember Rose. They respect the utility from here, and they're going to decide to walk around it entirely. Now with control of the gears side of the map, and it seems like our observer temporarily DC'd. I thought I DC'd there, at least. I saw everybody just doing the moonwalk in place. But I guess the music has stopped, and cue the gameplay as once again Ember Rose to control the west side of the map. But it has to be more than just that control. It's a difficult endeavor to actually push in through the fireplace and eventually into the plant scenario, since all of the murder holes are on foot level.
This is something similar to the LATAM take that we saw kind of made popular earlier in Invitational this year, right? They kind of pushed from the mining side. They really started to dominate players because, or mostly the Latin American EU side of things. Oh, that's a huge ton of damage on towards the hard breacher there. But point is I mean, they started to really take players off guard, and I mean, the mining tech can be so successful sometimes, but remember there still needs to be that pressure upstairs being put on towards this mirror window that is still... I mean, look, 3 players up above... Sorry, 2 actually. I kind of totally misplaced that player that was in towards Reading. So in that case, Chief, with 50 seconds to go, we are getting close to mission critical. We are getting close to having to get that diffuser down. And that mirror window, that was a total misplay. That could be huge, but Raptor gets 1 onto Charles. And slowly we're creeping towards this position where the diffuser does need to get put down. The Iana drone, she was in the middle of that corridor. She will know that there is 1 player in towards white. The sledge has still got control of Cigar Lounge, but the Jaeger moving on the pillars gets 1. Can he get the second onto the sledge? More. Okay, that's all the bodies are just hitting the floor. It's a flurry of kills. The diffuser has started to go down now, and the Nomad has control above, but that C4, it's huge. Now the diffuser is cold. They need to regain him with echo drones above, being able to watch. They could deny the plant. Big Papa is going to get rid of VT, but remember, the echo drone, he can essentially just deny the plant. But Big Papa with the kill. This is huge. What?
Oh, the heartbreaking round from Not From Here, and it all stops with Tones uninstalling his brain. No reason to ever vault out that mirror window like that. Could not tell you why he did that. Like, there's just no reason to ever do that. Why? Because you know your Jaeger is in a gunfight with somebody in piano. Do they expect them to forget about the mirror windows? In all honesty, kind of a dumb play. And valiant effort for the Echo on Not From Here to attempt to save the day for his team. He got his Echo up to the ceiling, but it finds a place that it can't connect, and he dies as a result. If he was anywhere else on the map, maybe outside pillars, it really doesn't matter where, he would have saved the day, not get sprayed down by an SMG-11. Ember Rose's hands must be shaking after that round, Cairo. That was a heartbeater of a round. Incredible for them.
Literally, Chief, see, as soon as that Echo drone went up, I was about to shout that the Echo drone had stopped the defuse, but then I was like, wait, what? The attackers have won? I was so confused, especially it threw me off that the attackers are orange. I was
true.
like,
So I saw Sledge just sprinting into reading a room. I'm like, oh, he's trying to kill the Echo, but I don't know if that would be his best interest. He should have just shot the Echo drone since he literally looked at it running on by. But hey, I mean, that was a heart pounder around. Like, that was just bite your nails and pray that things go your way. I mean, both rosters must have just been screaming because you're right. Like, I saw Sledge sprinting. I saw the Echo drone. I'm like, oh no, Echo has just won the round. And Sledge is not going to get there in time. What an incredible round. And again, if you're a fan of either one of these teams, you should be proud of the way that your teams played because, for the most part, they played pretty well other than the guy who I just roasted at the beginning, Toads, for just vaulting behind his mirror window. Hopefully, he cools his jets. He just turns off the afterburners a little bit to, save some fuel along the way because his job is to be an anchor. His job is to hold the fort, hold the keep as long as possible, because the moment that he just overextends like that, the entire macro strategy is going to degrade, and it really did from Not From Here. If we saw Mira alive, that would have wasted probably 15 seconds, and that's the round one.
oh yeah, that round could have easily been won if the Mira was still alive. And you know something, Chief? I mean, that could also shift the momentum completely from Not From Here to Ember Rose. You know what I mean? You get hype, you start to get that, like, oh my god, like, we just won that round, that's crazy. And then, potentially, like, from Not From Here, they'll be thinking, that was winnable, that was really winnable. But, I mean, enough about that. It looks like Ember Rose have decided to actually go for an east-sided take. This isn't really that popular, we don't see it that often. This is giving me vibes from when I saw Pojo Man, get 2 C4s off onto that white window, but Savages isn't going to let that happen as the Mira gets dropped.
I want more teams to execute from the east. It's an incredibly viable strategy. Just teams, I think, lack the coordination and the backbone structure to be able to do something similar to that. But so far, Ember Rose, their execute from the east side of the map looking practically flawlessly, finding the first 2 opening kills, and Crypt is going to force to take a gunfight to neutralize the roster count. VT will spring in action as well, but Savage from behind. It's now full bomb site control for Ember Rose. But with the flurry of kills coming on through, it's still Ember Rose in control. They keep on top of the refrag game, and they now propel themselves to a position where they're tied against Not From Here. A great attacking round for Ember Rose, and Not From Here kind of dazed and confused.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be put into... I don't know what they were thinking, but the thing is, though, Ember Rose just seemed to be everywhere. I mean, we saw the one player that ran straight into Cigar Lounge and just was able to get that final frag, but, I mean, they just seemed to be everywhere. It was just bullets flying. And do you want to know, Chief? I think we're going to have to head to a quick tech pause due to everything that's going on. Maybe some player has got a sound bug or whatnot, but, I mean, what a round. I mean, we've got so much to analyse, and it's only been 4.
And there's a lot of things to analyze. I'm going to put that on the table for right now. There's a player that we saw in the previous series named Zoldak, and it reminds me of it because you have a Halo Reach poster. Is that the one, like, bad guy who does, like, the crazy droid things that are red and, like, messes up Master Chief? Is that what that guy's name? Is that where he got it from? What is that guy called in the first place? It's something like that, Zoldak.
So,
right?
Honestly, I genuinely can't remember. Like, you know,
I can't either.
It's like, see, honestly, I haven't played Halo in so long, and I was going to play it today. That's the weirdest thing. That's the weirdest
You
thing
wanted
about
to play it today, and then you're like, this Chief guy is knocking on my door right now, and I need to go cast with him. My
this. Is that where you got
condolences.
Chief from?
Pardon?
Is that where you got Chief from?
No, it was an Xbox name that came over, and it was something else longer. And if you've seen me on my main account, or one of my accounts, because I own too many accounts, you know the origins of the name. I can't say it on broadcast, but yeah, people just shortened it down to Chief, and again, I was kind of given this name. How'd you get Kyra in the first place? Were you just a fan of Egypt?
No, do you honestly, do you know something? My nickname comes from, like, it wasn't like an insult, but one of the people were picking football teams, so it was like, you choose one, and then someone went, my name's Kieran, you can see it below me, and they went, instead of saying Kieran, they went, oh, I'll pick Cairo, and I was like, shut up, Jack, and then it just stuck. That was it, because I gave a reaction, so now people just forever call me Cairo.
Apparently your second name's also spelled wrong, which is unfortunate for you. How do you spell your name?
It's CH,
Tuluk?
but yeah,
CH?
It's pronounced Tuluk, but because it's like Scottish, it should be CH.
Poor Grissom. I mean, do you think that he lives in the UK, he'd be at least able to, spell some Scottish names? I mean, he at least lives closer than I do over here, in A.
Oh man, honest to God. Oh look at that! Like we've waffled that long that we're straight back in. This is
Incredible. Casters, talk about the game. That was my favorite tweet of the week, man. Somebody got mad about Casters not talking about the game, so sue me.
Oh man, Casters, press the button. Come
Casters,
on, we wanna
start
watch
the game. Casters, stop calling tech pauses.
Why aren't you talking about the game, Chief?
My bad, man. My bad. That's on me. That's on me. Well, since we're back at the game, I guess I will be required to mention what has transpired so far. Both rosters find themselves tied up, entering into the first quarter of this series. Again, this is the best of 2 series right now, and we're only into map number 1. We've seen good plays out of both teams. Both teams seem to be pretty equal in the mechanical skill department, and their strategies seem to be on par as well. Both teams finding success in different parts of the round, whether or not it's a Hail Mary defensive execute, a Hail Mary offensive push in the dying seconds of the round. Both teams are doing exactly what they need to. No IQ currently being shown by Ember Rose. I'm glad that the operator has been removed, but for something a little bit more unique, Cairo, it is going to be the Cali entering on for it. An operator that practically receives no play, which is unique because she actually can, increase the surface area ability to destroy utility, as well as remove soft utility on the other side of a reinforced wall. Now, it's all at the opportunity cost of not really having lethal firepower. Sure, that Cali sniper rifle absolutely slams like a truck if you get hit by it, but since it's a bolt-action sniper rifle in a game that's practically all, CQB, it becomes quite cumbersome to wield.
Do you know something? I really like what for what Ember Rose have done here, right? You're thinking to yourself, they've sprung a Cali, what are you talking about, Cairo, right? Well, think about it. What they're doing just now is they're doing a massive roam clear from top down, something that you would naturally do, but instead of going for Freezer, what are they going to go for, Chief? I can imagine them going for a bakery take, right? Why else would you bring that Cali? I mean, it's to get things off the wall, it's to displace utility, as we spoke about previously. And, I mean, they've already switched up their attack once, why can't they do it a second time, especially on towards this bakery side? A C4 is going to go up, but I don't think it will make any damage to those. And with Cali being long range, she can essentially do the damage to the wall, do the damage to the utility that she needs to do, where there essentially is almost no pressure here, not from here. I genuinely think this adaptation from Ember Rose could be, round winning, sorry. But we'll need to see where the execute ends up coming from.
Well, full map control now in favor of Ember Rose, and here comes the difficult part of the round. Sure, you've cleared out 2 floors, but now you have to actually clear out the bomb sign. Those murder holes are going to be a great asset at that, but another difficult part is actually now maneuvering those troops on forward and down into the middle part of the map, into that first floor. Applying direct pressure into the bomb sites, and Crips is going to be the person with a giant stop sign in his hand to try to make sure Ember Rose does not grab any more control in from the coat side, reception side of the map. Good drone economy initially on that clear, but now as we enter the actual execution portion, we don't really see anybody gathering information. 50% of the drone economy is left, so you'll be more than able to do exactly that. Great refrags in favor of both teams, but VT is going to keep himself in the driving seat for that. A soft cook frag grenade, and Crips brings in action. That's the byproduct of no drones, and it's a sea of blue from not from here as they just collapse onto their own site. The crashback is just too powerful, and all of a sudden, Ember Rose, they slip away the round after having a masterclass of a 2-floor clear.
I mean, they literally lost nothing in a 2-floor clear. Again, though, they tried this back of sight, this kind of freezer take. And I'm going to be honest, I hate freezer takes. I don't like it at all. You move into freezer, that thing can just become a kill box, right? Because, I mean, you either have to vault into sight, which disadvantageous, or you have to swing into bunker / all the angles that you can create from, like, kitchen. It's just a big no from me. I much prefer bakery. It's much more standard. You can leverage more control, especially with a Cali. You open that wall up, you think of the angles you can get into prep, you think of the angles you can get into kitchen. You can essentially clear out players. You can hold the angles into small bake if anybody comes in. It's just, you can gain so much control from Bakery is just not unnatural, just unreal. And especially when you look at the man count from Not From Here, it was all like put towards this kind of Christmas tree area. If you think about it, into like VIP corridor, there was one in Coach Deck, one in Christmas tree. I believe there was probably one in Whiskey because that's what they played last time. It's just, I just don't get it. But if that's the case, then what we'll do is we'll need to see if Ember Rose decide to go for an East take on this round.
So you can see admin intervening right there. A tech pause was called by Ember Rose. They just dropped another player from the lobby. Now they only have 2 of these pauses. Using one of them early on, and they just have to decide, is it worth pausing the game right now, getting their player back into the lobby, and using their final pause, having none for map number 2. It's one of the problems that we've seen from rosters in the past 2 weeks, right? Players have just struggled to, well, stay in the server, right? Badger for Valors, his PC caught fire, and now it seems to be the same thing for Ember Rose. And it's frustrating because even in week 1, I casted 2 4v5s, and maybe another 4v5 mounting here today? I hope not.
I remember when I first started casting, I was watching the qualifiers for the season upcoming, right? It was my debut season ever casting. So I watched the qualifiers because I wanted to get an information on what the teams were like, etc. And I watched a 4 versus 5 for 8 rounds, and the 4 ended up winning out. How does that happen, Chief? Like on Oregon,
Built different.
and on the old, wait till you hear this. On Oregon and the old meta, 4v5, the 4 won it.
Dude, Old Oregon was my stomping ground, dude. I love that map. That was amazing. Nobody called it Oregon then. It was goated at the time, man.
Yeah.
I will say New Oregon is way better though. I mean, as much as I miss, you know, like White Stairs and, you know, making fun of Troy Canadian for poo-pooing with the CZ. You know, mistakes happen along the way. Now, so far, no rosters have yet to make a mistake here in round 6, unless you include the disconnect. Good map control starting to mount in from Ember Rose, but they do have to be careful that Tones has found himself a new home. Downstairs in the gears once again. He's played this scenario before. His Nitrocell didn't quite have the impact, but even if he sent his Nitrocell sky high, it actually won't find a target at all, since Ember Rose right now has yet to open up that red corridor, electing to save those exothermic charges for a different scenario.
Well, a flurry of kills coming out here, Chief, but it is all blue, and that's just unfortunate because, I mean, when that happens, you're now down to 2 players. It's not as if you're down to 3. So, I mean, Ember Rose are put in a really bad situation, but we've seen, I mean, crazier things happen. We've seen 1 versus 5. I mean, this is Siege. All it takes is 4 headshots, and there you go, you've won the round. But 40 seconds remaining, and not a lot of control. They need to leverage something here. They need to try and catch a player off guard. The Wamai, though, he's the one that's going to be catching the Zofia off guard, and it's now down to Big Papa. He needs just 1 frag. He does have the diffuser, so, I mean, he does have something. He can potentially easily leverage control. A nice little pixel angle all the way through into Freezer. But the thing is, though, look like Not From Here, they're not giving anything away. This is, I mean, essential for them. This is huge for them. They're playing it so well. Mission Critical comes in. The timer goes red. He's just going to stop and wait for exit frags here. Round goes to Not From Here, Chief. And a 4-2 natural split from the old meta coming in.
Well, you can tell that we're a Valorant duo when he started to mention exit frags and an economy-based shooter. I will say, Ember Rose, they end the half 4-2, right? And traditional history, that's exactly where attacking rosters want to be in, so that 4v5 that they're pushed into, at least they did their due diligence on attack. Now that they're entering into defense, it's more than possible to win 4 rounds with a 4v5. Again, we keep mentioning Valors because on Chalet, they did exactly that. However, the one thing Ember Rose needs to do is set themselves up to waste time and waste utility. The way that you do that is maybe bring back out that Mira. Now, Cairo, I love to mention the Mira fallacy because, well, she's exactly that. Teams, if you're not playing Mira in a scrim, if you're not dry running a Mira, you're not going to bring her in a live match because you're just not going to be comfortable with it, right? Mira windows are a difficult thing to coordinate well because they require a certain amount of map knowledge. a certain amount of map reconstruction, a certain amount of reinforcements, ADSs, as well as wall denial. That is a lot of critical factors that go into making sure that mirror window is safe. I also excluded the fact that you can get shot from behind, shot from underneath. There's a lot of clever ways rosters can bypass mirror windows, and that's why they're very difficult to bring out as a pocket strategy if you've never dry run it. Now, if your pocket strats are, something that you're testing a lot in scrims, then you should be more than comfortable actually bringing out a strat like that. We're just gonna have to see if Ember Rose has something like that available to them, but it looks pretty traditional. Honestly,
You know
this lot. What?
Oh,
Pardon?
sorry, you go. You make a point first.
I was going to say this lineup looks pretty, box standard, pretty normal, right? You have a Bandit, you have a Jaeger, you have a Legion, and a Smoke. It seems like no real adaptations are being made from Ember Rose, and it could just be a byproduct. They realize that the 4v5 is taking place. They're going to be forced to take, gunfights earlier. And being shown right here by Bandit, it goes sky high. It hits him? What?
I think what happened there was the sledge hit the hatch, and then the C4 dropped, and then when he pressed the boom, then it drops, so it kind of does some kind of small damage to him. But something, right, that I got so excited when I seen it, right? I don't know if it's the Red Bull, but let's look at the attackers. They have brought Zero and Lion, right? So every time I see Lion on Cafe, I just get so excited because I think of LATAM, right? LATAM are the most exciting region. I'm sorry if you hate on me. They just are.
LATAM is the best region, the most exciting. It's objectively factual.
Yeah, exactly. So, I don't believe I just heard that in my ear. Sorry, the producer just called us idiots for saying that. But the Lion gets the kill, so it's 5 versus 3. Anyway, Lion is just a great operator now. The fact that he isn't as oppressive as what he used to be, but the fact that we just don't see him that often is just huge. Spear swings though and gets a great kill onto the Bandit. Now it's 5 versus 2. There is always an inherent advantage to the 5, but the fact that they're bringing out operators that we don't see often in the Zero and the Lion is just huge.
Big Papa, long angle, trying to have that T5 gift him a headshot right now, but not a great position for Ember Rose to be in. 2 of their troops left. We see a Mossberg shotgun CQC style against the pixel door frame. If not from here, elects not to drone that. It's going to be a difficult avenue to push because that buck shotgun is going to be quite a monster in this scenario. And even a swing, if it transpires right now, there's going to be a pixel shield still active, so VT on that Lion should more or less be safe. The doors have been knocked down from not from here, and there's the push. Lion's Call goes out, starts to ping on 1, but it's toxic gas. It does its job, denying the planter only temporarily. A little bit of HP as we're now in that post plant. 1v5 post plant for SMG11, bro. It's a bit difficult endeavor to make. 1 kill for his name, but I highly doubt he's going to find any more than that as the clock continues to work its way on down, looking over towards Wood, unable to cycle the shotgun once. Valiant effort, but another round for not from here.
Not from here, right. Well, they always have the inherent advantage. I just want to give them props. Their utility usage is, I don't want to say perfect, I hate saying perfect, but the way they use your utility is just so nice to see from a team. Right, when we saw them take cigar control, they pushed players off, they got the picks they needed to, and they weren't overly aggressive. They were just slow, they made sure they were methodical. They were like this, the kind of NA SSG that we saw. I like to see that kind of stuff from them. It's just, I don't know, it's just nice to see, and the fact that they're bringing a Lion and a Zero again shows their comfortability on operators that we don't see that often.
There's an opportunity cost to that Zero, and that's going to be the benefit of active flank watch and passive flank watch, and it just comes down to what a roster finds important. I personally think Redlock is the best flank watch here on Cafe for one simple fact that a lot of people have forgotten since her introduction into Pro League and introduction into Cafe. Her track singers have a unique sound propagation on this map, and it has to do with the open stairwell concept, right? So all the stairwells have, the ability for sound to kind of go through the bars and travel from the first floor all the way up to the 3rd floor. Unlike very few maps that actually have like closed off stairwells. For example, if you want to look at like Borgen stairwells over by, over by kids' dorms and into the freezer basement, right? Those are closed stairwells, so sound won't propagate through them. But here on Cafe, sound will propagate against every single stairwell. So if you throw a track stinger on red stairs, for example, the defense is going to have to make more audible noise than anything else. What a run out! It finds its pick. Big Papa gets one, but he gets traded immediately. Honestly, a good back and forth. The sledge off the board is going to somewhat hurt not from here, but you still have flat place breaching charges, so not all hope is lost. Plus, since it's a bar defense, sledge won't be as critical. We currently don't see Castle in play, but it's a good trade back and forth between these two teams. But going back over to the conversation about flank watch, again, those track stingers are so powerful on this map simply because they propagate sound, and a lot of players in the amateur level absolutely suck at placing air jabs. Far too often do I cast matches where somebody puts an air jab, it gets shot because they put it in a bad spot, and then they go cry in all chat because they don't know how to actually set up air jabs. It's a common occurrence. That's why you should bring out track stingers, because one track stinger shot is going to be louder than one air jab being shot. An incredible series of kills. Now, moving on forward for not from here. They don't need flank watch. We're talking about passive flank watch. Well, and Crips is doing a wonderful job guiding his troops on forward.
Yeah, well, you know what's louder? Kills are louder. We just seen bodies drop to the floor. And again, I mean, the utility usage from not from here was essential, getting rid of that 90 player, and then the bodies are starting to hit the floor, but now it's just down to Charles, it's down to the Jaeger. I mean, we've seen this 416 carbine that can catch people off guard, the Lion scan coming out, they'll know exactly where he is, but he didn't move. Raptor finishing out the round, a great round from not from here, and they move on to map point. Chief, again, I just have to give commendations towards not from here. The utility usage, they just spammed all those flash grenades, the stuns all at once, they coordinated, and then they had like the Lion scan, etc. as well. They also had gone sixes in pockets if they really needed to with the Zofia charges for later on with utility. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being like kind of fanboying because they have taken the zero in the line, but I just can't look past them. They just look like a really well drilled team.
I wish we had a replay operator actually in the production booth today, because I'd love to be able to overlay the two styles of attack, because Cairo, you hit it perfectly there. The difference between our two rosters on barroom attacks is the fact that Not From Here is directly dealing with utility, participating in the util clear, where Ember Rose just simply did not. And, I mean, just look at the time efficiency that it brings from a roster who is competent at dealing with utility. We mentioned earlier at the start of the map that, sure, we're not in utility consumption simulator proper, but that does not mean you should forget about those key lessons in util clear. Because I hate to break it to you, utility is always going to be a factor in Rainbow Six Siege. You're always going to have to learn how to burn ADSs. That is going to be a mini game and a puzzle that every single IGL needs to master. Simply put, if you do not know how to burn util, you will not leave T3. That's a very blunt statement, Cairo, but it's a fact. Like, you have to know how to IGL, and you have to know how to actually break down the map into bite-sized chunks, edible chunks, because if you just bite the entire pizza, you're going to choke on the entire pizza. How do you eat a pizza? You take nice, bite-sized pieces and digest it slowly.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, utility doesn't win you games, but it can win you gunfights. I like to, when I'm coaching players or when I'm talking to players, the one thing I like to look at it is I say, look, we'll make a strategy. You've got to remember the strategy can be lost in seconds, right? Depending on how things are going. Look at Savages here. He's okay, but actually does get taken out. So now your roam game's gone. So now all the utility work will begin. The roam clear will begin, right? So what you want to do is you want to place utility in a spot where the gunfight that you potentially will be taking could be in your favour, but they are all in favour of Not From Here, as we see another one being won. It's just like, they're not using the utility on the top floor, they're taking gunfights, they're trying to run into disadvantageous positions and just getting taken out. That's just what Not From Here are doing, they're gaining the information, they're capitalising on it, and that's just huge. So, right. Finally I get to the point.
Ooh, alright.
Right, you ready for this? So, you use utility to win gunfights. The percentage of winning gunfights when you have utility to aid you is higher than you would if you were taking a 1v1, right? So that's what people need to learn. That's what the players need to learn. They need to burn the utilities so that therefore the gunfight is in their favour. And I mean, so far it's just all been in not from here's court.
I have to condemn the aggressive plays of Ember Rose upstairs. I mean, senseless gunfights. I could not fathom what we saw Jaeger do up there. Running around like a headless chicken at this point. Like, he wasn't droned, and he just peeks the skylight, or not skylight, the hatch, and the same thing with Charms. Not droned and swung. Your whole job as a roamer is not to take gunfights, it's to waste time. You do so by removing the drone economy. You do so by falling back in stages. Ember Rose has yet to do so. And right now, it's a 2v5. Their anchors are in the bomb site, and they're going to be forced to hold the fort down as long as possible. Happy now off the board. Superior on a good swing. A nice shot for him, but unable to find any more of the 4 targets. That's going to be not from here. Finding a swift into Cafe. To be fair, Ember Rose was 4v5 for at least 2 of those rounds, but that was not the reason why map number 1 was a tough pill to swallow for them.
Yeah, look, I don't mean to be harsh on teams, right? I feel as if when I'm criticising teams, I can be really harsh, and I don't mean it in that point. It's just, how to put it, I'm passionate about the game to the point that if I see something wrong, I have to call it out. I want teams to improve. I want them, when they're watching VODs, to think, right, okay, that's potentially something that we could improve on. And Ember Rose, they left a lot to be desired on Cafe, but remember, it wasn't their pick, Chief. So, in that case, Ember Rose potentially could be capitalising on our next map.
But again, you're right, it's not their map pick, but you have to apply lessons from other maps. And again, that final round was very frustrating, as that coaching perspective, because nothing that Ember Rose did had impact. That roam was atrocious. And again, I don't want this to become, a dump on Ember Rose party, but how do you roam effectively on Clubhouse, since that's our next map? You do something called a staged roam, right? If you want to have a pure linear basement defense, you expand that defense up the main stairwell and the blue stairwell, maybe an oil pit, maybe in a dirt tunnel. You snipe away a drone per stairwell, 40% of the drone economy is now gone. If you're able to fall back in the stage and you replicate that, that's now 80% of the drone economy down. 2 drones left for the attackers. I promise you, that is not enough information to win a round unless you have Hixer, like he was doing on Valor's earlier, knee-jerk reaction headshots, because he's just good, right? It becomes too difficult to do. But when you have Jaeger holding W and Shift, flying around the new hatch, I mean, the only thing I can say is go to Cocktail and uninstall your Shift key. Because that's really all it is. Like, senseless gunfights were being made. Big Papa's desperation swing coming in from reception. It got a kill, it got a trade. That's a high-risk, high-reward scenario. At most of the gunfights that we saw Ember Rose take maybe have a win rate of 20%. Like, that's too low. My rule as a defender, your job is to take an 80% gunfight, which means win 80% of the time. 8 out of 10 times you win. Imagine you won 8 out of the 5 gunfights. You just break statistics altogether. Again, Ember Rose, they have the strengths. They could succeed. They just need to start to rely on the basics, work on the basics. Same thing with Niagara Falls earlier. We criticized some of their plays from week 1 to week 2. We gave them critiques. They improved on the critiques. The refrags that we saw earlier from the Falls was incredible. Something that, Ember Rose can also, try to digest a little bit more. Now, Cairo, you and I have been rambling on ways to improve. We're actually going to have to step away, give our players 10 minutes to actually truly digest not the only information that we gave them, what the coaches, the support staff, and their entire team, come together as a collective hive mind to prepare for map number 2 of this Best of 2 series, Clubhouse. See you shortly. The final map is just underway here in CCL. It's the last day, or the last play day of Saturday. Well, no more matches here today. We'll have more tomorrow, but I'm excited to see how map number 2 actually ends up transpiring, as Not From Here had a very swift into Cafe, ending that series 7-2. But Cairo, what can we expect as we enter into that second map again of Clubhouse?
Well, I hope there's a little bit of review happened after that match from Ember Rose. I hope that they capitalise on mistakes that they made in the last map and hopefully push forward. If not, then, I mean, Not From Here, they could really make Clubhouse their home.
They certainly could. Again, this is Ember Rose's map choice. We're just going to have to see what they're capable of. Hopefully they're able to address some of those issues that they had from Cafe. One of those biggest issues that you and I mentioned was the fact that Ember Rose just played, honestly, hyper-aggressive, taking some very silly gunfights, some very bad positioning, cost them far too many casualties, and that's going to be something that we do need to monitor, because CCTV in particular is one of those bomb sites. If you play in the wrong position, you will get slaughtered. Again, in North America, Clubhouse has started to get the teeter-totter position of being attacker-sided, stemming from the fact that CCTV has become very difficult to hold because the attackers have the option of just sitting outside on the plat balcony and not really taking map control, but able to dish a lot of pressure into the bomb site.
But it's not only that, though, Chief, right? We've got to think about Siege as a whole. It's not an old game, but I mean, we're now 5 years into this map pool.
We're 6, aren't we?
Six, sorry, is it 6? So, I mean, it's starting to age really badly, in my opinion. Or not badly, but it's starting to age, right? So when it's aging, I mean, you get that experience, and when you get experience, you can start to do things that, I mean, you're used to. You're used to someone playing on rafters. You need to keep control of garage somehow. So, I mean, that's easy pickings. You know how to deal with it, and then once you get that experience of dealing with things more and more often, then sites become a little bit more easy. Look towards this bans here, Chief. I'm not really, I mean, not excited, but I wouldn't say excited the word, but like, I'm not surprised by these ones. They're pretty standard in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Something that a lot of rosters are electing to bring. Habana, the queen of top hatches, makes sense that she's now removed. Now, Maverick will be a must-pick every single bomb site. We'll see all 12 rounds, if we even go that far, have a Maverick in play. Because you just need to be able to remove the util on the wall just that much faster. Have we ever another disconnect, Cairo, or is this one of those weird lobby bugs where the dude's actually in the lobby showing his operator? Nope, he did DC. That's an unfortunate scenario taking place. We're going to end up pausing. This will be, I think, the last pause for Ember Rose. They used 1 on Cafe. You'll only get 2 for the best of 2 series, so they will no longer be able to pause this series. But again, let's talk about what we saw in the ban phase. Cade and Wamai, very staple bans. The one thing is, with Wamai off the board, that Raptors hold is going to be something that you really can't do anymore, because you're just not going to have the utility to stay safe there. You can put all your ADSs, but that means the rest of your bomb site is going to be exposed. It comes down to the opportunity cost. You know, we saw a bandit being shown, so that's an opportunity to go for a bandit trick, a skill that a lot of comp players seem to have forgotten. But if you go for that style of play, that means you have to put all your ADS in that scenario. You know, if you do really, really want to hold rafters, there are options of tanking utility. You can bring out a Rook and a Doc. Remember, you won't go dead with a Rook in play. So if you're a Doc, you can instantaneously revive yourself. If you're overstimmed, you'll tank a grenade. Those are more atypical strategies, and honestly, I would probably just ignore Garage altogether, say it's a no man's land, it's a dead man's area, so why don't we as a defending team just create, you know, long lines of sight so if the attackers want control of Garage, they're going to have to take a multi-meter gunfight, either in from CCTV or in from lobby, if they want to make that endeavor.
Well, something that we need to talk about Clubhouse, right? It's very unique in the fact, well, maybe not so unique, but pretty in a small pool in terms of the maps, that whatever you ban kind of determines how the map's going to be played.
True.
You think about it, right? You didn't ban the Maverick this time, so now he's up. That means you can Maverick trick walls. That's fine. Like, essentially, it's almost untouchable, right? You also think of if the Habana was allowed to be up, then the fact that she would be able to then be Queen of the Hatches. That, I mean, at least one hatch is getting open with the impact trick kind of, I mean, you guess say nerf from her. So you need to have strats for different bans on Clubhouse. It really, the bans determine how it's going to be played. With the Wamai ban, something that people don't usually think about for Rafters, Capitau's available. I mean, when do you see the fire bolt arrows being used to like burn out that player? Even if you displace him, I mean, fair game, you can probably easily get a kill. I mean, they are placed right. I mean, I always think the one person when I think Capitao, I think Geo from TSM. That man is a god. That man can place a Capitao bolt on like literally a dime. That guy is crazy. So, like, but the point is if you watch his style of play, you watch how he plays it, he places them in areas where people get displaced and then they run into your bowls, they run into your chiefs. They're there to collapse on these kills. So, I think that could potentially be the move from the attackers from Ember Rose to see if they actually use those Embers to capitalize on rounds.
The thing is, Capitao just doesn't get played anymore.
Yeah.
And I think it's just from the fact that rosters have become so efficient, a byproduct of utility consumption simulator, that they just know how to push Raptors without bringing the cap. Because you have to weigh the opportunity cost of utility. Particularly now, I think Capitao was significantly nerfed when he lost flashbangs in favor of Pocket Thermite Charge. Because it is an asset to be able to burn your own ADSs. The only operator currently capable of doing that is Zofia. Because at the time, right, if there was Wamai pancakes that were abundance on the map, you know, Wamai is a direct counter to Capitao. So Capitao, he flashes himself in, he grabs all the Wamai pancakes, and all of a sudden, he is applying direct pressure into Rafters. That's no longer an option, and we're seeing teams, again, byproduct utility consumption simulator, they're so competent at just flashing the Rafters player, flashing the ADSs, overwhelming that utility, and a well-placed frag grenade is all that you really need, because you're going to have coverage from the east door. You're going to isolate that person, whether or not he's in R90, R2, R1, or R window. It really doesn't matter, because rosters become so good, even at like the amateur level. Oh no, do we have a cursor bug? Just play on controller. Simple as that.
Yeah, I think it's not even from Ember Rose. I believe it is from, not from here. That's going to be, I mean, longer for us to talk about what these bans and Clubhouse as a whole. This is the thing though, Chief, right? We look towards what Ember Rose have brought, and we think about it from this perspective, right? The rosters that they've took, maybe not from here, have actually kind of already won that first round. And you're thinking to yourself, how can they win a round before we've even played it out, right? You think about it, they've brought a cap, right? Yeah, has the pocket breach charge, but you're losing utility that you need for bottom floor. You think of the burn, right? You think of what you've got to go through. You think of like all the positions that we played, like for instance a smoke and dot, maybe a player in towards blue, all the ADSs they could have to support each other. Like it could potentially already be won before the game's over. But things that we need to talk about, I mean, Cap doesn't have burn in terms of ADSs can't catch his bolts.
That is very true. And also, going back, we're going to bring up old metas here on CCTV. Bring back the Iron Wall. The French operator Monty, the way he used to take Rafters, I mean, it was no util clear. He would just face towards, I guess that's going to be the south side of the map, and he just walks up the Rafters, so he's looking towards CCTV. Bullets are whizzing over his head. Impacts are whizzing and landing at his feet. Maybe an occasional nitrocell. But the person in Rafters is now, oh crap, I can't sit here anymore. And then they run away and die because there's great coverage, right? I miss those days. And I think it was like Zyronic who was talking about it like a couple weeks ago. He's like, I love exploiting operators, man. I love bringing them on and just pushing people away because it's just a wall. I mean, sure, he now has, you know, when he gets meleeed, his shield swings to the side, but he's still pretty strong. I mean, have you seen the new glitch where you can have, like, 5 Monties in a server? I loved seeing that. The dude's like, there's a Monty on me. And he's like, no, there's a Monty on me. And he's like, wait, hold on. There's 2 Monties here. It's like playing Raft and upgrading your Raft, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm being attacked by a shark, and your homie's like, no, I'm also being attacked by a shark. And you realize you're at end game, and there's 4 sharks currently.
Yeah.
2 is eating your boat, 2 is eating you and your friend, and it's just not a good day. So I love to see that meta come back.
Yeah, I seen a clip where it was like a reading post plant or something. It was a
Yep.
castle holding it down, right? And then Monty's walking towards, just like, oh, there's a Monty walking towards me. And then Monty like walks in. It's like genuinely some sort of like comedy. Then
It's a horror game.
walks in. Yeah, then Monty walks in from reading. He's like, wait, there's 2 Montys, and you can just hear the panic in his voice. But
Yeah, it's like what Quarantine should be, right? Quarantine's
Yeah.
trying to be a Rainbow Six Siege horror game. Just have a full team of Monties, and I promise you, you're gonna poop yourself. Actually, what'd be more terrifying is 5 fuses on like a bomb site, like basement in cons, right? Consulate. If you have all 5 cluster charges going off at the same time, there's nowhere for you to hide. Like, you're gonna die. Okay,
Yeah.
so you put them above CC, you put them into kitchen, and then it's just rain hell.
Oh,
It's
man.
literally like an AC-130 gunship coming in from above. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody dies. You all at Alt F4 and just never play the game again.
I see 130 coming in from above. Oh man, you'd be like MW2 all over again. The pain. I think you'd have to call that the anti-hostage meta. It has to be called, right? We're nicknaming it already.
That's terrifying. I will say, I never understood Modern Warfare 2 because the dude screams to the top of his lung,
Oh.
enemy AC-130 above! And then when the tactical nuke's called, tactical nuke inbound. It's over. It's like, there's no, like, drama in his voice. Like, it's either he just swallowed sadness, realizing that he's screwed, that a nuclear bomb's landing on his toes, or, I don't know, the AC-130 is just that much more terrifying. Nonetheless, though, Oh, Cairo.
Yeah.
It's a 4v5! He disconnected again!
Oh my god.
Thank God we don't have to go to another rehost. Ember Rise has used every single one of their rehosts. Oh no. They've used all their pauses. They can still use a rehost. Well,
Right.
We're back to our lovely faces again. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the longest game here on Clubhouse. You've seen the prep phase 3 different times, and nothing has changed since then. And this is a point where, you start to go like full, Intero status and start to talk about your lunches, because that was a hot button topic on Twitter. So, Cairo, my friend, what did you eat for lunch?
What did I eat for lunch? I don't think
Yes.
I had lunch. Do you know what? Well, here's one better. What did you have for dinner? Because I had Chinese.
Okay, well, first off, it's what? It's 10:30 where you live,
shit. Yeah,
and it's currently 2:28 where I live.
We'll go with my dinner and your lunch, right? We'll compare.
All right.
The
What you have
right,
for dinner,
so-
big boy?
I had Chinese, right? And you're thinking, right,
Yeah.
oh, what's your order from Chinese, right? I had chow mein with satay sauce instead of chow mein sauce, and it was beautiful.
Ooh!
Yeah.
Fancy. Delicious. Well, I haven't really had a real lunch. Why? Because our producer, Luke, was like, hey, we don't have a lot of time, so just grub as quickly as you can. So I opened up a can of Trader Joe's Dolmas. You don't have Trader Joe's in Europe, so. But if you live in, well, North America, and I'm assuming since we're here in a Canadian league, most of you probably do live in North America.
Yeah.
Stop by your local Trader Joe's and pick up some Dolmas from there. Actually, I'm going to be honest with you, Cairo.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have Trader Joe's in Canada.
Right, you know what? Right, I literally see when we were talking about AC-130s, right? I just
Yeah.
wanted I wanted to ask you the most important question of
course.
all time. What is your favorite COD?
All right. The best COD I was in was Black Ops 2. That was my most competitive and the only one where I had decent content creation in. So I love that game, but honestly, I think Modern Warfare 3 was my favorite, which is blasphemy to say. It's the game that I probably played the second most behind Black Ops 2. I just really liked Modern Warfare 2 or Modern Warfare 3 because it was the first game that I was good at, right?
Yeah.
Like, I was always the weirdo grinding Moabs and stuff. Like, it was my stomping ground. It was really my first stomping ground, and it's gonna have like a really nice place in my heart. Sure, Modern Warfare 2. I remember going over to my homeboy's house to play it. Like, it was fun. I remember playing Pro Mon because I had a PC at that time. So there's a lot of things Again, it just has to be MW3. Again, it's
Yeah.
probably blasphemy to say. I know a lot of people didn't enjoy that game as much, but
Yeah.
it is what it is. What was yours?
Oh, mine's is got to be NW2. I started off my
Yeah.
COD like everyone plays COD at some point, right?
Of course.
No, I have never met a gamer who hasn't played COD. COD
Yep.
is just like a franchise you have to play. But I
Of
started
course.
off in Black Ops when that was kind of when the like kind of more popular like multiplayer casual games started coming about when the 360 and that. And then because I got my kind of taste, I was like, oh, I'll get MW2. That would be great. And then I can just now remember like the nostalgia of running around with dual wield Rafikas on model 1870s and just giving people a hell of a day.
Do you remember the pre-nerf dual wield, models?
Oh,
The sniper models where you could just nuke a dude from across the map. Homies chilling on, wasteland, 500 meters away, and you're dual
Yeah,
wield
man.
shotgunning him from across the map. And then he's sending you some very inappropriate things in 360 message.
do you ever follow those accounts? It's like out of context 360 messages. Some of them-
No, I must.
Oh, Twitter. Honestly, if you get a chance, follow it. Some of them are hilarious. But I mean, there's no way you could tell what my favorite 360 game is just from looking at my camera. There's no way.
That's not Halo in the background, so that looks more like Doom Guy in the background.
Doom guy. Oh, don't start me on Doom, man. That is like, do you know what? Doom isn't a game for fun. Doom is a game for therapy. That is a therapy game. You can't tell me otherwise. You've got heavy metal. You're just shooting demons. I mean, come on. That's a therapy game.
This is my therapy game, dude. I love just taking,
Oh, yeah.
kids' elos and just, imagine this, right? You're queuing some ranked, and somebody who's a caster who should not be able to shoot back just slammed you and took your elo, man. That's the biggest insult of all time. There's
Yeah.
been a production queue in CS lately, and
Yeah.
obviously nobody knows who any of us are when we queue, face at CS,
Yeah.
but it's always funny when you're just, dying to somebody named Chief Yaba who's just swinging you with an AK, has no idea what he's doing, and he just AK sprays you to the face.
I think the funniest thing is like casters, right? So people don't know who we are. Maybe some people do, right? But we're amateur casters in the grand scheme of things, or semi-professional, if you're talking about yourself. But right, you think about it, right? When people go like that, oh, this guy has to be hacking, and you're thinking, bro, I am a caster.
I'm just lucky,
this is a
dude.
meme. This is a
I've
meme.
done
Like, you
nothing
can't-
skillful here.
you'll be playing with like your carry, and then they'll say, oh, like Chief's a hacker, and he'll just the hysterics in chat.
The only thing I've accomplished in ranked is playing with people who are all like 5k plus, who are just carrying me to my elo range. I'm just stuck here on Thermite or on Ace the whole time, and I'll be like, all right, bro, I'll drone you in, you shoot back, I'll stay in spawn, maybe I'll open up the wall for you, and beyond that, man, you just shoot, and I'll just make sure I don't accomplish anything, and then, hopefully I get all my elo points back.
I've got to the point now where I stopped playing Hardbreach. I just play Line and like just terrorize kids. Just like, can you imagine, right? You're droning in some like Diamond Smurf who's like obviously got the info. Then the Lion charge comes out and they just get absolutely domed through a wall.
See, that's what you're doing wrong. You don't queue your main. You queue your alt accounts that have obscene names, and you're dying to somebody who has like a 1.7 KD on like my level 75 account. You have no idea what's going on, right? Like it's all like anime picture, level 75 who are jiggle peeking and spawn peeking with the 44 mag of Cade.
It's not even that though. Like you like everyone talks about like the worst villains of all time, right? You think of Joker. You think of even like maybe if you want to refer to video games, like if you want to talk about Handsome Jack from Borderlands 2.
Yep.
The real worst enemies of all time is level 50 anime pictures.
Yep.
Come on,
No,
picture accounts.
it's leaving Valkyrie unbanned back when there's 3-second runout timers, and I have during that era, I did not die in the building, and I did not get kills in the building. My goal was to shoot you in your spawn before you left your spawn. Like I go like full brain dead degenerate.
Yeah.
Like turn your brain cells off and just take gunfights, which is always ironic because I condemn that playstyle when you hit into comp.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like we're talking about Jaeger underneath the red hatch, or not the red hatch, the new hatch. Like that was a brain dead play. Like if he was in ranked and did that, I'd be like, excellent job. I like the way you think. Good job uninstalling your brain cells. But there's a reason why I cast comp and no longer play comp, because I just want to, like, it's easier to just like sit here and just say, that was stupid, and then, hop into a ranked game and do the exact same things. But also, who cares about Elo?
I'm just thinking of when you're saying good job. I'm just thinking of Michael Scott when it's like parkour. Like, you know what I mean? We're just jumping completely from one thing to the other, man. Like, honestly, the amount of times that you could think of like doing stupid stuff. Like, I saw basically I told my friend to spawn peek with the smoke. Like from.
What else do you smoke for in ranked? If you're not SMG11 spawn peeking, are you actually playing this game?
Well, we finally, Chief, get to hear this for the third time. We do hear the dramatic music, but Ember Rose, if you have any more problems, guys, I mean, come on, this could really get worrying. You guys can't play a 5v5 anymore. That's all the rehost done. We will be playing this round unless Not From Here decide to actually, have problems, but let's hope not. As we look, it has to be the same lineups. It's gentleman's agreement. That is, actually, no, it's the rules now, I believe, Chief. So with that, this is looking very SSG style, Rome.
My brain just fried. We've spent the past 15 minutes talking about things that aren't Rainbow Six Siege. I don't even know how to readjust back into reality. This does look like it could be a derivative of SSG Rome. Now, it's not going to be exactly textbook because it had Legion and Castle in it. But honestly, textbook SSG Rome really doesn't quite have the pack-a-punch that it once did. The way and the optimal way now of kind of playing the extended holds into basement. I don't really like to use SSG roams because that implies grandiose roam, a opportunity cost decision of reinforcing the walls upstairs, forcing the attackers into the situation where you either rush or you don't. What I like to do is kind of what we see being set up. It's drone denial upstairs, the ability to retreat back to the bomb site when somebody needs that. Another part of textbook SSG is opening up that barroom hatch. That can be quite an avenue for the attackers to push on forward. Again, the whole idea with the derivative versions of SSG is just to make sure the attackers do not have drone economy to go into the actual execution window of the round, as well as just forcing them to rush, which, again, just won't be an option because most teams are confident enough not to do that. I do say that, and there's a shotgun and a thermite ready to go. A drop from above and a nice kill on Superior. Tones off the board. The bomb site now control as B1 as in favor of Ember Rose. A great read-in by them. Diffuser lurking deeper into the Arsenal side of the map. Bomb is starting to go on down, but refrags have come in favor. Both rosters now equalizing, at least as of now, but Happy has confirmed Diffuser on the ground. We entered that 3v3 post-plant scenario and not looking good for the defenders. The rush, the read has been confirmed.
Yeah, well, the retake is coming out in Superior. He's been superior on the gunfights, but remember there's 30 seconds left and 2 kills to find. But it's Superior. That's 3 kills that he got. A great rush there from the team in orange. I believe that was, if I look towards my note, Not From Hope attacking. No, it was not from here. Sorry, it's Ember Rose attacking. They did so well on the attack there. They were able to catch off the Melusi, gain control of site, and when that happened, Chief, all the frags just started coming out. The retake wasn't convincing at all. They didn't work in unison with the other teams coming back, and when that happens, attackers can easily manipulate your own utility and your own site against you.
Wow. Well, I was talking about the opportunity cost of a rush, just did not see it taking place. It took place, remember, Rose. A great read by them, showing the confidence of their own map pick. It was quite literally chaos on that bomb site. And again, one of the problems of that true SSG or derivative of the SSG roam is how do you return to your bomb site safely? If you elect to bring out that strategy, I still advise all rosters to reinforce the hatches. You don't need to necessarily force the attackers into hard breaching upstairs. You'd be better off just, forcing them into that scenario by having them actually open up CCTV window. Nonetheless, everybody has their own ways of holding a bomb site. Deter it away from another attempt into the basement site. Not From Here is going to go back upstairs, or for the first time, upstairs into CCTV, deployable shields in a traditional spot between the connectors of the bomb site. And only one ADS. No My Pancakes to be seen, because again, it's been about 20 minutes since the ban wave rolled on through, but Wamai is banned.
So this is kind of where we see our theory crafting come to light, where we see if potentially the attackers do go for what we're talking about with the Capitao bolts, burning out players in rafters. Looks like we're seeing a bit of a spawn peak from Stavalis, but we'll need to see if that comes to light as we see no players are actually towards that side. So, I mean, initial bullets being fired here, Chief. We're expecting nothing to happen within the first 30 seconds to a minute. Maybe some early map control gain, maybe some early utility burn. But in the grand scheme of things, we'll see nothing here, just info gain. And again, as I said, maybe some initial utility burn.
Happy on the exterior side of the wall, waiting for some utility to remove Tones on the Bano trick. We could Zofia stun lock. You open up the CC, and Tones is fully distracted at this point. He's dealing with the CC wet pressure, but since bandit batteries are flat placed, it's actually going to be quite difficult to remove the pressure on the wall. With that being said, it's now been opened up. Great time efficiency. Zofia pushing it through stock. Thermite charge is detonated. Now, I will say Happy probably should have placed it on one side of the wall in the event that Tones stood his ground, but nonetheless, it has been opened up. Good round for him, but Raptors finds the opening duel.
Yeah, Raptor does find the opening duel. He wins that duel, and, well, I mean, that's the Zofia gone. That's big utility burn gone. So, a great pick from them, but encrypts in towards construction, could potentially collapse around later with long angles, him just presiding up there, making sure that nobody comes from behind. So, we look towards what Ember Rose are doing right now, and it looks as if it's going to be a main CC wall / garage push as we look towards where most of the players are. But they know where the Jaeger is. He's going to rotate away, but into the open arms of an attacker is superior. He is superior on that gunfight, and the Jackal winning that out. 4 kills so far in 2 rounds. That's huge. Oh, he's taking another gunfight on towards top red, but not winning that out. And we look towards Ember Rose's sights, and it is in towards Rafters, and they need to gain control quick.
Great efficiency once again by Ember Rose, flexing their map pick once again. They still need to deal with a little bit parts of the map. That's going to be the Raptors pressure. Mute is going to be the player in charge of holding that one scenario. But with the east wall now opened up, Mute of VT is in a dangerous spot. And a 2-way crossfire being actually a 3-way crossfire. One from Plat, one from Swamp, and one from the east stairs. Now fully addressed, Happy can just walk into the bomb site. No denial whatsoever. Nitrocell from Tones, but that's over on the red side of the map, so that's not going to be anywhere near the planter. Happy now confirms the bomb on the ground, and encrypts in Tones. Against 3, Haphazard Nitrocell doesn't find his target. Instead, Encrypt is going to lose a lot of his life force. Tones falls, pistol in hand for Happy. Now recycling that chamber, Encrypt. Dangerous endeavor. Swings in through the con, and dies as a result. Black Eye's pistol, blessing Happy.
Well, this is what we didn't see from Ember Rose on Cafe, right? We look towards that the post-plant scenario that they set up. I mean, not perfect, but pretty good. They set up all the crossfires. Nobody could kind of get any movement, even towards that rafter players. I mean, the crossfires were set up. He moved an inch, he was dead, and that's what happened. So now what we look towards Ember Rose are doing, Chief, they are really doing well. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, it looks good. It doesn't look like it's going to get any better. They do have 2 rounds so far on Clubhouse, which, I mean, that could really carry you through a map. Let's be honest, Chief.
That's unfortunate. That absolutely sucks for Ember Rose. Their attacks look so good. 2 rounds where they were the dominant force, and now they're 4v5 once again. Chars needs a new PC. You know, maybe if Ember Rose wins, you know, CCL, they take that prize money and they give them new internet or whatever the issue is. Because again, what concerns me right now, Kyra, is the fact that Ember Rose's offensive stints here on Clubhouse looks miles different than their Cafe offenses and defense. It looks like a completely different roster. And that's one of the hard things to swallow when you are a team like Ember Rose, because the inconsistency factor across maps because at the end of the day, Cairo, there should be no difference between the macro strategy on Club and Cafe. Why?
Yeah.
Because they're staple maps, right? It's like if you're a Valorant player, since, you know, you and I cast Valorant a lot, if you can't play Ascent and you can't play a Bind, you just can't play Valorant, right? If your staple core maps of Cafe, Borrigan, Club, and the occasional Villo are lackluster, you're just simply not going to accomplish things in your comp career. It's a difficult way to, that's very critical, and that's a very harsh statement, but it's unfortunately true.
The thing is, though, when you're playing best of one series, you're gonna. I mean, you think about it. Your opponents have 3 bans, and when you're like very, how would you put it, strategy, methodical, heavy, which any tends to be. I mean, the map bans tend to be Chalet, Coastline, and Cons. Cons is slowly starting to become methodical. The strategies are coming out again because we know how to attack it now from the experience. So, yeah, I mean, you really need to know how to play these staple maps you talked about. But the thing is, though, Stavlos, he's been Jackal trapped, but running into your Jaeger, I don't think is the play. That could easily give away his position. I mean, if they do try and track down this Jackal, but the time wasting from not from here is pretty good so far.
Any impact grenades on the side of not from here? Absolutely, they do have so, and Krebs is going to be the one with that util. Thermite charge temporarily placed, but they've all lost their lives into not impact grenades, just into the raw bullets of not from here. That's going to be quite sucky if you're a fan of Ember Rose, put simply. Now, happy? He's not very happy. He's just 5.56x'ing his primary assault rifle down into the Arsenal soft floor. No vertical pressure taking place. Again, Ember Rose is 4v5 to a player disconnecting, but the strengths that they have had is just not being shown. Why isn't Superior using a secondary shotgun to open up, you know, Arsenal? Why isn't the coordination still there? Again, 4v5 is very difficult to play, and I will give Ember Rose that, but don't just forget basics.
Well,
This
the
is
basics
not
can't.
basics.
Yeah, the basics can be forgotten, especially on Clubhouse. I mean, the staple maps always demand that your basics are not perfect, but near enough it. Let's be honest, when it comes to roam clear, I mean, clear on utility, we've already spoke about it. We don't want to, like, I mean, I think it's what is it, like, plunge the dead horse. I mean, like, we've already made a point. So now they're actually looking towards getting into church. Look towards what the Thermite has. He has nothing, so we can't get the church wall open. Savages, though, he's going to be able to cut open the site. Look at this. Happy's getting another one. And look at Ember Rose have completely turned around on its head. Can he deny the plan? It doesn't look like they pick up again. One. And now the plan, the 45-second timer, has begun, and it's up to Encrypts to actually gain control of the church site. But can he do it? It doesn't look likely. Ember Rose with a great turn on the round. My God, Chief, where did that come? Savages just coming out of nowhere.
Simply put, not from here was not prepared for that full send. Incredible for Ember Rose. Ember Rose's attack was dismal. It left so much to be desired. Once again, the problems with the Cafe reared their ugly head. They never dealt with the utility. They struggled on the burn. And they just push and take gunfights. That is not a sustainable strategy, but it definitely worked for them. Again, a 4v5 for Ember Rose. Whether or not it was smoke, you know, propagating in a weird way, or whatever happened, Ember Rose just YOLO'd. They took gunfights, and they won gunfights. They had no business winning that round. Everything that took place in the last 15 seconds of that round was a stupid mistake from not from here. And it seems, honestly, Cairo, it seems like both of our series teams are just making really, really beginner mistakes.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, Charles, he's been sponsored by the Hide and Seek Championship of 2021. If you want to find that out, make sure you contact Charles, because, I mean, he's been hiding in this map so far. Ember Rose going up 3-0, and especially in a 4 versus 5 round. Not from here. Maybe their mental's taking a bit of a hit.
My mental would be chalked after losing a 4v5 like that.
And not only that, though, right, it's not as if, like, you lost a 4 versus 5 because you were getting aggressive. They played it perfect. They sat back, they let them kind of attack them. take your time. The utility burn wasn't great. Oh, you're thinking to yourself while you're sitting in sight, just get those the smoke waves out, and then that's us will win the site. But they had already used it too early. The utility game wasn't as perfect as what it should be. And when that happens and you allow people to push through doorways like savages, I mean, Chief, you're only asking for problems.
You know, there is a 4v5 effect that we really haven't done enough talking about. Sure, you have an innate advantage. Uh-oh. Please take that gunfight, Savages. Great kill from him. Great use of that Jackal Inox scanner. Rapper able to get that refrag pretty swiftly, but the roam upstairs from Not From Here has accomplished their goal. They've got an opening kill on the primary entry, but now it's going to be smooth sailing for them. They're going to rotate back down. They've already wasted their time, and it's going to be on the lone hard breacher. Ton on Happy right now because he has to decide what he wants to do, what hatches he wants to open up. If he wants to open up Dirt Tunnel, that means you're going to have to decide. Is it going to be that former French style of play where you just open up that kitchen hatch and you do a full util dump? Not quite to the effect that it once was because, well, B2, or now called Superbox, has been elevated, so that style of defending play just isn't quite as powerful, as well as the top angle from the hatch isn't quite as powerful as it once was.
That's it. The thing is, though, is Flores, he'll really need to come into effect here and displacing defenders in key positions. They are going for something similar that we saw last time when they're pushing down the main stairs, but they actually do have someone above. So I imagine he'll be providing some sort of overwatch, something similar. The Flores drone is clearing utility to let them get close to his wall, but they've got information. There must be like a Valkyrie camera or something of the like. Maybe even the default camera that's still left up. That will be huge for giving away information, but with 55 seconds remaining, it looks as if Ember Rose are not quite ready, but close to it. For a post-plant scenario, they are gaining the information, they're taking up positions. They need to clear the player in blue, the player close to the wall, and the player in Ash Rush, and Kip's taking out Savages. That's huge. I mean, this player has been making entry kills in the past 2 rounds that have been amazing, but you still have Happy. He's been very happy with that Thermite's rifle, and continues to be happy, finding more kills. 3 more to find, though, as he makes his entry in towards Church. There is still the player on the wall. Look, we see the breach, and there goes the smoke finally. Now the post-plant scenario can come out, and we have Big Papa close to actually play that overwatch position. 15 seconds, the clock goes red, but the Flores gets dropped. Can Happy win out the round? No! A great double kill from Encrypts, and Not From Here gain their first round.
Another roller coaster around. Not From Here should have had a much easier task of holding that post plant or holding their bomb site in general. That was a 5v3 practically on site, or as a 4v3 practically on site. They had positional advantage, they had utility advantage, and Ember Rose, Happy in particularly, walks in through Moto. No drones, no information, blind face check, and wins stupid gunfights. I mean, honestly, Not From Here's defense is leaving a lot to be desired. And honestly, Kyra, I think you can hear the frustration from both of our parts because, honestly, these rounds are being won not by, better strategies. It's being won by just dumb plays. And it's hard to, really analyze what is going on. Bad positioning from Not From Here is being exploited by Ember Rose. But, again, mistakes all around. The attackers are making equally as many mistakes, but they're still able to win rounds on a 4v5, which is melting my 3 brain cells even more.
The thing is, though, Chief, right, is it's not as if Happy hadn't pushed through that door before. It's not as if we've never seen someone reinvent the wheel there. He literally did it the same round before and pick up the same amount of frags, right? This man just can pop off on the Thermite and on a hard support. That's huge. That's almost, you could say, 3D-like. Remember, we saw him absolutely clutch up in that first kind of stage of 2020 where the man was just a god, right? Enough comparisons to 3D. What? It's just simple mistakes, and it's not adaptations that should be happening. I don't know. It's getting to a point now where the mistakes are almost expected, and I hate to see that.
I'd actually still like to see Maverick come out and Ember Rose at one point in this series, but since they are technically 4v5 once again, it's difficult to do. Great entry by Zofia. Impact grenade just slightly off the mark. You need to roll that impact grenade about a quarter meter ahead, just like that. Bandit batteries off the wall. He rotates away. You can successfully bandit trick on the wrong side of the panel. Tones, stand your ground. You could have been able to do that, but Lion Call goes out. Tones now relocates, and Big Pop is in the bomb site, finding one of the Tones, and Crypto lurking over the garage rafters. A flurry of kills roll on forward. The rush is stopped dead in the tracks. Ember Rose, they thermite rush, but they have no information, no cross coverage, and no internal communication to say, hey, we're rushing, you hold this, I hold this. It's just a send into the site.
I don't know if you noticed it, Chief, but there was another mistake.
Oh, interesting.
Can you guess the mistake?
Well, I called the mistake of just pushing on forward and having Thermite not cover. And so Zofia, what I call the mistake...
no, stop. Why could the Thermite not cover?
He was just sitting on the balcony, not dealing, or on East Platte, looking nowhere.
He ran into his Thermite charge.
Oh, he actually Thermite charged himself? I missed that entirely. I just assumed he was not... Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Oh, mate.
It's 2021. This game has been out for 6 years.
Charles is back.
Oh,
Charles is back.
This is our dynamic stage mic. It's been out for 6 years. And we're still thermite rushing, killing ourselves.
Right, this is, again, unfortunate, right? I mean, Big Papa gets into side, and it's great, right? He's getting a flurry of kills, but we've lost a Thermite, and then the two players following in, it's just very one-dimensional. We don't see any pressure towards Red, or even in towards Garage, you can argue. So, again, Ember Rose, it's leaving a lot to be desired. But we head towards the tertiary side, though, Chief. We haven't seen any team attack this yet, so I'm quite excited. What will we see here from our defenders of Not From Here? Looks like they're deciding to go for Castle/Aruni double-ups, which is pretty good in terms of utility. I don't agree with maybe the one in towards construction. We don't see many nades thrown through that construction window. But I agree with the one in towards gym. That's a fairly good assumption because, I mean, let's be honest here, Chief. You have to get the barricade open to get rid of any utility if that's the choice of destruction. So, again, Not From Here. That's fairly good decisions. But when you have a Flores, I mean, you don't even
missed a Thermite rush. Or a Thermite nuking himself with a Thermite rush. You know,
oh man.
You could do that again in a hypothetical situation, right? You now Selma rush instead. It could work. Uh-oh, Flores drone at VT's feet, able to shoot it away. That R6D could have been quite lethal if it actually entered into the invulnerable mode. But so far, Gym Bedroom, you can't really do a traditional execute, right? It's not like you're going to have the ability to clear in from the east side of the map and open up that side. You only have one hard breacher to be shown, so you're just going to have to linear your way from the west.
Well, the only thing linear about this round so far is it looks like Not From Here have got another entry kill, and it's actually from an operator that you don't link with entry kills. It's Stavolos on that castle. Well, the ump is, I mean, the worst gun in the game, but it's certainly not proven to be Happy. Happy pushing straight into bathroom with the diffuser in hand, and it's now in no man's land. It looks like a bad decision from here. Maybe the mental has gotten to Ember Rose with the fact Charles keeps disconnecting, and now they need to regain this diffuser. And when it's in a position like that, I mean, all guns trained onto bathroom, you can really sit in comfortable positions here, especially in towards Logi. Looks like the Zofia is trying to regain this diffuser, pushing in, but remember, you actually have to hold F, you can't just walk over it. You know there's a player in towards construction. Bandit looks to get one onto Big Papa, but Savage is popping off again. Another round from Not From Here. They win the tertiary site. That's a complete rotation, a clean rotation of the sites, and they move on to attack.
Tying things up at the half between our two rosters, but that's the defending stint from Not From Here. Not exactly what they wanted to have, particularly since, again, we have to keep bringing this up. It is a 4v5. Has Ember Rose figured out their connection issues? Will they now actually have all 5 of their players in the lobby when they play on their defending stint? For the fans of Ember Rose, hopefully that is a thing. He is in this round, at least. That's a plus, Gyro. Like to see it. Too early to tell. We still have 10 seconds left in the 6-pick phase, so things could start to change. But I will have to, tip my hat over to Ember Rose. 3-3 split at the half, 4v5 is quite an incredible showing. Some of those rounds they probably should not have won. Mistakes were made far too often by Not From Here, but at least they are in the good position. Exactly where they want to be. CCTV is going to be their first bomb sign. And look at the lineup from Not From Here. Finally, we get to see the lineup I've been wanting. Multiple hard breachers as well as Maverick. Basically, any wall will be dealt with. We currently don't see Bandit being brought out, but that doesn't surprise me one bit because all you need to do is put a mute jammer on one side of the wall, and Maverick's most likely going to trick it.
Yeah, big time. Well, Chief, do you know how you get the kind of the meme where it's like, when does Bodo play?
Yep.
Can we get one? Can we maybe get like an exclamation like command in Twitch chat for when does Charles play? Because this is the first round that we have seen since the first round that Charles is actually able to play, and he is on the Jaeger. So with it being a 5v5, it's actually equal. We need to see if the defense is equal. Remember, Ember Rose when they had Charles on was so dominant on the attack, right? They won. No wait, was he on the second one? Yeah, he was. So with them winning out the first 3 rounds, right, they looked dominant. They looked like almost unstoppable with the way they were kind of snowballing rounds. On top of that, right, because they're so dominant, it's because they know how to attack it, because they know what to do. So you've got to think to yourself, you know how to attack, you must know how to defend, you must know how to combat yourself, you must know potentially how to actually deal with it. Looks like they're actually going to burn this main breach with a grenade. That's a 2. Oh, that's also a Goyle shield gone with 1 grenade. It's a 2 for 1, so that's great utility work from Not From Here. So the question is does Ember Rose know how to combat this main breach hold, or our man Superior, is he going to get taken out?
Superior is going to be in a crossfire momentarily. A large assault force being spearheaded by Raptor pushing his way in through the east garage door, and it's actually a 4-stack over into Garage Rafters. Superior stuck in a multi-angle crossfire, eventually dying to VT. One of the hard breachers still on the East Plat rappel. A good entry being made by Not From Here, but they still need to have more map control. They have to actually start to push on forward in through Garage Rafters. A Selma charge goes up, allowing Raptor into a position to go for the default plant. He's going to take a little bit of damage from that Selma charge, but he's still on greater than 75 HP. Now Encrypts just needs to rotate his way into the default plan and go from there. You still need to be concerned, though, if you're a fan of the attacking roster. There might be a Nitro Cell denial from underneath, and when that Goya shield detonated, it created a large hole in the default plant.
Yeah, well, it's definitely, I wouldn't say favourable for the attackers, but it's looking good. I mean, you've got 45 seconds left. Everything you need to do in terms of utility clear is done pretty well, but remember there is still lots of denial when we look towards. Actually, yeah, there is. Sorry, I completely overlooked the smoke. 2 toxic babes. I mean, no Goyo, but we still have 1 C4. Happy answering back, but he's going to get taken out. And now looks like the plant is going to go down. The smoke canister just out. And now it's all up to Charles. The man hasn't been in a round yet, but can he get back into this round? Can he get his team back into this round as the attackers have been so dominant? We have 1 player on the rappel. It's going to be really hard. He finds 1. Can he find the second on this rappel? He looks completely the wrong way. And the ace, the AK, taking out that Jaeger. So well played there. The utility kind of usage from our men on the attack, Not From Here, was good. What they did, opened up the main breach. That's tick number 1. Gain control of Rafters, tick number 2. Tick number 3, that's opening up and getting onto that default position. Tick number 4, making sure you have cover from below. And then tick number 5, well, I mean, win your gunfights and get the diffuser down, and that's just what they did.
Yeah, as you're mentioning, you're highlighting all the steps that make CCTV a very difficult bomb site to hold. Again, in competitive play, it's become something that a lot of teams are just struggling at holding the fort down. I mean, as soon as the attackers get control of the East Platte breach, what do you do as a defender? How do you truly deny that? You can deny through deployable shields, but as you mentioned, extremely strong util burn from Not From Here, able to remove the coil shield and traditional smoke shields. You then try to smoke juggle and deny plant, but since Not From Here executed in the first, or I guess the final 60 seconds of the round, you can only deny 30 seconds of plant, or through their smokes, because you only have 30 seconds of smoke denial. You can go for your nitro cells. They sent them out. They just missed their targets again. Denying that B bomb chassis plant when the attackers have all the map control hold in the world is one of the most difficult things to do. And that's why CCTV is starting to fall out. That's why when you play teams like Team Mystic, they elect to always attack first, because they understand and know how to exploit the angles. They know how to hold all the pressure, and Not From Here is going to copy and paste out of the Asian playbook.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought Big Papa was just gonna start that meat grinder and just shoot in towards spawn. I was like, someone surely can't get caught off guard by this. I mean, that Alder can seriously catch people off guard, especially with the amount of bullets. But looks like we're going to see the same thing again from Not From Here. They're going to do the exact same thing. They're not reinventing the wheel, they're opening up the wall. And it looks like the guns are trained towards this main breach. They're getting ready for it. Happy taking an initial gunfight. Big Papa getting aggressive. That's a double kill on the main breach. That's huge. But the thing is though, that is the Maestro cameras gone cold. So I'm hoping here, Chief, that they're not, how to put it, they're not in positions of denial, but positions of information, because the denial could be huge for the end of the round.
I want to bring up professional T1 stats in Stage 2 of the NAL. Clubhouse is the most attacker-sided map. There's a 75% win rate for the attackers currently in professional play. 75%. The worst bomb site, actually it's surprising to me, is Church Arsenal. I would assume that'd be the second best bomb site. I would assume Master and Jim would be the best bomb site, which it actually is, followed by Cash CCTV. So in professional play, at the upper echelons of competitive Rainbow Six Siege, this map is dummy attacker-sided. And it's being shown once again by those 2 kills rolling on forward for Not From Here. A great initial execute by Big Papa on the defense. Wide swing with that Alda, but now 2 SMG-11 bros. Lackluster firepower, sure. Those guns hit like a truck, but in long-range scenarios, which is currently mounting for the defense of Not From Here, they're going to have to make sure their weaponry lands true. You still have access to all 3 smoke grenades. You still have access to the single explosive nitro cell. But what are you going to actually do to deny the plant, particularly if Encrypts goes for an atypical plant, which he's not doing?
Wait, there's a look below though. The mute. With a huge C4, it's Charles. He came up huge in the smoke to deny potentially the pick up of the C4. I mean, the thing is though, Charles is continuing to stay below, and he can actually deny through the holes he just created with the C4. VT is still on the main breach, trying to deny in towards Cash though, Chief, and with the diffuser going down again, oh no, the mutes came back up, the smoke does come out, and it looks like it's going to have to be an atypical plant spot. VT actually takes out Savages, and Charles going below. I don't believe he'll be able to get this plant, it'll be a retake, and with that being the case, he needs to find the one in the bomb site, and I imagine we'll slowly find out that the ace will go on a repel and have a pixel angle onto the head. So, Charles, he's got a tough task to do. Can he find the first frag? It doesn't look likely, as we see the ace again in that kind of head glitching spot, being able to take out the mute.
Never a fan of going to bomb sites back-to-back. Ember Rose will do exactly that and lose them in the same fashion, even with hyper-aggressive plays from Big Papa, swing main breach with the Alda, launching, 5.56 LMG bullets down range. Finds 2 incredible kills, but that's still not enough to stop Not From Here. I mean, able to get more refrags. Why? Because of the positional advantage of the attackers. Even with a traditional plant coming on forward, initially dying to a nitro cell, what was Ember Rose able to do? They double smoked. They were inefficient with their smokes. You should never throw 2 smokes downrange like that unless you're absolutely confident that the smoke is missing, which it wasn't doing. Plus, you already have Nitrocell denial from underneath, which is even worse use of utility because now you can converted 3 pieces of utility to the exact same plant denial. Unfortunately, Amber Rose are going to fall to the oppressive nature of CCTV, now downstairs into the basement. They should have already gone to this bomb site already, but electing not to do so. Again, in professional level and Challenger League level and upper echelons of T3, teams have made, gym bedroom the best bomb site by a mile because it forces full and utter map control for the attackers. It forces so many different puzzles in mini games. Right now, honestly, neither one of these rosters are really creating scenarios that the attackers should break down, and as a result, we're seeing kind of a lopsided series.
Yeah, definitely. And that, do you know what? This is the dreaded bomb site. You've already talked about this being statistically the most in favour of the attackers.
Play barroom stock!
I mean, it's becoming a bit of a meme now, the fact that barroom stock's not been taken. What is this, guys? Come on, pick up the strats. But not from here. They're entering from strip. I mean, this is almost, an old entry. You don't see it too often, but when it does come out, I like it because it clears straight away this barroom area and it creates an almost, how would you put it? Like someone to collect anything that you flush out. If, say for instance, there is a roamer that runs down main stairs, you've got a player there with open arms, just going to give them a hug and put them into the dirt, but that's not going to be the case because we look towards what Ember Rose are doing and they don't even have a roamer. That's not a bad thing on bottom floor site because, it is very much similar to Oregon in the fact that you let the attackers come to you.
Explosive devices already starting to detonate, great efficiency with the flat place charges as well as that sledgehammer. You want to remove as much ceiling as possible. Now, Habana and X-Kyra pellets were banned out already, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for our attacking roster of Not From Here to actually open up that kitchen hatch. You're going to have 1 or 2 scenarios of doing so. You can use some of the Selma charges, or you can use a Thermite charge. The difference between the two is you're going to have to use 2 Selma charges, and a Thermite charge detonates faster, but it's more difficult to do. It seems like the play was have Tones remove the ceiling pressure, but Happy is going to stand his ground. A secondary gunfight for Happy, and he almost wins it against VT, overextending his look. Happy is going to flick the already damage he dealt out to VT. Is going to give him that free kill, confirmed by a Pokeball, catching a hard breacher. Happy just spraying. It's working out perfectly. An impact trick goes out. The Thermite charge had yet to actually land. Oh no, it was placed. Happy being an absolute terror. He wants to put a smile on the face of his defenders.
Thing is, though, he's also getting information from the smoke. We get to see now with the new overlay who's actually on cams, and look, Savages is, feeding that information onto his players. Superior using that information to get rid of Stavlos. And Big Papa on a huge flank here. Catch the player off on main stairs. Yes, he can! A flawless round from Ember Rose. A great flank from this mute. And well played all in all.
And that's why you don't go to bomb sites twice in a row. That's why you alternate throughout your primary, secondary, and tertiary bomb sites so you can kind of feel what is transpiring. Another thing that I'm always never a fan of is, again, in the amateur level, people don't want to go to the tertiary bomb site. As mentioned before, tertiary bomb site here in all levels of Siege other than T4 seems to have, Gym Master to be the primary bomb site. Again, it just forces the attackers to take more map control, right? Traditionally, the attackers need to be pushing through CC, and through Cash, and through Con, and then through Logi. Sure, you can just hot drop Logi and call it quits there, but that becomes quite a fatal funnel, quite a kill box, and most competent rosters are just going to end up dropping in through the gym hatch and nitrocelling you from underneath because you know exactly where they're going to be playing. Because if you don't see them, you know that they're in one of the nooks and crannies. CCTV now attempted for the 3rd time. We're going to have to see if Ember Rose is going to change up their macro strategy at all. To be fair, they have changed up their operator lineups. It's been just about everything under the sun. We saw Big Papo and the Maestro in round 8, the last showing of CCTV now in favor of a Malusi Wub. But again, stalling the attackers isn't the issue. It's plant denial as the issue. Honestly, running Echo and Maestro might be the better option because Big Papa's just pushed one of his Malusi Wubs over on Rack. Great. What is that going to do? You already have Zoe playing in that position. She isn't util burning anything because Ember Rose isn't actually bringing out a util consumption simulator defense.
Yeah.
So I can't really see it change anything. Plus, you incorporate the 2 sets of frag grenades, more than enough soft destruction for the attackers.
I mean, see, the thing is, though, Chief, when it comes to analysis, what we see here from not from here. Oh, I see 4 coming out. But not me. I was just about to say, when we come to analysis and we look towards what not from here are doing, they're not doing anything amazing in terms of reinventing the wheel or kind of coming up with new strats. They're doing the same things every single time. Raptor is the first to open up the frags, and I mean, it's a huge one. That's just smoke. You talked about denial from Ember Rose, and I mean, if you want to talk about denial, that is the biggest denial operator you've ever seen. Happy has heard simple, but Raptor is just, I mean, he's hungry, and he's going to continue to feast.
Ember Rose selected to change up their macro strategy via aggressive swings. Overcommitting and over-peaking has now cost them dearly. No Nitro Cells to be seen. Valkyrie is running impact grenades instead. That makes sense because she was needed to impact Trick earlier on. Great efficiency on the ADS burn, and PT gets a free kill once again. CCTV not looking particularly bueno right now for Ember Rose. Tones finds one, and Big Papa against 5, stuck between the connectors of the 2 bomb sites, being sprayed by a plethora of angles, and it was a flawless round from Not Here, propelling themselves to match point.
Flawless round to answer a flawless round. A great round there, and I mean, they did all the basics right. They cleared out Rafters, they got some initial picks in towards Secret or Adam, depending on what your call out is. And I mean, they just utilised the map control that they gained, the utility that they had, and just kind of collapsed on the remaining players left. Again, Chief, nothing being reinvented here. And finally, we head to gym and bedroom for Ember Rose's defense. Can we be propelled to a 1-round shootout? That's what I want to see. That is what imagine the viewers want to see. They want to see this 1-round shootout, whether it's be overtime or, map win. And I can easily imagine it not from here would have the inherent advantage, whether it be this round or the next.
Well, alternate bomb site is going to require alternate plays. Again, more than enough hard breaching to be successful in any type of push that you want. I would still like it east to west clear with the primary assault force and the hard breaching force rotating on over into the spa wall. That's going to be our Thermite, who should be in charge of that. Stav is going to be kind of your main spearhead. The one thing with that play is I like rosters to leave the diffuser on the roof. Now, you do have to coordinate that to make sure somebody actually goes back up to the roof to go for the plant, but the reason behind that is you actually don't know what bomb site is going to be viable. That's actually one of the difficult things here on Gym Bedroom, because most times rosters are coordinating pretty well where they're planting. Look at CCTV. How often are you going to see a Master Con execute? It does happen. You do see plants there in the con wall, but not all that often. Most teams are going for the default plant behind the bomb chassis. In Arsenal Room or into Church, teams are usually coordinating exactly what bomb site and what attacking strategy they're going to go for. So you can say, all right, hard breach, you're going to go plant here. But on Master, you really don't know what gunfights you're going to take up until the final 15 seconds around. You don't know what gunfights you're going to win, so you don't know if a rack plant is going to be viable on the gym equipment. You don't know if an elevated bed plant behind Island is going to be viable. You don't know if Gold Vault is going to be viable. There are so many executes, so many positions on this map. That's why on this bomb site, there isn't a true default plant call, because there shouldn't be one, because there are so many different ways for rosters to execute.
Well, the good thing is that we're seeing from Not From Here is they've already cleared out cash though, Chief. So, that's a pretty good starting point on the round. And with a minute gone, they're making good time. They now need to open up to Claude's Jacuzzi to make it a kind of standard take. They have seen some bullet tracers come from construction, so they know that as a player, remaining in that area, superior in towards Logi will be huge later in the round, especially if that's to deny any hatch drops or anybody pushing into con. That's a really vital, important place to hold. Thing is though, will they continue to be there? We'll need to find that out later in the round, as we do see there is players up above from not from here. The sledge opening up that hatch. The drone work being done to confirm where Superior's position is. Missing that drone could be huge. He's going to pick that up. But, I mean, the gunfights are already starting to get taken. The action slowly starting to come in. And now, I mean, it's getting precarious. It's getting intense. Can they actually pick up the initial fight? But then Mozzie been able to escape with his life. And they've also cleared into Logi. They're making great time here. There's a minute left. But Superior in a bit of an off position. Will he be able to catch off with Sophia? She swings and gets caught. Can he get the Nomad? Yes, he can. No, he can't. They trade. And Crips gets the frag. But the DPNO state of the Nomad. Big Papa popping off. And it's a flurry of orange. They confirm the Nomad. And it's now down to Tones. 35 seconds left. They've opened a lot of utility and angles. He could easily pick players off and, I mean, almost snowball into this round. But can he snowball? Can he create the first initial one to start to grow? And it doesn't seem to be the case. It's Big Papa popping off in that Jaeger. A great round from him. A great round from these defenders. They should have came here earlier, it looks like, Chief. But now, again, we go to this one-round shootout.
I'm going to echo what you just said, Cairo. It is brutally unacceptable if your bomb site rotation is CCTV, CCTV, basement, CCTV, and gym. Why? Because you have no idea what the attacking roster is capable of when you enter into tertiary bomb sites. CCTV has been terrible for Ember Rose. They attempted 3 times. Gym bedroom was horrendous for not from here. And now Ember Rose will not be able to go back to gym bedroom until we go into overtime. And we don't even know if we're entering into overtime yet, Cairo. That's the big critical factor moving forward. To be fair, though, gym bedroom, or basement, pardon me, was a win for Ember Rose. They had a great defense, is coming off great plays from Big Papa, who's been a stellar player, as well as Happy so far throughout this endeavor. I will say that not from here going back into their gym bedroom, offense left a lot to be desired. They clearly weren't comfortable on that bomb site, and they showed that on their execute. Never saw true coordination. We saw kind of a lackluster coordination between the hard breachers. Thermite opens up one of the walls, the adjoining CCTV cache wall, and the next Cairo pellet attacks Cairo. A Selma charge goes off on the red wall. All fine and dandy. There were no bandits on Spa. It is imperative that you do a 2-pronged assault, particularly when you still have man advantage. We needed Thermite to rotate on over to Spa. He opens up Spa. You also have a Selma charge rotate over to Spa. You now open up big bathroom upstairs, and the defense won't be able to sit very comfortably. You then couple that with the offense still pushing in from the east, and it becomes a defender sandwich. Not from here. Did not do that once. As a result, they push purely from the east, and as a result, Ember Rose looks in one direction. They looked in technically two directions. All to the east, one into connection, or one into con, and the other into Logi. As an offensive member, you're just not going to win that gunfight because of the 2 fatal funnels.
The thing is, though, maybe it was complacency from not from here. And I don't mean to be horrible when I say that, but I mean, when you start to win rounds and you start to snowball your advantage, then quickly you can start to be complacent on what happens. It looks like Ember Rose are trying to catch that complacency, try to catch not from here off guard with Superior and Charles on the roam, and Superior taking a great spot into that stock area. We'll need to see if that later in the round actually hinders these attackers. Charles did opting to actually return to site. Big Papa destroying the drone so that this vigil doesn't get spotted. So, I mean, not from here, they've done a great one. They just need to find this vigil. I believe they must know because the Zofia is looking towards there, and now they're starting to open up hatches and do the work that they need to do, tick those boxes off the checklist.
So far, though, one of those checkboxes, the moto hatch, open up wide. Superior still the threat on stock side. Now, if there was a bot in play, he just swings the upside down repel and gets himself a free kill. Happy will be another member of the defending roster from Ember Rose, coordinating that style of play. He has the impact grenade to deny the thermite charge. Nitro Cell goes sky high. It grabs part of the HP from Tones, but he's still alive. That's a critical factor. 55 HP into his name as the round starts to get to the dire execution portion. Not from here is leaving a lot of map control to be desired. They need to start to maneuver their attackers over to a particular scenario, whatever side of the map they want to attack from. If it wants to be a hatch followed by the north stairs, that's fine. If it's going to be dirt tunnel followed by the hatches, that's fine. You just need to make the decision now. If you want to incorporate blue, there's nothing wrong with that. But the attackers need to move there now.
I believe that was the last Selma charge expended, by the way, there, Chief, and that's huge.
Just bring Maverick.
But we have to talk about the impact of that. That means that that hatch is going to remain shut. Raptor is pushing down dirt. Will she catch off? Sorry, yeah, Raptor is on the Zofia. Will she be able to catch off Happy? VT catching all the players in towards Churchill. Look at this. VT, can he get the ace? No, he can, as he gets shut down. And now, I mean, can we see Savage actually close out this site? Remember, he does have the diffuser. He's getting a double kill. Can he get towards? Yes, he can! What a clutch! How does he win that? Oh my god!
Holy! Incredible! No way! There is not a sentence. No, there's not a word in the English language to describe what we just witnessed, Cairo. That was absurd. How do you win that? Actually, no. Let's back that up. How do you lose that not from here? Why are you blind sprinting into the bomb site? Sure, you have like 30 seconds left. That's still enough time to drone. And do you not expect somebody to be sitting in the default plant spot? That is the most basic position to currently be playing in. It is 6 years of this game, Cairo, and it's been 6 years that the primary anchor sits in that spot. It doesn't matter if it's a smoke, it doesn't matter if it's an echo, and it doesn't matter if it's a maestro. There's always somebody there. As we joked about earlier on Cafe, unbind your sprint key, check your ego, and don't brain dead sprint to one position. It's a shotgun, for Christ's sake. Do you expect to win a CQC gunfight even with man advantage, close quarters with a shotgun? I mean, apologies for the frustration being shown in my voice right now. What an absurdly terrible round from Not From Here. Yeah. Again, Cairo, it sounds like it's just like the poop on the bad mistakes parade from both of these teams, but the mistakes that are being made are brutally unacceptable.
Yeah. Not only that, though, Chief, we've got to talk about the fact that, I mean, there was already an initial kill onto the ace. You know what I mean? It's not as if it's the information hasn't been relayed to the team. You must know that there is someone there, or, you know, you've already got that initial frag there. So the question I'm asking is, why do you just run into the barrel of a shotgun? Well, it looks like Not From Here, they're running into Cash, but remember, Superior is still there. He has that MP7 in hand. We've already seen him pop off. The C4 is going to rain out, and it's going to get a kill, a great shot, a great C4, sorry, onto Superior. But something that I just caught there is Big Papa. He's in towards Secret. They have the information onto Superior's position. Maybe a nade coming out, but do they know where Big Papa is? I don't believe they do. He's looking at this, they're not even trained towards there. And look at that, Sayega pops up. Can he get the second kill, though? He's already got one. That's the ace gone. That's the diffuser gone cold. And there goes another Superior getting his second onto the round. There is one player onto that plat balcony, but can they pick up him? No, he goes up to the roof, and just like that, Ember Rosa bouncing back.
That was terrible. Once again. How was that allowed for Ember Rose? Where are your flank drones? Why isn't there one in Swamp? Or, pardon me, what terrible execute for Not From Here. They just turned their noggins off. Again, I wish Ember Rose did not go CCTV, basement, CCTV, and finally gym. Why? Yeah. Because they would have won this match by now if they went through the entire 3 bomb site rotation like any competent roster would have. I am losing my mind at this point. Also, please open up that castle barricade. I am a broken human being at this point on broadcast. Tones has got to kill congrats. It's still a long road to move forward. Drones go out over into Gunball, confirming 1 over by Logi's side, and Crips is actually making this round a little bit more doable. Prey fires into Logi, not quite finding its targets. 30 seconds left in the round. Diffuser was retrieved. Tones on low HP is going to make this path just that much more difficult.
Well, 20 seconds left. We need to get the diffuser down shortly. A nade's going to come out. Can they catch off the smoke? I doubt they will. Oh, yes they can. What? Now the Jaeger still in this off his position. Can he get on to the player from the desk position? And now it's up to Charles, the player that hasn't been in the game for the longest due to his disconnect. Can he clutch up? Can he make it up to his team? Can he win out this overtime and Crips? His drop below. Trying to find maybe the player below, but... Right, I'm just going to say this, and this is the only criticism I'm going to make, is obviously the mistakes were made, but if that jacuzzi balcony was open much earlier, the castle wouldn't have been able to play there.
Very true. Again, push from two sides of the map. The same criticism I gave back in round 10 ended up hurting, not from here, once again. Frustrating pill to swallow. I will say, converting that round to a 1v1 was mind-blowing, to say the least, more so than this in series ever has been. Not from here, doing a wonderful job of bringing it back in that round, but it's going somewhere, and I've lost myself at this point. I don't think I've ever become a broken human being on a broadcast before. After my year and some change of casting, this is quite something, to say the least. Ember Rose in control of this series once again. Again, Gym Bedroom has become their best bomb site, no longer an option for them moving forward as they enter into a potential round 15 that's going to come on the backbone of not from here. Round 14, it's imperative that they win. We don't have unlimited overtime here, so if you're used to seeing best of twos that can go the entire distance, not quite something that we'll see. But the defense from basement, able to win it. It all comes down to that final round 15 brawl. Not quite moving on forwards, but I'm excited to say the least.
I think we could see Ember Rose picking up the first points here, Chief, in terms of actually getting a win on the board, right? You're saying to yourself, why is that Cairo? We've seen it not from here actually play pretty dominantly on this defense, but the thing is though, it was 4 versus 5, and if you remember correctly, Ember Rose actually won a 4 versus 5 round on this bottom 4 site, so I can easily see Ember Rose taking the advantage of this round in a 5 versus 5 scenario. But something that I'm worried about as we look towards the operators, Chief, a Flores, a Zofia, an IQ, and a Jackal, and on top of that, a Thermite. Where are your nades? You have Burn. You don't really have much in terms of vertical. Again, you do have those 3 breaching charges, but the 3 breaching charges can easily, I mean, the sound call below could easily give away a free kill. They're trying to find Stavolos, but the thing is though, he's still perpetrating in towards Master. The roam clear is coming out. I mean, this IQ could easily counter this Stavolos on, and I believe that might be the case, but no, Stavolos is going to get the first entry kill, and that is your Sophia in the dirt.
Stavolos has been in that position before. He's been Jackal tracked in that position before by Superior, and he's won that gunfight before. Ember Rose, how do you repeat history twice on another mistake? Again, senseless, basic mistakes are being constantly given away by both of these teams. This series should be done by now, and it's just sad that very, very basic mistakes are being made. A great Jackal track actually goes out, confirming that Vigil is locked over in the Strip Club side of the map. He is now in a gridlock. He will not be able to leave, assuming that the homework is being done by Ember Rose, where they just isolate the cutoff. You can do through a bottom rappel on pipes. You won't be able to establish a true traditional flank drone because it is a Vigil after all. He can walk on by, so it's going to have to be active gun up flank watch. If it is allowed to grab a kill, if Stavios is allowed to get a kill, it's going to be a huge oversight by Ember Rose. A flat place Nitrocell, but shotgunned away by the default. Oh, it wasn't shotgun, just a little bit delayed, but still not quite finding its target. Not from here, in good positioning, and Stavios still wasting time to the lurk.
Well, he's lurking, he's persisting, but the thing is though, will he be left behind? Because Superior's picked off Tones on site, and that means it's 4 versus 3 on site. So, with the utility that, I mean, will that be enough to actually win out the round? Stavros is beginning his roam back, but will the Jackal be taken off guard? No, Happy will shut him down. And now we confirm the 4 versus 3 is no longer, I mean, what would you... an impromptu 4 versus 3? It is a 4 versus 3. As we see now, all the pressure is being put on towards site, but mission critical has hit. The defuse, the timer is red. Big Papa's getting 1, Raptor getting another, getting 2, VT getting 1, and it's now up to Superior. This can easily be evened out, and there we go. VT doing his best impression from the other round, and winning that out. So, again, we return to a 1-round shootout. This time, there's no OT as an option. It's win or win. Who's going to win this out? Is it going to be the defenders? Who? Let's look back to our historical round count, Chief. Emperor Rose can't go to Master and Bedroom. They have to go to a site where they struggle to win. So, with that being the case, not from here again, potentially have an advantage. But we have seen Ember Rose win out on Church and Arsenal, whether it be heroics or whether it be dominant, flawless rounds. We'll need to see who wins this one out, Chief. And I mean, if I'm going to call it, I can easily see it being not from here, capitalising on the mistakes of earlier.
I got to back up to the Church Arsenal defense. Ember Rose propelled us, actually, is a better way of putting it, into round 13 because of a solo clutch behind the default plants of Trip Church Wall, the triple church wall. How did not from here do the exact same thing to Ember Rose? How do you not look into that corner? The only reason Ember Rose is in overtime is because on that the micro positioning. Oh boy, this series it's getting quite frustrating. Again, the motif of the day is just mistakes being made time and time again. Round 15. This series will end after this round. One of these teams will be winning. One of these teams will be losing. And honestly, I could not tell you who it's going to be. It's going to be incredible nonetheless. If you want to see a Hail Mary clutch, make sure you keep this broadcast open for the next 3 minutes because it's going to be absolutely gnarly. So far, good control mounting from not from here. Trying to do their due diligence on a clear of the entire map. We have seen Ember Rose use the map efficiently on their full roam, expanding upstairs in the gym bedroom as well as in the cache CCTV. Not currently the play, and that's being set up by the defending roster, allowing not from here to get that control early on. Jackal has been a mainstay of Ember Rose, but it will not be the mainstay of not from here. But still, they've had a great time efficiency on their drones. Only 1 drone has been lost. Again, we're alluding to the stage style of roam or the active style of roam that Ember Rose could be using. Not on the plate, but that's going to allow all the roly-poly information drones to continue on gathering resources.
Well, Chief, we have the advantage of a 3-minute, I mean, how would you put it, that delay on this game. So let's get the admins to put a little poll out. Who do people think is going to win? As we do see Not From Here doing great work on this round. They are opening up holes. They are gaining information, but we do hear a C4 from below. Does Tones know this? He is going to shoot out the Valkyrie cam, which will stop any information to where player's positioning is. That could be huge from maybe potentially not losing a player from a C4. They need to get some sort of wall open, whether that be on towards Start or on towards Church. They need to get a hatch open, whether that be Moto or whether that be Kitchen. Look at that, 2 C4s waiting. And there goes one. Superior takes out Tones. That's a huge kill onto the sledge. I don't know if he'd expended his frag grenade, but that'll be huge for the final push.
What a great coordination with the Nitro Cell. It did cast one that didn't actually grab its targets in Crypt, being one sneaky boy slithering his way down the blue secret stairs. There's a reason why it's called the secret stairs. He's in barbed wire, but he's not going to give away his position. Ember Rose has no idea what's taking place. It seems like there's lack of information in one particular sector of the map, so Encrypt is just going to set himself up for a crossfire as the attacking roster pushes their way in through triple wall, attempting to open up with Selma charges. There's mutes on the other side of the wall. That's going to make sure that's an impossible endeavor. Raptor on a miraculous headshot stuck behind a player sitting on the shield. It's going to be a barroom ball as the attackers on the front side, but refrags now in favor of Ember Rose. It's all on to VT against threes, stuck in a plant animation. An incredible flick from him, but he still has to put the diffuser down. Stuck in the animation with 7 seconds left. Impact grenades start to go off. He gets off the diffuser. That's going to be the end of the round for him. Big Papa clutches the round. He's clutched many of rounds before. Ember Rose in round 15 and the dying seconds of the round. It's a hard-fought victory confirmed by the in-game overlay and confirmed by the players of Ember Rose. An incredible series full of the most atypical plays you could ever see here in amateur play. It was brought out by the most mind-numbing strats, but in the end, into round 15, one team will take that victory, and it's Ember Rose. Mistakes were made, but Cairo, brilliant series. What a play.
See, the thing is, though, the mistakes were made, right? And if you want to look past it, right? If we want to look past us being absolute Siege heads, and let's be honest, we are very critical when it comes to Siege. I mean, the drama, the action. What more could you ask for from an entertainment perspective, right? That was an entertaining match, and fair play from Ember Rose to winning that out. I couldn't believe the stuff I was seeing in that final round. Keeping down Blue's secret stairs, catching players off guard. I mean, the ace nearly clutching up at the end. I mean, good thing is, though, Ember Rose really played well. They played passive. They waited for the ace to be in mission critical, where it's going to be either 0-0 or get the plant down, and then they just take them out. And I mean, that's it. They just won.
Yeah, simple as that. I will say both rosters do need to go back to the drawing boards. Their IGLs need to be more vocal. They need to be more in tune with the inner strategies of the defenders. What is being brought out? You mentioned, gym bedroom offenses for not from here. They never establish any 180 crossfires, which is imperative in that style of play. The same thing can be said for Ember Rose when they're going over to Cafe. Their addressing of utility consumption was non-existent. And at the end of the day, again, this is all a learning experience for these two rosters. I hope they go back and, see what transpired during this map, because, again, the reason we were so critical of these teams was not the fact because, they're incapable of greatness. It's actually on the contrary. They are capable of greatness. They showed signs of brilliance. They showed signs of being extremely competent. They just were making very basic fundamental mistakes. And fortunately, though, if you're a new player, if you're newer to comp, if you're making, a basic fundamental mistake, those are the easiest things to change. It's once you get stuck in the nuances, stuck in the weeds of Rainbow Six Siege, those mistakes are a lot more difficult to deal with, right? The technical IGLing, when you go to the true depth, that's hard to do, but we never even got to that stage yet. But honestly, I had a blast with you today. I also had a blast with Tudors. I mean, the series we had were just incredible. And also, I do have to mention Ember Rose was 45, the majority of that map, which made to the insanity that much more crazy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, macro decisions were great from both teams. It's just the micro decision makings in the moment that were questionable, and I mean, that can easily be fixed up on. But, well, Chief, we need to fix up ourselves. We maybe need to get a couple snacks and end the night, unfortunately. It's sad because I love casting with you. Hopefully, get a series again soon. Well, on that note, I think it's time to set it off. I'm Cairo. This has been Chief. This has been CCL. And, what a matchup to finish us out. I hope you guys have a great night. Make sure to follow all our socials. Make sure to hit that big purple red heart button down below. And, well, yeah, have a good night as well.
See you tomorrow.